Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. So in this video, we will see what if Harry found Salazar Slytherin's portrait at age 8 and learned Parselmagic to protect himself. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The voice beneath the stones. The cake exploded at precisely 3:47 p.m. on July 23, 1988. Harry hadn't meant to do it. He never meant to do any of the strange things that happened around him. But Dudley had been showing off his new bicycle to Piers Polkiss in the garden, deliberately riding circles around Harry while their parents watched from lawn chairs, and something about the way Vernon laughed, that thick, wet sound of approval, made Harry's stomach clench. The chocolate cake sitting on the garden table for Dudley's unbirthday celebration simply detonated. No warning. No build-up. One moment it was a pristine 3-layer monument to Petunia's desperate need to spoil her son, and the next it was everywhere. Chocolate frosting dripping from Dudley's hair. Sponge cake plastered across Vernon's purple face. A single perfect rosette somehow landing directly in Piers Polkiss's open, screaming mouth. Harry would have laughed if he hadn't seen Vernon's expression shift from shock to recognition to rage in the space of a heartbeat. "You?" Vernon roared, lurching to his feet. His lawn chair toppled backward. "You freakish little," Harry ran. He was good at running. 8 years of practice had made him excellent at it. Through the garden gate, around the side of the house, bare feet slapping against hot concrete. He could hear Vernon behind him, surprisingly fast for a man who got winded walking to the refrigerator. The front door was closer. Harry could make it inside, get to his cupboard, lock himself in. Vernon would pound on the door and threaten, but he usually didn't break it down when neighbors might hear. Harry's hand touched the doorknob. "Oh no you don't." The meaty hand closed around his collar, yanking him backward. Harry's feet left the ground. He dangled like a puppet with cut strings, choking as the fabric dug into his throat. "Think you can ruin my son's party?" Vernon's breath was hot and sour against Harry's ear. "Think you can embarrass me in front of the neighbors?" "I didn't," Harry gasped. "I didn't mean." "You never mean." Vernon shook him. Harry's vision spotted at the edges. "It's always accidents with you. Always excuses. Well, I've had enough." He dragged Harry through the house, past Petunia who was frantically trying to clean Dudley's hair with a tea towel, past the cupboard under the stairs that had been Harry's bedroom for as long as he could remember. The back door slammed open. Vernon marched across the garden, still holding Harry by the collar, heading toward the shed at the far end. "Vernon!" Petunia called from the house. Her voice was thin, uncertain. "The Polkiss boy. Piers can wait. Boy needs to learn." The shed was old, older than the house. Some kind of storage structure from before the neighborhood was built. Vernon wrenched open the door and threw Harry inside. Harry hit the wooden floor hard, palms scraping against rough planks. Dust erupted around him. The smell was overwhelming. Motor oil and fertilizer and something older underneath, like stone and secrets. "You'll stay here until I decide what to do with you." Vernon filled the doorway, blocking the light. His shadow fell across Harry like a physical weight. "And if I hear one sound, one single sound, you'll wish you'd never been born." The door slammed. Padlock clicked. Darkness swallowed everything. Harry lay on the floor, breathing dust, waiting for his heart to slow down. His neck throbbed where the collar had dug in. His palms stung. His eyes were wet, and he hated that Vernon could still make him cry. He wasn't going to cry. He'd stopped crying a long time ago. It never helped anyway. Slowly, Harry pushed himself up to sitting. The shed was pitch black. Not even a crack of light around the door. Vernon had boarded up the window last year after Harry had climbed out of it during one of his previous imprisonments. But Harry had been in this shed before. Many times. He knew its dimensions by heart, roughly 3 meters by 4, filled with garden equipment and paint tins and the old lawn mower Vernon never got around to fixing. There was a space behind the mower in the far corner where the floorboards didn't quite meet the wall. Harry had discovered it 2 years ago, a gap just wide enough for a small boy to squeeze through into the crawl space beneath. The Dursleys didn't know about it. That was the only reason Harry still used this hiding spot when things got really bad. He crawled forward, hands searching in the darkness. The lawn-mower's cold metal edge. A bag of something that rustled, grass seed maybe. The wall. There. The gap. Harry lowered himself down, sliding through the opening with the ease of long practice. The crawl space was cramped and dirty, maybe half a meter of clearance between the shed's floor and the hard-packed earth beneath. Pipes ran along one side, the irrigation system Vernon had installed and then never used. It smelled like soil and old water and something else Harry had never been able to identify. He wriggled forward until he reached his usual spot, a slight depression in the earth where his body had worn a groove over dozens of visits. Here he was invisible. Here, not even Vernon's rage could find him. Harry curled onto his side, wrapping his arms around his knees. The darkness was absolute. He could hear his own breathing, his own heartbeat, the distant muffled sounds of Vernon shouting something in the garden. He closed his eyes. Not that it made any difference. Sleep would come eventually. It always did when he hid down here. The darkness and the quiet and the feeling of being completely alone. It should have been frightening, but instead it felt like safety. Like being invisible wasn't just a wish but reality. Harry's breathing slowed. His muscles unclenched. The sounds from outside faded to nothing. He was almost asleep when his hand, shifting in the dirt, touched something that wasn't earth or stone or pipe. Something smooth, something carved, something that hummed against his fingers like a plucked guitar string. Harry's eyes snapped open. Still darkness, but now his heart was racing again, and not from fear, from curiosity, from the strange electric feeling that sometimes preceded the accidents. He ran his fingers along the object. A frame, he thought, rectangular, about the size of a book, maybe slightly larger. The edges were ornate. He could feel intricate patterns under his fingertips, serpentine curves and angular shapes that seemed almost like letters. It was buried in the dirt, only one corner protruding. Harry hadn't found it in his previous visits because he'd never dug in exactly this spot before. He should leave it alone. He knew he should. Strange objects and Harry had a bad history. Every unexplainable thing in his life had started with something that seemed harmless. A snake at the zoo, a glass that moved on its own, a teacher's wig that turned blue. But his fingers were already working at the soil, loosening the frame, pulling it free. It came loose with a sound like a sigh, and Harry felt the hum intensify, spreading from his hands up his arms, settling somewhere behind his eyes. The frame was heavier than it looked. Gold, Harry thought, though he couldn't see it. The patterns were definitely serpents. He could feel their scales, their heads, their tiny carved fangs. And in the center, where a picture would normally be, there was something else. Not glass, not canvas. Something that felt like looking at the sky on a clear night, if sky could be touched. Harry's thumb brushed across that surface. Light, soft, green gold, emanating from the frame itself. Harry flinched back, nearly dropping it, but the light wasn't harsh. It was warm, inviting. It illuminated the cramped crawl space in gentle pulses, revealing dirt walls and pipe fixtures, and the small boy with messy black hair and wide green eyes staring at the most beautiful painting he'd ever seen. It wasn't a photograph. It wasn't quite a painting either. The man in the frame looked three-dimensional, like Harry could reach in and touch him. He had sharp features and silver-streaked dark hair and a beard that came to a neat point. His eyes were the same green gold as the light, and they were focused directly on Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to look away. He didn't look away. The man in the portrait smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of someone who had just discovered something valuable in an unexpected place. "Well," the man said, "what have we here?" Harry scrambled backward, hitting his head on a pipe, but he didn't drop the portrait. The man's voice wasn't English. It was something else. Something that curled and hissed and somehow made perfect sense to Harry's ears. "A child," the man continued, studying Harry with those unsettling eyes. "And not just any child. One who can hear me. One who can understand." His smile widened. "How delightful. Harry's mouth opened, closed, opened again. The words that came out weren't English either, but he didn't realize that. To him, they sounded completely normal. Who are you? The man in the portrait raised one elegant eyebrow. Direct. Good. I despise timidity. He shifted in his frame, actually moved like a person in a window rather than a painting, and seemed to study Harry more closely. I am Salazar Slytherin, child, and you are speaking my tongue, which means you are either my heir or a very interesting anomaly. Harry didn't recognize the name. He didn't know why he should, but something about the way the man said it with that casual certainty made him feel like he should bow or run or both. I'm Harry, he said instead. Harry Potter. I live here. Well, up there. He gestured vaguely at the floor of the shed above them. Potter. Salazar's expression flickered. Surprise, recognition, something darker, before smoothing back to amused interest. An old name, old blood. Though I confess, I did not expect to find a Potter with the serpent's tongue. Your family was always so tediously noble. I don't have a family. The words came out harder than Harry intended. I live with my aunt and uncle. They're not magical. Salazar's eyes narrowed. For a long moment, he simply looked at Harry. At his too large clothes, his thin frame, the bruises visible on his arms where the sleeves had ridden up, the dirt on his face and the tear tracks he hadn't realized were there. I see. The two words carried more weight than Harry understood. And why, young Potter, are you hiding in the dirt beneath this structure? Harry's jaw clenched. He didn't want to answer. Didn't want to explain the cake or Vernon or any of it to this strange painting that shouldn't be talking at all. But Salazar just waited. Patient. Ancient. Like he had all the time in the world, which Harry supposed he did. I did something, Harry finally said. Something I didn't mean to. Things happen around me sometimes. Impossible things. And my uncle gets angry. Angry, Salazar repeated flatly. Yes. And when he gets angry, what happens to you? Harry looked away. The light from the portrait cast shadows across the crawlspace, making the ordinary pipes and dirt seem alien and strange. It doesn't matter, he said. It's always been like this. I'm a freak. That's what they call me. I do freakish things and then I get punished for them. It's just how it is. No. The single word cracked through the crawlspace like a whip. Harry's head snapped back toward the portrait, startled by the sudden venom in Salazar's voice. That is not how it is. Salazar's eyes were blazing now, that green-gold light flickering with what looked like actual flames. You are not a freak, child. You are a wizard. What you call accidents are magic. You're magic. The birthright of your blood that those muggles have tried to beat out of you. Harry stared at him. I'm a, what? A wizard. A magical being. One of my kind. Salazar's anger was still there, simmering beneath the surface, but his voice softened slightly. Those strange occurrences you mentioned, the things that happen when you are frightened or upset, that is accidental magic. All magical children experience it. It is as natural as breathing. Magic isn't real. Harry said it automatically, because that's what he'd been told his whole life. Even as he said it, he knew how ridiculous it sounded. He was having a conversation with a talking painting, in a language he'd never learned. Salazar's expression shifted to something that might have been pity. What have they done to you, child? What lies have they filled your head with? He leaned forward in his frame, and somehow the movement made the portrait seem larger, more present, like Salazar was pushing against the barrier between paint and reality. Magic is real. I am proof of it. You are proof of it. That language you're speaking, do you know what it is? It is Parseltongue, the tongue of serpents, spoken only by those with the gift. You are not speaking English right now, Harry Potter. You are speaking the language of snakes. Harry's mind went blank, then very, very full. He thought about the snake at the zoo, the glass vanishing, the conversation he'd had with the boa constrictor while Dudley screamed and Piers ran and his aunt and uncle looked at him with that familiar expression of horror. He'd talked to the snake, actually talked to it, and it had answered. The zoo. Harry breathed. The snake at the zoo. I set it free. I spoke to it and… Yes. Salazar nodded slowly. The ability manifests early in those who have it. Often in childhood when encountering serpents. It is rare. Extraordinarily rare. I am one of the few in recorded history to possess it. And now it seems there is another. His eyes locked onto Harry's with an intensity that should have been terrifying. Instead, Harry felt something else. Something like recognition. Like being seen for the first time in his entire life. How long have you been down here? Harry asked. Under the shed, I mean. Salazar's expression flickered. I do not know. Time is strange for portraits. We do not experience it as the living do. He looked around the crawlspace, though of course he couldn't see anything beyond his frame. The last I remember, I was in the possession of a wizard. One of my descendants, I suppose, though centuries removed. He was fleeing. Fleeing from what? From those who would destroy anything connected to me. Salazar's voice went cold. I was not well-loved, child. Even in my own time. My beliefs, my methods, they made enemies. Many enemies. After my death, those enemies hunted my legacy. My writings. My artifacts. My portraits. He smiled, but there was nothing pleasant in it. This is the last of me, I suspect. The final remaining portrait. The wizard who fled hid me somewhere he believed was safe. Cast preservation charms to keep me intact. And then, Salazar shrugged. Presumably he was caught. Or died. Or forgot. The magic of portraits does not require our presence to be maintained. Only created. I could have slept here for centuries. Harry looked at the portrait in his hands. At the serpentine frame and the living painting within it. At Salazar Slytherin, whoever that was, watching him with those ancient, knowing eyes. Why me? Harry asked. Why can I understand you? You said it's rare. You said… I said it is extraordinarily rare. Salazar interrupted him smoothly. And I do not know why you possess it. The ability usually runs in families. My descendants carry it, though it often skips generations. The Potters, as far as I know, never had it. He paused, considering. But bloodlines mix in unexpected ways. 1,000 years is a long time. Perhaps somewhere in your family tree, my blood crosses yours. Or perhaps… His eyes narrowed. How did your parents die, Harry Potter? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. He rocked back, suddenly aware of the cramped space, the dirt under his fingers, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Car crash, he said, came out hoarse. They died in a car crash when I was a baby. That's what my aunt told me. Salazar stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. A car crash, he repeated. Your Muggle relatives told you that your wizard parents died in a car crash. Oh child, the lies you've been fed. What's that supposed to mean? It means I know the name Potter. I knew it when I lived, and I have heard it since. The Potters are an ancient magical family, not one of my favored bloodlines, but powerful nonetheless. And wizards of their caliber do not die in car crashes. Harry's hands were shaking. The portrait trembled in his grip. Then how did they die? Salazar's expression softened, just slightly. I do not know the specifics, child. Remember, I have been buried in dirt for however long it has been. But I know this, whatever happened to your parents, it was magical. And if your relatives have lied to you about their death, they have likely lied to you about everything else. Harry sat in silence, processing. His parents were wizards. Magic was real. He could talk to snakes. Everything he'd ever been told about himself was wrong. It should have felt overwhelming. It should have felt like too much. Instead, it felt like something clicking into place. Like a puzzle piece he hadn't even known he was missing. What was it like? He asked quietly. Being a wizard, before. Salazar's eyes grew distant. It was magnificent and terrible. Magic is power, child. The power to reshape reality, to bend the world to your will. But power attracts conflict. Always. In my time, we were hunted by those without magic. muggles who feared what they could not understand. We hid in shadows, practiced in secret, watched our families burn. His voice hardened. I tried to change that. Myself and 3 others, we built a school. A place where magical children could learn safely, away from muggle persecution. We called it Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Harry tested the word. Felt strange on his tongue, even in Parseltongue. The finest magical institution in the world. Or it was in my time. Salazar's expression darkened. I left before it was finished. Disagreements with my fellow founders. Philosophical differences that could not be reconciled. About what? For a moment, Harry thought Salazar wouldn't answer. Then the portrait sighed. An actual sigh, breath moving through painted lungs. About who deserved to learn magic. I still believe, that magical education should be reserved for those of magical blood. Those born to muggles may possess the ability, but they carry their parents' prejudices, their parents' fears. They infiltrate our world and try to reshape it in their image. I wanted to protect our culture. My colleagues called it bigotry. He met Harry's eyes directly. I will not lie to you, child. I am not a kind man. I am not a gentle one. History has painted me as a monster, and I will not pretend they were entirely wrong. But I am honest. That is more than most can say. Harry absorbed this. He thought about the Dursleys, muggles Salazar called them, and how they treated him. How they treated anything different from themselves. How Vernon's face twisted at the mere suggestion of abnormality. My aunt and uncle aren't like that because they're muggles, Harry said slowly. They're like that because they're cruel. Salazar raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. I have known cruel wizards as well. Cruelty is not limited to any one group. He paused. But fear is. Muggles fear what they do not understand. Your relatives fear you, child, because you represent something beyond their comprehension. And that fear has made them. He trailed off, looking at Harry's arms again. At the bruises. Dangerous, he finished quietly. Harry instinctively pulled his sleeves down. It's not that bad. Usually. Do not minimize your pain to me. Salazar's voice was sharp. I have seen what cruelty does to children. I have watched it break them, twist them, destroy everything they might have become. Do not tell me it is not that bad when your eyes say otherwise. The silence stretched between them. Harry felt something burning behind his eyes again. Not tears, he told himself, just dust. And he looked away. Why do you care? He asked finally. You don't know me. I'm just some kid who found you in the dirt. Why does it matter to you what they do to me? Salazar was quiet for a long moment. Because you are one of mine, he said at last. Not by blood, perhaps, but by gift. The tongue of serpents has not been heard in, I cannot even say how long, centuries at minimum. And here you are, a child, alone, unaware of what you are, suffering at the hands of those who should protect you. His eyes blazed. I was a teacher once, Harry Potter. Whatever else I was, whatever crimes history assigns to my name, I was a teacher. And you need teaching. You need protection. You need someone to show you what you truly are. Harry's heart was pounding. He didn't trust this. He didn't trust anyone. 8 years of survival had taught him that trust was a weakness, that anyone who offered help wanted something in return. But Salazar wasn't asking for anything. He was a painting. He couldn't even leave his frame. You can't help me, Harry said. You're stuck in there. You can't do anything. I can teach you. Salazar leaned forward, and his presence filled the frame like a living thing. I may be confined to this portrait, but my knowledge is not. 1,000 years of magical study, child. Secrets that have been lost to time. Abilities that the modern wizarding world has forgotten ever existed. His voice dropped to a hiss that resonated in Harry's bones. Parselmagic, the magic of serpents. My magic. It does not require a wand. It does not require anything but your voice and your will. I could teach you to defend yourself, to protect yourself, to become something your relatives would never dare to touch. Harry's breath caught. You could teach me magic? I could teach you more than magic. Salazar's smile was sharp and dangerous and somehow exactly what Harry needed to see. I could teach you power. Real power. The kind that makes men kneel and monsters flee. The kind that transforms a frightened child hiding in the dirt into something magnificent. He extended one painted hand, pressing it flat against the inside of the frame. All you have to do is say yes. Harry looked at the hand, at the portrait, at this fragment of a man who'd been dead for 1,000 years, offering him something no one had ever offered before. Knowledge, protection, power, a way to stop being afraid. He thought about Vernon's face, twisted with rage, about Petunia's thin-lipped disgust, about Dudley's fists and the darkness of his cupboard and the constant, grinding certainty that he would never be wanted, never be safe, never be anything but a burden and a freak. He thought about the snake at the zoo, and the freedom in its voice when it slithered away. Harry reached out and pressed his hand against the portrait, matching Salazar's position through the barrier of paint and magic. Yes, he said. Teach me. Salazar's smile widened, and for just a moment, there was something almost warm in it. Then we begin tonight, young serpent. The first lesson is this: a fortress mind before a weapon hand. You must learn to protect your thoughts before you learn to use them as weapons. What does that mean? It means the mind is the most vulnerable target. Any wizard with skill can read your thoughts, see your memories, discover your secrets. Before you learn anything else, you must learn to guard what is inside you. We call it occlumency, the art of closing your mind. Harry nodded slowly. It made sense in a way. He'd spent years hiding his real feelings from the Dursleys, pretending to be smaller and weaker than he was. This was just a magical version of the same thing. How do I start? By finding your center. Salazar settled back in his frame, his voice taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. Close your eyes, child. Breathe. Feel the boundary between yourself and the world. The skin that separates your body from the air. The skull that protects your brain. These are physical barriers. Now you must learn to create mental ones. Harry closed his eyes. The darkness behind his lids was different from the darkness of the crawlspace, warmer, more personal. Imagine a wall, Salazar continued. Any wall. Stone, iron, glass. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it is yours. Your creation. Your defense. Build it in your mind, brick by brick, and believe in its strength. Harry tried. He pictured the wall of the Dursleys' house, then discarded it. He didn't want anything of theirs in his head. Instead, he thought of something else. Something from a dream he'd had once, long ago. A castle. Massive and ancient, with towers reaching toward a sky full of stars. He didn't know why it felt right, but it did. Good, Salazar murmured. I can feel you focusing. You have natural talent for this, more than I expected. Most children take weeks to achieve even basic concentration. You are managing it in minutes. I've had practice, Harry said without opening his eyes. Blocking things out, not thinking about things. Salazar was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. Yes, I imagine you have. They sat in the darkness together, the 1,000-year-old portrait and the 8-year-old boy, as Harry built his first mental defense. It wasn't much. A wall here, a tower there, fragments of a structure that barely held together. But it was his. And it was a beginning. Eventually, Harry's concentration began to slip. He was tired. The explosion, the running, the hiding. And his body was reminding him that he hadn't eaten since that morning's meager breakfast. That is enough for tonight, Salazar said, sensing his fatigue. You have done well, Harry. Better than I anticipated. Harry opened his eyes. The portrait's golden light had dimmed slightly, as if Salazar too was growing tired. Will you still be here tomorrow? Harry asked. If I come back? I am bound to this frame, child. I cannot leave it even if I wish to. Salazar's expression was unreadable. But yes, I will be here. I will always be here. Harry nodded. He should have felt strange about this, about trusting a talking painting, about agreeing to learn magic from a man who freely admitted to being viewed as a monster. But he didn't feel strange. He felt For the first time he could remember, like something had gone right. "I have to go back," he said. "My uncle will come looking eventually. He'll unlock the shed when he calms down. And when he does?" Harry's jaw tightened. "I'll go back to my cupboard. I'll be quiet. I'll let them think they've won. That's how it works." Salazar studied him with those ancient, knowing eyes. "You have learned survival," he said finally. "That is not a weakness, child. It is strength. The ability to endure, to wait, to bide your time. These are the traits of a true Slytherin." "A what?" "Never mind. We will discuss it another time." Salazar gestured at the crawlspace around them. "Can you hide me here? Keep me somewhere your relatives will not find." Harry looked around. There was a loose stone in the foundation, near the back corner. He'd found it last year, had used it to hide small things. A marble Dudley had thrown at him, a book he'd stolen from the library, small treasures that would have been destroyed if the Dursleys found them. "Yes," he said. "I have a place." "Good. Then hide me there. Come back when you can." Salazar's voice dropped to a whisper. "And remember what I told you. You are not a freak, Harry Potter. You are a wizard. Never forget that. Never let them convince you otherwise." Harry wrapped the portrait carefully in his overlarge shirt, cushioning it against his chest. The warmth of the magic pulsed through the fabric, a steady heartbeat against his own. "I won't forget," he said. He crawled to the loose stone, pried it free, and placed the portrait inside. It fit perfectly, as if the space had been waiting for it. Harry replaced the stone, memorizing its exact position, then crawled back toward the gap leading up to the shed. The world above was dark now. Night had fallen while he'd been in the crawlspace. Vernon would have calmed down by now, would have moved on to dinner and television and forgetting that Harry existed. Good. That made things easier. Harry emerged into the shed, dusted himself off as best he could, and waited. An hour later, the padlock clicked. Vernon's bulk filled the doorway, backlit by the lights from the house. "Get inside," Vernon growled. "No dinner. And if I hear one word about what happened today to anyone, you'll regret it. Understand?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said quietly. He kept his head down, his shoulders hunched, his entire posture screaming submission. It was easy. He'd had years of practice. But as he walked past Vernon into the house, as he shuffled toward his cupboard like the beaten-down child they expected him to be, something was different. He didn't feel defeated anymore. He felt like he was waiting. Harry climbed into his cupboard and pulled the door shut behind him. The darkness was familiar, but now it felt different. Safer. Like a cocoon rather than a cage. He lay on his thin mattress and stared at the ceiling he couldn't see. "I am a wizard." The thought blazed through him like fire. Magic is real. I can talk to snakes. There's a whole world out there that I belong to, and someone is going to teach me how to use it. For the first time in his memory, Harry Potter fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next morning dawned gray and drizzly, typical English summer weather. Harry was awake before anyone else, as usual. His internal clock had learned long ago that being conscious when the Dursleys were meant being ready to dodge whatever they might throw his way. He slipped out of his cupboard and started making breakfast. Bacon and eggs for Vernon, toast and jam for Petunia, an obscene pile of everything for Dudley. For himself, he'd sneak whatever was left, usually a piece of burnt toast or the scrapings from the pan. But today, even the meager meal tasted different. Better. Like his whole body was celebrating something his stomach didn't understand. "Boy!" Vernon's voice was cold as he descended the stairs. Harry didn't look up from the eggs. "Yes, Uncle Vernon? You're going to clean out the shed today. Every bit of it. I want it spotless by dinner." Harry's heart nearly stopped. The shed. Where Salazar was hidden. Where his secret. No. Calm down. Think. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he said evenly. Vernon grunted and sat down at the table. He hadn't noticed Harry's momentary panic. Of course he hadn't. To Vernon, Harry was barely worth noticing at all. Harry served the food, cleaned the kitchen, and ate his scraps standing by the sink. His mind was racing the entire time. He couldn't let them find the portrait. But Vernon would want to supervise, would want to make sure Harry actually worked instead of lazing about like the burden he was. There wouldn't be time to move Salazar somewhere safer. Unless an idea formed. Risky, possibly stupid, definitely magical. Harry finished cleaning and headed out to the shed. Vernon followed, arms crossed, watching through the doorway as Harry began shifting boxes and equipment. The work was hard but mindless, which left Harry's brain free to plan. He moved systematically, clearing space, organizing items into piles that would pass Vernon's inspection. All the while, he was aware of the loose stone in the back corner, the portrait hidden behind it. Around midday, Vernon grew bored. "Lunch in an hour," he grunted. "And I want to see that floor swept." He retreated into the house, leaving Harry alone. Harry waited, counted to 100, then he dropped to his knees and crawled to the back corner. The stone came away easily. Salazar's portrait gleamed in the dim light, and as Harry lifted it free, the painting stirred. "You came back," Salazar said. There was something in his voice. Surprise, maybe, or something softer. "My uncle wants me to clean in here. He might find you. I need to move you somewhere else." Salazar's expression sharpened. "Where?" "I don't know. My cupboard, maybe, but they might look there if they notice something missing from the shed. The garden? Under a bush? Unacceptable. The weather would damage me, and any casual passerby might discover the frame." Salazar considered. "Is there nowhere in the house that is yours alone? A space they never enter?" Harry thought. His cupboard was technically his, but the Dursleys opened it whenever they wanted. His bathroom breaks were supervised. He had no belongings, no private spaces, no wait. "The loose floorboard," he breathed. "In Dudley's second bedroom." "Explain." "There's a room upstairs. It's supposed to be for Dudley's extra toys, but he never goes in there anymore. He got bored with the stuff. There's a loose floorboard under the old wardrobe. I found it once when I was cleaning. I could hide you there. Would the Muggles notice the board's displacement? They never go in that room either. It's just for storage now. Broken things and outgrown clothes." Salazar nodded slowly. "Then we move me there, but carefully. If you are seen—" "I know." Harry's jaw set. "I won't be seen." He wrapped the portrait in an old rag from the shed's cleaning supplies, tucked it under his shirt, and emerged into the garden. The house loomed ahead of him, windows like watchful eyes. Harry moved along the fence, staying low, using the bushes as cover. He'd done this before, sneaking in and out of places he wasn't supposed to be, but never with something so important at stake. The kitchen door was unlocked. He could hear the television from the living room, some mindless program Dudley was watching. Vernon's snores echoed from the armchair. Harry slipped inside. The stairs were the dangerous part. They creaked if you stepped wrong. But Harry knew each one intimately. Knew which boards to avoid, which edges to use, how to distribute his weight so nothing made a sound. He ascended like a ghost. The second bedroom's door was ajar. Harry pushed it open, wincing at the slight squeak of the hinges, and stepped inside. The room was dim and dusty, filled with broken electronics and outgrown clothes. Dudley's cast-offs, junked and forgotten. Harry felt a familiar pulse of resentment at the waste of it all. Dudley had more than he could ever use while Harry had almost nothing, but he pushed it aside. The wardrobe was in the corner. Heavy, old, too much trouble for the Dursleys to move. Harry dropped to his knees and felt along the floor until he found it. The loose board came up with a creak that made Harry freeze. He held his breath, listening for footsteps, for questions, for Vernon's roar. Nothing, just the distant sound of the television. Harry lowered the portrait into the space beneath the floor. It fit perfectly, with room to spare. The gap was larger than he remembered. "Can you see?" he whispered. "Is there enough light?" "I am a portrait, child. I do not require light to function." But Salazar's voice was warm despite the correction. "This will serve admirably. You have done well. I'll come back tonight, after they're asleep. I will be here." Harry replaced the board, positioned the wardrobe's leg to cover the loose section, and retreated from the room. Back down the creaking stairs, through the kitchen, out into the garden. No one had seen, no one had heard. He was getting better at this. The rest of the day passed in a blur of cleaning and chores. Harry scrubbed the shed floor until it shone, organized Vernon's tools with military precision, and even weeded the garden without being asked. By evening, Vernon was almost pleasant, which for him meant grunting approval instead of insults. Harry took his meager dinner to his cupboard and ate in silence, counting down the hours until the house went dark. Finally, midnight arrived. Harry eased his cupboard door open. The house was still. He could hear Vernon's snores from upstairs, Dudley's wheezing breaths, Petunia's occasional murmur in her sleep. He climbed the stairs like a ghost, opened the second bedroom door, crawled to the wardrobe and lifted the loose board. Golden light spilled out, warm and welcoming. "You survived," Salazar said. "I confess I was concerned. I told you I'd be careful. You did. And you were." The portrait's eyes gleamed with something that might have been pride. "Are you ready for your second lesson?" Harry nodded. He settled cross-legged on the dusty floor, the portrait propped against the wardrobe leg, and let Salazar's voice wash over him. "Tonight, we build upon what you learned yesterday. Your mental walls are rudimentary, but they exist. Now we must strengthen them." For hours, Harry worked. He visualized his castle, adding details, a drawbridge, a moat, battlements where imaginary guards stood watch. Salazar guided him through each addition, correcting his technique, suggesting improvements, pushing him to do more. By the time dawn began to lighten the windows, Harry's mental fortress was solid. Not impenetrable, Salazar warned him that would take years, but strong enough to resist casual intrusion. "Remarkable," Salazar murmured as Harry finally opened his eyes. "You have accomplished in 2 sessions what takes most students months. Your natural talent is extraordinary." Harry blinked away the mental fog. "I've had practice blocking things out." "So you've said." Salazar studied him. "Pain can be a teacher, child. It is not a good teacher, it is brutal and indiscriminate, but it does produce results. You have learned to survive by hiding your true self from those who would hurt you. Occlumency is simply a magical extension of that survival instinct." Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. "Go," Salazar said finally. "Sleep while you can. We will continue tomorrow." Harry replaced the board, crept back to his cupboard, and collapsed onto his mattress. He was asleep within seconds. The weeks that followed blurred together in a haze of chores, secrets, and midnight lessons. By the end of August, Harry's occlumency was advanced enough to fool most casual legilimens. By September, he had begun learning the basics of Parselmagic, the strange, intuitive magic that didn't require a wand, just the serpent's tongue and force of will. His first successful spell was pathetically simple, warming his cupboard on a cold night. But to Harry, it felt like conquering the world. "You heated the air by perhaps 2 degrees, Salazar observed dryly when Harry reported his success. "It was magic," Harry shot back. "Real magic. I did it." Salazar's expression softened. "Yes, you did." By October, Harry could extinguish candles with a hissed word. By November, he could summon small objects across short distances. By December, he had learned to muffle sounds around himself, creating a bubble of silence that let him move without being heard. The Dursleys noticed nothing. To them, Harry was the same beaten-down burden he'd always been. Quiet, compliant, invisible. They didn't see the way he watched them now. The calculation in his eyes. The way his hands sometimes twitched when Vernon raised his voice, itching to use abilities that could make the shouting stop. "Restraint," Salazar reminded him constantly. "Power unused is power wasted, but power misused is power lost. If you reveal yourself to them, they will destroy you, or try to, and that will force consequences neither of us wants." "Like what?" "Like the Ministry of Magic learning of your abilities. Like being taken from this place before you are ready. Like losing the only advantage you have, surprise." So Harry restrained himself. He endured Vernon's casual cruelty, Petunia's cold disdain, Dudley's fists and taunts. He endured and he waited and he grew stronger. Winter turned to spring. Harry's 9th birthday came and went unmarked as always. He didn't mention it to Salazar. But Salazar noticed anyway. "You are 9 today," the portrait said during their midnight session. "Is that correct?" Harry blinked. "How did you know?" "You mentioned your age when we first met. I calculated." Salazar's expression was unreadable. "Do the Muggles celebrate your birthday?" "No." "I see." A long pause. "Then allow me to give you a gift." He gestured within his frame, and suddenly the golden light brightened, shifting and shimmering. Harry watched, mesmerized, as the light coalesced into shapes. Shapes that resolved into serpents, dozens of them, dancing and weaving through the air inside the portrait. "This is a parlor trick," Salazar admitted. "Nothing more. But it is the best I can offer from within this frame." Harry watched the serpents dance. Something warm and painful bloomed in his chest. "It's beautiful," he said quietly. "It is a poor substitute for the celebration you deserve." Salazar's voice was gruff. "But you are 9 years old, Harry Potter. You have survived 9 years with those monsters. That is worth acknowledging." Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He just watched the serpents until the light faded and the portrait returned to normal. "Thank you," he said finally. Salazar nodded. "Now, let us continue your training." By summer, Harry was unrecognizable, internally at least. Outwardly, he remained the same scrawny, bespectacled boy the Dursleys expected. But inside, behind his carefully constructed mental walls, he was becoming something else. Something dangerous. "You are ready for the next phase," Salazar announced one night. "Your mind is defended. Your basic Parselmagic is adequate. Now you must learn to apply these skills in ways that matter." "Like what?" "Like sensing magical intent." Salazar's eyes gleamed. "The ability to know when someone is lying, when they mean you harm, when their words do not match their thoughts. It is not true mind reading that requires direct legitimacy, but it is invaluable nonetheless." Harry straightened. This was new. This was practical. "How do I learn?" "By practicing on the only test subjects available, your relatives." Salazar's smile was thin and cold. "They lie to you constantly, do they not? Tell you things that are untrue? Now you will learn to see through those lies." Took weeks. Harry would sit at the dinner table, half listening to Vernon's boasts and Petunia's complaints, and focus on the feeling behind their words. At first, he sensed nothing. Then, gradually, he began to notice patterns. A certain tension when Vernon lied about his work accomplishments. A flicker of guilt when Petunia exaggerated Dudley's grades. By the end of summer, Harry could tell when someone was lying to him about 70% of the time. Not perfect, but better than nothing. "Adequate," Salazar pronounced. "Your instincts will sharpen with practice. Now we move to the final skill I can teach you at this stage." "What is it?" Salazar's smile widened. "Shadow stepping, the ability to move through darkness itself. My greatest contribution to magical theory, and the reason I was never caught by those who hunted me." Harry leaned forward, eager. "Show me." "I cannot show you. I am confined to this frame. But I can guide you." Salazar's voice dropped to a hypnotic hiss. "Close your eyes. Feel the darkness around you. It is not empty, child. It is full. Full of paths and passages that exist between the light. You simply need to learn how to walk them." The first time Harry shadow-stepped, he nearly screamed. One moment he was crouched by the wardrobe, focusing on the darkness in the corner of the room. The next, he was in the corner, his whole body tingling with cold electricity, his stomach lurching like he'd fallen from a great height. "I did it," he gasped. "I actually..." "Quietly," Salazar hissed. "The Muggles." Harry clamped his mouth shut, but he was grinning so hard his cheeks hurt. He'd teleported. Actually teleported. Across the room. "Sure, but still..." "Again," Salazar commanded. "Focus. Control." The distance was pathetic, but the principle was sound. "Now refine it. Harry practiced until dawn, appearing and disappearing around the room like a ghost. By the time he had to sneak back to his cupboard, he could cover the entire second bedroom in a single step. "This is incredible," he breathed during their next session. "Why doesn't everyone learn this?" "Because it requires Parseltongue," Salazar replied. "The serpent's gift is the key that unlocks this magic. Without it, shadow stepping is impossible. And since I am the only one who ever developed the technique, and my teachings were suppressed after my death, the knowledge was lost." "Exactly." Salazar's expression darkened. "1,000 years of magical progress, and the wizarding world still uses the same crude methods of transportation I watched them develop in my lifetime. Brooms, fireplaces, twisting through the space between spaces. All of it loud, obvious, traceable. Shadow stepping leaves no trace, makes no sound, cannot be detected or blocked." "It's perfect for hiding," Harry murmured. "It is perfect for many things." Salazar's eyes met his. "Hiding, escaping, attacking. In my time, I used it to evade my enemies, to strike without warning, to disappear before they could react. It is the magic of serpents, child, silent, swift, deadly." Harry thought about Vernon, about the times he'd been cornered, trapped, unable to escape. "Teach me more," he said. "I intend to, but carefully. Power without control is chaos, and chaos draws attention. You must learn to use these abilities sparingly, strategically, only when no other option exists." "I understand." "Do you?" Salazar leaned forward in his frame. "Power is seductive, Harry. It whispers that you can solve any problem, defeat any enemy, bend the world to your will. But power misused creates more problems than it solves. If you shadow step in front of witnesses, if you use Parselmagic where it can be detected, if you reveal what you can do before you are ready, they'll come for me. Yes, the Ministry of Magic monitors underage sorcery. They have ways of detecting it, though the system is imperfect. More importantly, if the wrong people learn of your abilities, you will become a target." "What wrong people?" Salazar's expression flickered. That dark look Harry had seen before, when the portrait spoke of enemies and hunts and centuries of persecution. "That is a conversation for another time. For now, focus on control, on patience, on waiting." Harry nodded. He didn't like it, didn't like secrets being kept from him, even by someone he trusted, but he understood. Salazar was protecting him. That was more than anyone else had ever done. The months continued to pass. Harry turned 10, then began approaching 11. His abilities grew steadily, refined by nightly practice and Salazar's relentless instruction. He learned to sense magic in the air around him, a tingling awareness that warned of spells being cast nearby. He learned to summon small serpents from the shadows, temporary constructs of magic and will that dissolved after a few minutes. He learned to move through darkness with increasing confidence, covering greater distances, appearing and disappearing with hardly a sound. Through it all, he maintained his cover. The Dursleys saw only what they expected to see. Harry cooked their meals, cleaned their house, endured their cruelty with apparent meekness. But now, when Vernon raised his hand, Harry saw the blow coming before it landed. He could dodge, deflect, position himself to minimize the impact. The bruises still came, but less frequently, less severely. And sometimes, rarely carefully, Harry pushed back. It happened for the first time in March, a few months before his 11th birthday. Dudley and his gang had cornered Harry behind the school, intent on their favorite pastime of Harry hunting. There were 5 of them. Harry was alone. "Patience," Salazar's voice echoed in his memory. "Power used is power wasted, but power misused is power lost." Harry watched them approach. Piers Polkiss, Dennis, Malcolm, Gordon, and Dudley in the center, fists already clenched. "Nowhere to run, freak," Dudley sneered. "You're gonna get it today." Harry said nothing. He felt the familiar cold wash of danger sense, the tingling awareness of violence approaching. "Restraint," Salazar would say, "unless there is no other choice." There was no other choice. The wall behind him was solid, the gaps between the boys too narrow to slip through. They would beat him bloody if he let them. So Harry didn't let them. As Dudley lunged, Harry stepped sideways, not shadow-stepping, just moving, but moving faster than any of them expected. Dudley's fist whistled through empty air. His momentum carried him forward, off balance. Harry's foot hooked Dudley's ankle. The larger boy went down hard, face first into the asphalt. The others froze. Harry stood perfectly still, watching them with those two green eyes. Anyone else? They ran. All of them, including Dudley, who scrambled to his feet with blood streaming from his nose and sprinted after his gang like the hounds of hell were chasing him. Harry watched them go. His heart was pounding, but not with fear, with exhilaration. He'd won. Without magic, without revealing anything, just by being faster and smarter than they expected. Adequate, Salazar murmured that night when Harry recounted the encounter. You used no more force than necessary, revealed nothing that could be traced, made your enemies fear you without understanding why. It felt good, Harry admitted. Of course it did. Victory always feels good. Salazar's eyes were thoughtful. But be careful, child. The taste of victory is addictive. It makes you want more. And wanting more leads to taking risks, and risks lead to exposure, and exposure leads to destruction. I'll be careful. See that you are. But Harry could tell Salazar was pleased. More than pleased, proud, in his gruff, reluctant way. It was the first time anyone had ever been proud of Harry. April passed. May followed. The weather warmed, the days lengthened, and Harry felt time accelerating towards something inevitable. When will it come? He asked one night. The letter. Salazar didn't need to ask which letter. They'd discussed Hogwarts many times, the school's history, its houses, what Harry could expect when he finally arrived. On your 11th birthday or shortly after, Salazar replied. That is the traditional time for magical children to receive their invitations. Assuming, of course, that the school still operates as it did in my era. What if they don't want me? Salazar snorted. You are the heir of the Potter family, with abilities that haven't been seen in centuries. They will want you. But what if? They will want you, Harry. Salazar's voice was firm. The question is not whether Hogwarts will accept you. The question is what you will do when you arrive. What do you mean? Salazar was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was distant, almost melancholy. Hogwarts will try to shape you, child. It will teach you their magic, their history, their version of how the world works. And much of what they teach will be true and valuable and worth learning. But they will also try to make you one of them, to fit you into their boxes, their categories, their expectations. They will judge you based on your family name, your house placement, your willingness to conform. His eyes met Harry's. You must not let them. I don't understand. You will. When you arrive at Hogwarts, you will be presented with a choice, several choices actually, that will define how the wizarding world sees you. The choice of house, the choice of friends, the choice of which mask to wear. Mask. Everyone wears masks, child. You wear one with the Dursleys, the mask of the beaten-down orphan, the compliant burden. It is a useful mask, one that has protected you for years. But at Hogwarts you will need different masks. The question is which ones you choose. Harry thought about this, about the masks he already wore, about the person he pretended to be versus the person he was becoming. What mask did you wear? He asked. Salazar's expression shifted. Something complicated. Painful. Many. Too many. I wore the mask of the noble founder while plotting to expel students I deemed unworthy. I wore the mask of the educator while building weapons of war beneath the school. I wore the mask of the friend while keeping secrets from those closest to me. And which one was real? Salazar laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. I still don't know, child. Perhaps that is why I am trapped in a painting instead of remembered as a hero. I wore so many masks that I forgot which one was my face. Harry absorbed this. He didn't know what to say. Promise me something, Salazar said suddenly. What? When you go to Hogwarts, when you enter that world, do not lose yourself. Learn their magic, play their games, wear whatever masks you must. But never forget who you really are. Never let them make you into something you despise. I promise, Harry said. He meant it. At least he meant it then. July came. Harry's 11th birthday was less than a week away. He could feel something building in the air, an anticipation that tingled against his magical senses like static before a storm. It's coming, he told Salazar. I can feel it. Your instincts serve you well. The school's letters are dispatched by owl post on the recipient's birthday. Given the monitoring systems in place, you should receive yours precisely at midnight on July 31st. What do I do when it arrives? Nothing immediately. The Dursleys will try to prevent you from reading it. They know what you are, even if they refuse to acknowledge it. They will destroy the letters, move you, do everything in their power to keep you from the magical world. How do you know that? Salazar's expression darkened. Because that is what Muggles do when confronted with magic they cannot control. They suppress it, deny it, try to stamp it out. Your relatives have been doing this your entire life. Did you think they would stop when the stakes rose? Harry hadn't thought about it. But now that Salazar mentioned it, the pattern was obvious. Every time something strange happened, Vernon's rage grew worse. Petunia's denial grew deeper. They were afraid of what Harry was, and they responded to that fear with cruelty. So what do I do? Wait, watch. Let them expose themselves. Salazar smiled thinly. The wizarding world does not give up easily, child. When the first letter fails to reach you, they will send more. When those fail, they will send someone in person. Eventually, your relatives will be unable to prevent contact. And when that happens, you must be ready. Ready for what? Ready to play the part they expect. The ignorant orphan, raised by Muggles, knowing nothing of magic. That is the Harry Potter the wizarding world anticipates meeting. That is the mask you must wear, at least initially. Why? Because if they knew what you really are, what you can really do, they would fear you. And fear makes people do terrible things. Harry nodded slowly. It made sense. Reveal nothing. Learn everything. Let them underestimate him until he was ready to be seen. It was exactly what he'd been doing with the Dursleys for years. July 24th. 7 days until his birthday. Harry was in the garden, weeding the flower beds, when he felt it. Pulse of magic. Foreign. Searching. He looked up, scanning the sky, and saw nothing. But the pulse came again, stronger this time. A sweep of power that washed over him like warm water. Someone was looking for him. Magically looking. Harry bent his head, continued weeding, and let his occlumency shields snap into place. The pulse passed over him again, and this time he felt it brush against his mental walls and slide away, finding nothing of interest. They're checking, he realized, making sure I'm still here. It made sense. Salazar had explained that Hogwarts kept track of magical children from birth, monitoring them for signs of accidental magic, ensuring they survived long enough to receive their letters. Of course, they would verify his location before sending the invitation. The sweep you felt was likely from the school's tracking system. Salazar confirmed that night. Standard procedure before letter dispatch. They are making certain you are where their records say you should be. Will they notice my shields? No. Tracking magic is rudimentary, designed to locate, not to probe. Your occlumency would only be relevant if someone actively tried to enter your mind, which the tracking system does not do. Harry relaxed slightly. Good. But be warned. When you enter the wizarding world, you will encounter those who can probe. Legilimens. Mind readers. They will want to know your secrets, and they will have the skill to take them. What do I do? Avoid them when possible. Deceive them when necessary. Your shields are strong for someone your age, but they will not withstand a determined assault by a master legilimens. Harry filed this away. Another danger to prepare for. Another reason to stay hidden until he was ready. July 30th. 1 day to go. The Dursleys were acting strange. Vernon kept glancing at the calendar, his face growing purpler with each passing hour. Petunia was sharp and nervous, snapping at everyone for minor infractions. Even Dudley seemed to sense something wrong, stuffing his face with even more food than usual as if trying to armor himself against approaching doom. They knew. Maybe not the specifics, but they knew something was coming. Harry watched them with carefully concealed interest. How would they react when the letter arrived? Would Vernon try to destroy it? Would Petunia claim it was some kind of mistake? Would they try to send him away before the magical world could claim him? Be ready for anything, Salazar advised. The next few days will be chaotic. Your relatives will panic, and panicked people are unpredictable. Dangerous. I know. Do not reveal yourself. No matter what happens, no matter how badly they treat you, do not let them see what you can do. I won't. Good. Now rest. Tomorrow, everything changes. Harry lay in his cupboard that night, unable to sleep. His mind was racing with possibilities, plans, fears. Tomorrow he turned 11. Tomorrow his letter would arrive. Tomorrow he would begin the journey toward the life he'd been training for. He thought about Salazar, hidden upstairs in the second bedroom. About everything the portrait had taught him. About the person he'd become over the past 3 years. He wasn't the same frightened boy who'd found a painting in the dirt. He was stronger now, smarter, prepared. The Dursleys didn't know it. The wizarding world didn't know it. But Harry knew, and soon everyone else would find out. Midnight. Harry's eyes snapped open. He couldn't explain how he knew. Just that something in his magical senses rang like a bell, announcing that the moment had arrived. Far away, in the darkness outside, he heard a flutter of wings. The letter was coming. Harry smiled in the darkness of his cupboard. Let it come. He was ready. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2. Lessons in Darkness. The owl arrived at precisely 12:01 a.m. on July 31st, 1989. Harry heard it before he saw it. A soft thump against the kitchen window, followed by impatient scratching. He lay perfectly still in his cupboard, listening as the sounds repeated. Thump, scratch, thump, scratch. Then silence. He waited. Minutes passed. The house remained quiet, the Dursleys undisturbed in their beds above. Eventually, Harry's curiosity won out over caution. He eased open his cupboard door and crept toward the kitchen. The owl was gone, but on the doormat, visible through the frosted glass of the front door, lay a thick envelope. Harry's heart stuttered. He reached for the door handle, then stopped. The Dursleys would hear. They always heard when he moved around at night, some instinct honed by years of vigilance against his freakishness. But the letter was right there. His letter, the invitation to everything he'd been training for. Patience, Salazar's voice echoed in his memory. Let them show their hand first. Harry withdrew. He returned to his cupboard, lay down on his thin mattress, and forced himself to sleep. He would wait. Vernon found the letter at 6:47 a.m. Harry was already awake, already cooking breakfast, when he heard the strangled gasp from the front hall. He kept his eyes on the eggs, his expression carefully neutral, even as his magical senses tingled with awareness. Vernon appeared in the kitchen doorway. His face was a fascinating shade of purple, the color of overripe plums, of bruises days old, of barely contained terror. Petunia, he wheezed. Petunia. Aunt Petunia came rushing down the stairs, her horse-like face pinched with concern. What is it? What's... She saw the envelope in Vernon's shaking hand. The color drained from her face so quickly Harry thought she might faint. It's come, she whispered. After all these years, it's finally come. What do we do? Vernon's voice was high and thin. What do we bloody do? Don't let him see it. Don't let him. They both turned toward Harry at the same moment. He looked up from the frying pan, wearing his best expression of confused innocence. Is something wrong, Uncle Vernon? Vernon's mouth worked soundlessly. Petunia grabbed the letter from his hand and stuffed it into her dressing gown pocket. Nothing, she said sharply. Nothing's wrong. Mind your own business, boy. Harry returned his attention to the eggs. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He heard them retreat to the living room, heard the furious whispered argument that followed. Words like school and freaks, and won't have it drifted through the walls, muffled but unmistakable. They were afraid. Terrified, actually, and terrified people made mistakes. Harry smiled into the frying pan. The day passed in tense silence. Vernon went to work but came home early, claiming a headache. Petunia spent hours on the phone with someone. Harry couldn't tell who, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. Dudley, sensing the atmosphere, retreated to his room with a stack of video games. No one mentioned the letter. No one acknowledged its existence. But Harry knew it was there, could feel it, almost, a pulse of magic hidden somewhere in the house, calling to him like a beacon. That night, after the Dursleys were asleep, Harry crept upstairs to the second bedroom. "It arrived," he reported, lifting the loose floorboard. "They destroyed it, I think, or hid it, but they know." Salazar's portrait glowed softly in the darkness. As expected. What was their reaction? Terror. Pure terror. Harry settled cross-legged on the dusty floor. "They're planning something. I could feel it." Muggles often react to magic with flight or fight. If they cannot fight it, they will try to run from it. Salazar's eyes narrowed. "Be prepared for them to move you, to take you somewhere they believe the letters cannot follow." "Can they? Follow, I mean, Hogwarts has tracked magical children for 1,000 years. A change of address will not deter them." Salazar smiled thinly. "Your relatives will learn this soon enough." Harry nodded. He'd suspected as much. "In the meantime," Salazar continued, "we should not waste this opportunity. The chaos of the next few days will provide excellent cover for more intensive training. Your relatives will be too distracted to notice your absences." "What did you have in mind?" Salazar's smile widened. "Tonight, young serpent, you learn to summon." The grass snake materialized from shadows and moonlight, coiling into existence on the dusty floor like smoke given form. Harry stared at it, his heart hammering. He'd done this. He'd actually done this, called a serpent from nothing, created life from pure will. "Greetings, speaker." The snake hissed, its tiny tongue flickering. "How may I serve?" Harry looked at Salazar, uncertain. The portrait nodded encouragingly. I just wanted to meet you," Harry said. "I've never summoned before." "We know." The snake's voice was amused. Could snakes be amused? "We felt your call. Young, uncertain, but strong. Very strong. We, all serpents, we are connected, speaker. When one with the tongue calls, all who slither hear." The snake raised its head, studying Harry with black-bead eyes. "You are different, not like the old one." Harry glanced at Salazar again. The portrait's expression was carefully neutral. "The old one, the one who taught this magic. Long ago, before the long sleep, he called us often, made us fight, made us die." The snake's tongue flickered. "You will not do this?" "No," Harry said immediately. "I won't make you do anything you don't want to do." The snake was silent for a moment. Then it made a sound that might have been laughter. "Then we will serve you gladly, young speaker. Call and we will come." It dissolved back into shadows, leaving Harry alone with the portrait. "What did it mean?" he asked quietly. "About making them fight and die?" Salazar's expression flickered, something old and painful crossing his painted features. "In my living days, I used serpent summoning for war. The creatures I called were soldiers, weapons, tools of destruction." He paused. "I did not treat them as beings worthy of respect. I treated them as extensions of my will." "That's horrible." "Yes." Salazar met Harry's eyes directly. "It was. I tell you this not to make excuses, but to warn you. The power you are learning can be used for great evil. I used it so. Others may use it so again. The choice of how to wield it is yours." Harry thought about this, about power and responsibility, about the difference between what he could do and what he should do. "I won't be like that," he said finally. "I'll treat them as friends, allies, not weapons. A noble sentiment. We shall see if you can maintain it when the stakes rise." Salazar's voice was neither approving nor disapproving, simply observational. "Now," Summon again. This time, hold the construct longer. Harry focused, reaching into the darkness with his will. A new snake took shape, larger this time, more defined. Better, Salazar murmured. Much better. The days that followed were chaos, just as Salazar had predicted. More letters arrived, 2 the second day, for the third, 12 the fourth. They came through the mail slot, down the chimney, tucked inside egg cartons from the milkman. Vernon boarded up the mail slot. Petunia stopped accepting deliveries. The letters kept coming. By the 5th day, Vernon was a raving lunatic. He dragged the family, Harry included, to a series of increasingly remote locations. A hotel off the motorway, a bed and breakfast in the countryside, a shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. The letters followed them everywhere. Harry watched it all with detached amusement. He played his part, the confused orphan, baffled by the strange envelopes that pursued them across Britain, while internally cataloging everything he observed. Vernon's breaking point was closer than he thought. Petunia's fear was morphing into something else. Resignation, maybe, or exhaustion. Dudley was too focused on complaining about missed television to notice anything important. And through it all, Salazar's portrait remained hidden in Harry's trunk, which he'd insisted on bringing despite Vernon's objections. "You're doing well," Salazar observed during a stolen moment on the shack's splintering floor. "Your mask hasn't slipped once. It's not hard. They're so focused on the letters they barely notice me. That will change. When the wizarding world finally makes direct contact, and attention will shift to you. Be ready." "I will be." The night of July 31st, Harry's actual birthday, a storm rolled in from the sea. The shack groaned and swayed with each gust of wind. Rain hammered the roof. Lightning split the sky. Dudley snored on the sofa while Vernon and Petunia huddled together in the single bedroom, their arguments silenced by sheer exhaustion. Harry lay on the floor, wrapped in a thin blanket, watching the storm through the grimy window. 11 years old. He was 11 years old now. Somewhere out there, an owl was probably struggling through the rain, carrying yet another letter that would find him no matter where his relatives ran. But Harry suspected the letters wouldn't matter anymore. The wizarding world's patience had limits. Soon they would send something more than paper and ink. Boom! The door shuddered. Harry sat up, his heart racing. Boom! 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 Something massive was hitting the door. Not the storm, something solid, deliberate, powerful. Vernon came stumbling out of the bedroom, a rifle in his shaking hands. Where he'd gotten it, Harry had no idea. "Who's there?" Vernon shouted. "I warn you. I'm armed." Crash. The door flew off its hinges. In the doorway stood the largest man Harry had ever seen. Nearly 12 feet tall, with a wild beard and small dark eyes that immediately found Harry in the darkness. "Couldn't make a cup o' tea, could ya?" the giant said. "It's not been an easy journey." Harry stared at him. His magical senses were going haywire. This man radiated power like a bonfire, wild and uncontrolled but undeniably strong. "I demand that you leave at once." Vernon's voice cracked. "You're breaking and entering." The giant reached over and bent the rifle into a pretzel. Vernon made a small squeaking sound. "Dry up, Dazzly, ye great prune." The giant stepped inside, completely ignoring the cowering family. His attention was fixed on Harry. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad. But ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry's breath caught. His parents. This giant knew his parents. "I'm sorry," Harry said carefully. "But who are you?" The giant blinked, as if the question surprised him. "True, I haven't introduced myself. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He pulled an envelope from his massive coat, slightly squashed, but intact. "And I've got something fair ye. Happy birthday, Harry." Harry took the envelope with steady hands. Even though he'd known it was coming, even though he'd prepared for this moment for 3 years, actually holding the letter felt surreal. "Mr. H. Potter, the floor, hut on the rock, the sea." He opened it slowly, savoring the moment, letting his carefully constructed mask of wonder slide into place. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed. Of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What is this? Harry asked, looking up at Hagrid. What's Hogwarts? Hagrid's face went through several expressions. Confusion, disbelief, and finally, dawning horror. You don't know? You don't know about any of it. He turned to the Dursleys with murder in his eyes. Do you mean to tell me that this boy, knows nothing about anything? We swore when we took him in we'd stamp out that dangerous nonsense. Vernon blustered, though he was backing away. Swore we'd put a stop to it. Stop what? Hagrid was trembling now, his massive fists clenched. How could ye not tell him about Lily and James? About his own parents? They know about my parents? Harry let genuine surprise color his voice. Not surprised that his relatives had lied, but surprised that Hagrid expected anything different. What do they know? Hagrid turned back to Harry, and his expression softened. Harry, you're a wizard. Harry let his eyes go wide, let his mouth fall open, let his body language telegraph shock and disbelief while his mind remained perfectly calm behind his occlumency shields. I'm a what? A wizard, and a thumpin' good one, I'd wager, once ye've been trained up a bit. With a mum and dad like yours, what else would ye be? Harry looked at the letter again, then back at Hagrid. But I can't be. I'm just Harry. Just nothing special. Not special. Hagrid's voice cracked. Harry, didn't ye ever wonder where your parents learned it all? Learned what? Learned magic. Hagrid roared. He grabbed the rifle remnants from Vernon's nerveless fingers and twisted them into a complete knot. There. That's magic. And your parents were two of the best I ever knew. Harry sat down heavily on the floor. Not because he needed to, he'd known all this for years, but because the Harry Potter Hagrid expected would need to sit down. Tell me, he said quietly. Tell me everything. And Hagrid did. The story spilled out of him like water from a broken dam. Voldemort, the darkest wizard in a century, maybe ever. The war that had terrorized magical Britain. The Halloween night when James and Lily Potter had died protecting their son. And Harry, little baby Harry, somehow surviving the killing curse, destroying Voldemort's body, becoming the most famous person in the wizarding world. Ye didn't know, Hagrid kept saying. Ye didn't even know. Harry let the revelations wash over him, sorting each one against what Salazar had already told him. Some of it was new, the specific details of his parents' deaths, the prophecy that Hagrid hinted at but refused to explain, the sheer scope of Voldemort's evil. But most of it confirmed what he'd already suspected. His parents had been murdered by magic. The wizarding world knew his name, and somewhere out there Voldemort, or whatever remained of him, still existed. He is not dead, Salazar had warned him once. A wizard of that power does not simply cease to exist. He is diminished, perhaps, weakened, but not dead. Never assume your enemies are truly gone. Harry had taken the lesson to heart. What happens now? He asked Hagrid. Do I go to this school? Course ye do. Greatest school of magic in the world, Hogwarts is. Ye'll learn everything. Spells, potions, how to ride broomsticks. Enough! Vernon surged forward, purple-faced and spitting. I won't have it. I won't have some freaks taking him away to learn there. They're unnatural. Hagrid rose to his full height. In the cramped shack, he seemed to fill the entire space. Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me. He produced a pink umbrella from somewhere inside his coat and pointed it at Dudley, who was trying to edge toward the leftover birthday cake. A flash of light, a squeal of pain. Dudley was clutching his backside, where a curly pig's tail now sprouted through his pajamas. Meant to turn him into a pig, Hagrid muttered. But I suppose he was already so much like one. There wasn't much left to do. Harry bit down on a laugh. The mask, he had to maintain the mask, but gods, that was satisfying. We'll be going now, Hagrid announced. Come on, Harry. We've got lots to buy. Going? Going where? Diagon Alley. It's where ye get all your school things. Wands, robes, books, the lot. Harry stood, clutching his letter. He glanced at the Dursleys. Vernon purple with rage, Petunia white with fear, Dudley whimpering as he examined his new tail. Can I get my trunk? He asked. I have things I want to bring. Hagrid's expression softened. O' course ye can. Take your time. Harry climbed the stairs to the tiny loft where he'd stashed his belongings. His trunk was there, battered and old, containing the few possessions he'd managed to accumulate. And Salazar's portrait, shrunk to the size of a playing card, hidden in a compartment he'd created himself. He retrieved it, slipping it into his pocket. The familiar pulse of magic warmed his leg. The first step, he whispered in Parseltongue. I'm leaving. If Salazar responded, Harry didn't hear it, but he felt a pulse of warmth that might have been approval. He returned to Hagrid with his trunk in hand. Ready? The giant asked. Harry looked at the Dursleys one last time. At the house, the shack, the prison that had held him for 11 years. Yes, he said. I'm ready. They left the shack as dawn broke over the stormy sea. Hagrid had a boat waiting. Magically expanded, Harry suspected, given how easily it accommodated the giant's bulk. They crossed the water in silence, Harry watching the shack recede until it was just a dark speck against the gray waves. Hagrid, he said finally. What happened to Voldemort? After that night. Hagrid shuddered at the name. Dunno. Some say he died. Some say he's still out there, too weak to carry on. But I don't reckon he's got enough human left in him ter die myself. Harry filed this away. It matched Salazar's assessment. Will he come back? Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. I hope not, Harry. I really hope not. They reached the mainland as the sun climbed higher. Hagrid led Harry through a series of increasingly bewildering transportation methods. Train, bus, walking through crowds who somehow didn't notice the 12-foot giant in their midst. Finally, they stopped before a tiny, grubby-looking pub squeezed between a bookshop and a record store. The Leaky Cauldron, according to the faded sign. This is it, Hagrid said. Gateway to the magical world. Yeah, ready? Harry looked at the dingy pub, felt the magic pulsing from within, barely contained by mundane walls. Yes, he said again. I'm ready. The pub fell silent the moment they entered. Harry felt every eye turn toward him, toward his forehead, where the lightning bolt scar peeked out from beneath his messy hair. He kept his expression neutral, his mind shielded, his posture that of a nervous 11-year-old encountering fame for the first time. Bless my soul, someone whispered. It's Harry Potter. And then they were upon him, hands reaching out to shake his, voices babbling gratitude, admiration, wonder, names and faces blurring together. Tom the barman, Doris Crockford, Daedalus Diggle, and dozens more. Harry endured it with carefully constructed patience. He smiled when appropriate, looked overwhelmed when expected, let Hagrid eventually rescue him from the crowd. Told ya, didn't I? Hagrid beamed as they escaped to the back courtyard. Told ya, famous. Harry Potter. Known by everyone. It's a bit much, Harry admitted, and that at least was genuine. Ye'll get used to it. Hagrid pulled out his umbrella and tapped a specific sequence of bricks in the wall. Now, welcome to Diagon Alley. The wall opened like a flower, revealing a cobblestone street packed with the most extraordinary shops Harry had ever seen. Cauldrons stacked outside storefronts. Owls hooting from a building called Elops. Broomsticks displayed in windows with signs proclaiming speeds and handling characteristics. Magic. Real, visible, everywhere magic. Harry let himself stare. Let his wonder show, partly performance, partly genuine. 3 years of training with a portrait couldn't fully prepare him for this. First stop, Hagrid announced. Gringotts. Wizarding Bank. Safest place in the world, fair, anything ye want to keep safe. Except maybe Hogwarts. The bank was run by goblins, small, clever-looking creatures with long fingers and sharp teeth. Harry watched them carefully, noting their body language, their apparent disdain for the wizards around them. "Trust goblins with your gold, but never with your secrets," Salazar had warned him. "They have long memories and longer grudges. The wars between our kinds left scars that have not healed." Harry kept this in mind as a goblin called Griphook led them to his family vault. The vault was deeper than Harry expected, and fuller. Mounds of gold coins, galleons, Hagrid called them, along with silver sickles and bronze nuts. More money than the Dursleys had ever had. More money than Harry had ever dreamed of. "Did my parents leave me this?" he asked, surprised by how steady his voice remained. "Course they did. Ya didn't think they left ya with nothing, did ya?" Harry hadn't thought about it at all. Salazar had explained the wizarding economy in abstract terms, but seeing his inheritance in solid, gleaming reality was different. He filled a bag with coins, Hagrid advising on amounts, and they returned to the surface. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of shopping. Robes at Madame Malkin's, books at Flourish and Blot's, a cauldron and scales and files from various shops. At Madame Malkin's, Harry had his first meaningful encounter with someone his own age. The boy was pale and pointed, with white blonde hair slicked back from a face that radiated aristocratic disdain. He was standing on a footstool, being fitted for robes, when Harry entered. "Hogwarts too?" the boy asked, barely glancing at Harry. "Yes. My father's next door buying my books, and mother's up the street looking at wands." The boy's voice was bored, entitled. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry made a non-committal noise, allowing Madame Malkin to begin his fitting. "Have you got your own broom?" the boy continued. "No. Play Quidditch at all?" "No. I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say I agree." He squinted at Harry. "Know what house you'll be in yet?" "Not yet." "Well, no one really knows until they get there. Do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" Harry felt a flicker of irritation behind his shields. This boy radiated entitlement like a furnace radiated heat. "I suppose it depends on the person," he said mildly. The boy finally looked at him properly. His eyes swept over Harry's second-hand clothes, his messy hair, his general air of not belonging to the upper classes. "What's your family name?" "Potter." The boy's expression transformed. Shock, recognition, calculation, all flickering across his pointed face in rapid succession. "Potter? Harry Potter. That's right. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He extended his hand, his entire demeanor shifting from dismissive to intensely interested. Harry looked at the hand, thought about what Salazar had told him about the Malfoy family. Old blood, old money, old darkness. Thought about the choice being offered. He shook it, briefly, politely, without committing to anything. "Nice to meet you." Draco's smile was sharp. "Likewise. I think you'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. I'll keep that in mind." Madame Malkin finished Harry's fitting and he escaped the shop before Draco could press further. But he filed the encounter away, adding it to the growing picture of the world he was entering. "The Malfoys are dangerous," Salazar had warned. "Not because they are powerful, they are merely wealthy, but because they are ambitious. They will ally with whatever force seems ascendant. In my time, they supported me. When I fell from favor, they disavowed me without hesitation." Harry would remember this. The final stop was Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty, packed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes. Harry felt the magic here more strongly than anywhere else. Thousands of wands, each pulsing with potential energy, waiting for their masters. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry didn't jump. His danger sense had warned him of Ollivander's approach before the old man spoke. But he pretended to startle, maintaining his mask of the nervous furs tie. "Hello," he said. Ollivander emerged from the shadows. An old man with pale, moon-like eyes that seemed to see straight through Harry's defenses. "Ah, yes," Ollivander breathed. "Yes, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." His gaze lingered on Harry's scar. "You have your mother's eyes. So I've been told. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10 1/4 inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Ollivander moved closer, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Harry nodded, waiting. "And that's where—" Ollivander touched Harry's scar with a long, pale finger. Harry resisted the urge to recoil. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13 1/2 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful. And in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." He shook his head and stepped back. "Well now, Mr. Potter. Let me see." The fitting took longer than Harry expected. Wand after wand was pressed into his hand. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. Maple and phoenix feather. Ebony and unicorn hair. Each one Ollivander snatched back after only a moment, muttering about wrong matches and misaligned energies. "Tricky customer, eh?" The old man's eyes gleamed. "Not to worry. We'll find the perfect match here somewhere." He paused, something flickering across his face. "I wonder, now. Yes, why not? Unusual combination. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand. Heat surged through his fingers. The air around him crackled. Red and gold sparks shot from the wand's tip, showering the dusty shop in celebration. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, well, well. How curious. How very curious." Harry lowered the wand. "Sorry, but what's curious?" Ollivander fixed him with those pale, penetrating eyes. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." The shop went very quiet. Harry felt the warmth of the wand in his hand. The brother to Voldemort's wand. The twin to the weapon that had murdered his parents. Yes, 13 1/2 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard. Remember, I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry met Ollivander's gaze directly. Behind his occlumency shields, his mind was racing. The wand chooses the wizard. What did it mean that his wand shared a core with Voldemort's? Was it coincidence? Fate? Something more sinister? "There are no coincidences in magic," Salazar had told him once. "Only patterns too complex to perceive. When something seems coincidental, look deeper. The truth is always there, waiting to be found." Harry paid for his wand and left the shop in silence. That night, in a room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry finally had a chance to speak with Salazar properly. He'd enlarged the portrait and propped it against the headboard, casting privacy spells, wandless, Parseltongue-based, to prevent eavesdropping. "Tell me about the wand connection," he demanded without preamble. Salazar's expression was thoughtful. "Brother wands. I have encountered the concept before, though rarely. When two wands share a core from the same source, they recognize each other. They resist being used against each other. What does it mean that I have Voldemort's brother wand? It could mean several things. The most obvious, that you and the Dark Lord share certain affinities. Phoenix feathers choose wizards of a particular temperament. The fact that you both attracted the same phoenix's gift suggests fundamental similarities." Harry didn't like that. "I'm nothing like him." "Are you certain?" Salazar's voice was soft. "You are a Parselmouth. You have learned to kill with words. You possess power that most wizards cannot comprehend. In what ways, precisely, do you differ from what the Dark Lord was at your age? Harry opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. He thought about it. Really thought. I don't want to hurt people, he said finally. I want to protect myself. Protect others. I don't want power for its own sake. A worthy distinction. But be warned, child. Intent is not immutable. What you want today may not be what you want tomorrow. The path you walk is dangerous. It has claimed better souls than yours. You think I'll become like him? I think you could become like him. Whether you will depends entirely on the choices you make. Salazar leaned forward in his frame. Today you learned that your wand is connected to the Dark Lords. That connection is not merely physical. It is magical, perhaps even spiritual. You must consider what this means. What do you think it means? Salazar was quiet for a long moment. I think, he said slowly, that something bound you to the Dark Lord the night your parents died. Something more than a scar. Something that persists even now, years later, influencing the magic around you in ways you cannot perceive. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. The connection. You've mentioned it before. I have, and I still do not fully understand it. Salazar's eyes were troubled, a rare expression for the ancient portrait. When you arrive at Hogwarts, you will be in closer proximity to powerful magical artifacts and individuals. Pay attention to how your scar reacts. Note any instances of pain, discomfort, or strange sensations. This information may be vital. You think Voldemort is at Hogwarts? I think Voldemort's influence is everywhere. The wards of the school, the artifacts within its walls, the very ground on which it stands. All of it was touched by the war. His presence lingers like a stain. Harry absorbed this, added it to the growing list of dangers he would face. What else should I know? He asked. Before I go, Salazar considered. Several things. First, trust no one completely. Not even those who seem friendly. The wizarding world is full of factions and agendas, and you are a valuable piece on a board you cannot yet see. Who should I watch out for specifically? The headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He is brilliant, powerful, and utterly convinced of his own righteousness. He will see you as a tool to be shaped, a weapon to be wielded. He may have good intentions, but good intentions have justified great evils throughout history. Hagrid seemed to worship him. Hagrid is a simple soul. Loyal, kind, easily manipulated. He sees Dumbledore as a savior because Dumbledore once helped him when no one else would. This does not make Dumbledore trustworthy. It makes him skilled at cultivating loyalty. Harry nodded. He'd already sensed something similar, though he couldn't have articulated it so clearly. Second, Salazar continued, there is a professor at Hogwarts named Severus Snape. He will hate you on sight. This hatred is not personal, or rather, it is personal but not directed at you. He hated your father, and he will see James Potter every time he looks at your face. Why did he hate my father? I do not know the specifics, but Snape is dangerous. Skilled in potions, skilled in the mind arts, bitter and wounded in ways that make him unpredictable. Do not underestimate him. Anyone else? Salazar smiled grimly. Everyone else. You are entering a nest of vipers, child, and you are a snake yourself. Some will try to befriend you for your fame. Others will try to destroy you for the same reason. You must learn to tell the difference, and you must never let your guard down. That sounds exhausting. It is, but it is also necessary. The weak are devoured in this world. Only the strong survive. Salazar's expression softened, just slightly. You are strong, Harry. Stronger than you know. 3 years ago, you were a beaten child hiding in dirt. Now you are a wizard with abilities most adults cannot match. You have grown beyond anything I anticipated. Because of you. Because you taught me. I provided guidance. You provided the will, the discipline, the resilience. The credit is yours. Harry felt warmth bloom in his chest. That unfamiliar, wonderful feeling of being praised, being seen, being valued. Thank you, he said quietly, for everything. Do not thank me yet. Your journey is only beginning. Salazar's eyes gleamed. Now, we have 1 month before term starts. Let us use it wisely. The weeks before September 1st were the most intensive of Harry's training. With access to proper magical resources, books from Flourish and Blots, a wand to experiment with, privacy wards to ensure secrecy, Harry pushed his abilities further than ever before. His occlumency became nearly impenetrable. His wandless magic grew more precise. His shadow stepping expanded to cover entire rooms, then entire floors, then distances he could barely perceive. And his serpent summoning evolved. You need a permanent companion, Salazar announced one night. The constructs are useful, but they are temporary, limited. What you need is a true serpent, one bound to you by more than magic. What do you mean? I mean a familiar, a creature linked to your soul, able to act as your eyes and ears, capable of independent thought and action. Salazar's voice dropped. In my time, I had a basilisk. Too powerful for a student, obviously, but the principle is the same. You need a serpent that can grow with you. Harry thought about this. How do I find one? You call, but not as you have been calling, summoning constructs from shadow and will. You call to the serpent world, asking for a partner. One that chooses you, as your wand chose you. And if nothing answers, then you are not ready. But I suspect something will answer. Your gift is stronger than any I have encountered since my own time. The serpents hear you, Harry. They know you. That night, Harry performed the calling. It wasn't a spell exactly. More like a prayer, spoken in Parseltongue, cast into the darkness between worlds. He offered himself, his power, his protection, his partnership to any serpent willing to accept. For long minutes, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the shadows in the corner of the room began to move. A snake emerged, small, barely longer than Harry's forearm, with scales that shimmered between green and black. Its eyes were intelligent, curious, alive in a way the constructs had never been. You called, the snake said. His voice was young, almost playful. I answered. Harry knelt down, bringing himself to the serpent's level. What's your name? I have no name. I was born in darkness, between worlds. You are my first speaker. The snake's tongue flickered. What do you call me? Harry thought. Names had power. Salazar had taught him that. The name he chose would shape this relationship forever. Seol, he said finally. It means seed. Because you're the beginning of something. The snake, Seol, seemed to consider this. Then it slithered forward, climbing Harry's arm to coil around his wrist like a living bracelet. I accept, Seol said. We are bound now, speaker. Your enemies are my enemies. Your secrets are my secrets. Where you go, I go. Harry felt the bond snap into place. A connection deeper than he'd expected, like a door opening in his mind to reveal a room he'd never known existed. He could feel Seol's emotions, his curiosity, his fierce, protective loyalty. And in return, Seol could feel him. This is good, Salazar murmured, watching from his portrait. Very good indeed. The days continued to pass. Harry read his schoolbooks cover to cover, absorbing information about the magical world he would soon enter. He practiced basic wand spells in the privacy of his room, comparing the controlled power of the Holly wand to the wild, intuitive force of Parselmagic. Both had their uses. Both had their limits. The wand is a tool, Salazar explained. It focuses magical energy, allows for precise, repeatable effects. Wandless magic, Parselmagic especially, is more powerful but less controlled. Use the wand for delicate work. Use your gift for moments when precision matters less than impact. Harry took this to heart. He also practiced his mask, spent hours in front of the mirror, rehearsing expressions of wonder, fear, confusion, enthusiasm. The Harry Potter that Hogwarts expected would need to seem ignorant, amazed by magic, grateful for his rescue from the Muggles. That Harry Potter didn't exist. But the mask that resembled him had to be perfect. You are becoming quite the actor, Seol observed one night, coiled around Harry's shoulders as he practiced looking surprised. Is this truly necessary? It is. If they knew what I really am, what I can really do, they would fear you. Yes, and fear makes people do terrible things. Seal's tongue flickered against Harry's cheek. Then we will make them fear us only when we choose. Not before. Harry smiled. It was strange having a companion. Someone who knew his secrets, shared his thoughts, accepted him completely. He'd never had that before. Not even with Salazar. The night before September 1st, Harry sat in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, trunk packed, robes laid out, wand within easy reach. Tomorrow everything would change. Nervous? Salazar asked from his portrait. A little. Harry looked at the painting, at the man who had shaped him, trained him, made him into something capable of surviving. Will you be safe? At Hogwarts. Safer than anywhere else, ironically. The castle's wards will make it difficult for anyone to detect my presence. And I will be home in a sense. Near my chamber, if not within it. I'll find the chamber as soon as I can. Do not rush. Learn the school first. Understand its rhythms, its secrets, its dangers. The chamber will wait. It has waited 1,000 years already. Harry nodded. Patience. Always patience. Do you have any final advice? Salazar was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. Be careful, Harry. You are entering a world that will try to shape you, use you, destroy you if you resist. Remember who you are. Remember what we have built together. And no matter what happens, no matter what choices you are forced to make, know that I am proud of you. Harry's throat tightened. You've never said that before. I have thought it many times. I simply did not wish to make you complacent. Salazar's painted lips curved into a rare, genuine smile. You are not complacent. You are ready. Go to Hogwarts, young serpent. Show them what you are. Harry reached out and touched the portrait's frame, feeling the warmth of magic beneath his fingers. Thank you, he said, for everything you've done. For believing in me when no one else did. For teaching me. He trailed off, unable to find words for what Salazar had given him. You are welcome, Harry Potter. Salazar's voice was thick with emotion he rarely showed. Now rest. Tomorrow begins a new chapter. Harry shrunk the portrait and tucked it into its hidden compartment. He checked on Seal, who was coiled in a warm spot near the fireplace. He triple-checked his trunk, his supplies, his disguises and defenses. Then he climbed into bed and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would board the Hogwarts Express. Tomorrow he would meet the people who would become his allies, his rivals, his enemies. Tomorrow, the boy who lived would begin his journey into a world that wasn't prepared for what he had become. Harry Potter smiled in the darkness. He was ready. Chapter 2 and Chapter 4. Letters and Lies. The Dursleys' reaction to the letter was everything Harry had anticipated and nothing he hadn't prepared for. Vernon's face cycled through colors like a malfunctioning traffic light. Red to purple to an alarming shade of puce that suggested imminent cardiac failure. Petunia had gone the opposite direction, her already pale complexion draining to something approaching translucent. She clutched the kitchen counter like it was the only thing keeping her upright. It's come, she whispered. After all this time, it's finally come. Harry stood in the kitchen doorway, his own letter tucked safely in his back pocket, watching the performance unfold. He kept his expression carefully neutral, curious but confused, the look of a boy who had no idea what was happening. What's come? He asked. What's wrong? Vernon rounded on him, meaty finger jabbing toward Harry's chest. This is your fault. Your freakishness, bringing this down on us. I don't understand. What freakishness? What's in that letter? Petunia made a strangled sound. Vernon's jaw worked soundlessly for a moment before he found words. Nothing. Nothing at all. Junk mail. Probably a prank. He snatched the letter from Petunia's trembling hands and began tearing it into pieces. There. Gone. Forgotten. We'll hear no more about it. Harry watched the fragments flutter to the floor like strange snow. But Uncle Vernon. No. Vernon's voice cracked like a whip. "You will not speak of this. You will not ask questions. You will go to your room and stay there until I decide what to do with you." Harry hesitated, just long enough to seem reluctant, before nodding and retreating upstairs. He caught Petunia's eye as he turned, saw something there that surprised him. Fear, yes, that was expected. But also, guilt, regret, interesting. In his room, Harry pulled out his own letter and read it again, committing every word to memory despite already knowing its contents. "They destroyed it," Seol observed from the bed. "As your teacher predicted. The first of many. Salazar said Hogwarts doesn't give up easily. How long will you let this continue?" Harry considered. "Until they force the issue. I need the wizarding world to make contact directly, preferably through someone who can take me to Diagon Alley without raising suspicions. And if they send someone problematic, then I adapt." Harry tucked the letter away and moved to the loose floorboard where Salazar's portrait was hidden. "For now, I play the confused orphan. Let them think I'm ignorant. Let them underestimate me." He lifted the board and pulled out the shrunken portrait, enlarging it with a whispered Parseltongue command. "It has begun," Salazar said without preamble. "I felt the magic of the letter's destruction. Crude work." The parchment screamed as it tore. "You can feel that? Hogwarts letters are enchanted. They carry a piece of the castle's magic, designed to ensure delivery despite obstacles. When your uncle destroyed it, that magic released. A trained wizard would have sensed it from miles away." Harry filed this information away. "Will they send more?" "Undoubtedly. And when those fail, they will send someone in person. The question is who. Do you have any predictions?" Salazar's expression flickered, that particular look he got when accessing memories he rarely shared. "In my time, staff members were dispatched for difficult cases. Children whose families resisted magical education. Given your fame, I would expect someone significant. Perhaps even the headmaster himself. Dumbledore, it would fit his pattern. The great wizard, personally rescuing the boy who lived from his mundane prison. Very dramatic. Very calculated." Harry thought about this. He'd studied Dumbledore through Salazar's lessons, the man's history, his philosophy, his methods. Everything pointed to someone brilliant, powerful, and utterly convinced of his own righteousness. Someone dangerous, in other words. What should I do if he comes? Play your part. Be the grateful orphan, amazed by magic, desperate to escape his cruel relatives. Give him no reason to suspect you are anything other than what the world expects. And if he uses legilimency? Salazar smiled thinly. Then your occlumency will be tested. Your shields are strong, Harry, strong enough to fool a casual probe. But Dumbledore is no casual legilimens. If he truly pushes, he may sense your defenses. What then? Then you must decide. Reveal partial truths to maintain your cover, or risk everything on your ability to deceive him completely. Salazar's eyes met Harry's. It will be the most difficult performance of your life. Are you prepared? Harry thought about all the masks he'd worn over the years. The beaten child for the Dursleys, the invisible nobody for his classmates, the eager student for his teachers, each one carefully crafted, maintained with discipline and determination. This would be just another mask. The most important one, perhaps, but still just a mask. I'm prepared, he said. The letters kept coming. 3 the second day, 7 the third, 12 the fourth, arriving through increasingly creative means. The mail slot, the gaps under doors, hidden inside eggs from the delivery, tucked between newspapers. Vernon responded with escalating paranoia. He nailed the mail slot shut. He stopped all deliveries. He checked every item that entered the house with the obsessive attention of a man convinced he was under siege. It didn't help. By the 5th day, letters were arriving through the fireplace, despite Vernon's desperate attempt to board it up. By the 6th, they were appearing inside sealed containers in the refrigerator. Harry watched it all with carefully concealed amusement. The Dursleys were unraveling. Petunia increasingly fragile, Vernon increasingly manic, Dudley too terrified to complain about anything at all. This is entertaining, Seol admitted during one of their private moments. Watching them suffer for their crimes against you. It's not about revenge. No? Then what is it about? Harry considered. Justice, maybe. Or just balance. They've had power over me for so long. Now something else has power over them, and they can't do anything about it. That sounds like revenge with extra steps. Maybe it is. Harry stroked his familiar's head. Would that be so terrible? Not terrible. Just honest. Seol's tongue flickered. I prefer honest. On the 7th day, Vernon cracked. That's it, he announced at breakfast, his voice carrying the hollow certainty of a man who had lost all other options. We're leaving. Today. Pack your things. Only essentials. We're going somewhere they'll never find us. Harry looked up from his toast. Where? Doesn't matter. Anywhere but here. The middle of the ocean if I have to. Vernon's eyes were wild, ringed with the dark circles of sleepless nights. They won't stop. The letters won't stop. But if we're not here, they can't deliver them. Harry didn't point out the obvious flaw in this logic. The letters had already proven capable of finding him despite obstacles. Physical distance wouldn't stop them. But Vernon didn't know that, and watching him try would be instructive. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said meekly. They left within the hour. The journey that followed was a masterclass in futile desperation. First, a hotel in a distant city. The letters found them within hours, delivered by the concierge with a puzzled expression. Then, a bed and breakfast in the countryside. The letters appeared in the breakfast basket, nestled between scones. Then, increasingly remote locations, a farmhouse, a cottage, a shack in the middle of a field. Each time, the letters followed, multiplying with each failed escape. Harry played his part throughout, confused, frightened, asking questions that Vernon refused to answer. He let himself be dragged from place to place, watching his relative's sanity erode with each passing hour. This is almost cruel, Seol observed during a quiet moment in yet another abandoned location. Almost. They deserve worse than humiliation. But this is satisfying in a way pure violence would not be. Harry couldn't argue with that. The shack on the rock was Vernon's final gambit. A tiny structure on a tiny island, accessible only by boat, surrounded by miles of churning sea. Vernon had found it through some combination of desperation and dumb luck, and he'd deposited his family there with the triumphant air of a man who believed he'd finally won. Let them try to find us here, he declared, settling onto the moldy sofa with a self-satisfied grunt. No address, no mailbox, no way in except by water. We're safe. Harry kept his expression carefully neutral as he surveyed their accommodations. The shack was miserable, cold, damp, barely habitable. But it was also isolated, which meant no witnesses when the wizarding world finally lost patience. He settled onto the floor, wrapped in a thin blanket, and began counting down the hours until midnight. Until his birthday. Until everything changed. The storm arrived with the darkness. Rain hammered the shack's fragile roof. Wind howled through gaps in the walls. The sea churned around them, waves crashing against the rock with rhythmic fury. Harry lay on the floor, pretending to sleep, tracking the passage of time through instinct and habit. Seol was coiled beneath his blanket, sharing warmth, silent but alert. 11:47 p.m. 13 minutes to midnight. 11:52 p.m. 8 minutes. 11:58 p.m. 2 minutes. The seconds crawled past like hours. Harry's magical senses tingled with anticipation, detecting something approaching through the storm. Something powerful. Something inevitable. 11:59 p.m. 1 minute. 12 a.m. Harry Potter turned 11 years old, and someone began pounding on the door. Boom! The shack shook. Dust rained from the rafters. Vernon jerked awake on the sofa, his face contorting with terror. Boom! Boom! Who's there? Vernon shrieked, scrambling for the rifle he'd somehow acquired along the way. I warn you, I'm armed. Boom! The door flew off its hinges. The man who stood in the doorway was, without exaggeration, the largest human being Harry had ever seen. Easily 12 feet tall, with a wild beard that obscured most of his face and small dark eyes that immediately found Harry in the gloom. "Couldn't make a cup of tea, could ya?" the giant said, stepping inside as if doors flying off hinges were perfectly normal occurrences. "It's not been an easy journey." Vernon raised the rifle with shaking hands. "I demand that you leave at once, sir. You're breaking and entering." The giant reached over, plucked the rifle from Vernon's grip, and tied the barrel into a perfect knot. Vernon made a sound like a deflating balloon. "Dry up, Dazzly, ye great prune." The giant tossed the ruined weapon aside and turned his full attention to Harry. "And here's the boy himself. Happy birthday, Harry." Harry allowed himself to look suitably shocked. "I'm sorry, who are you?" The giant beamed. True. Haven't introduced myself. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He produced an envelope from somewhere inside his massive coat. "And here's your letter." Finally, Harry took the envelope with hands that trembled just enough to seem authentic. The parchment was warm against his fingers, humming with the same magic he'd felt in every previous letter. "Mr. H. Potter, the floor hut on the rock, the sea, Hogwarts?" Harry asked, looking up at Hagrid with carefully calculated confusion. "What's Hogwarts?" Something shifted in Hagrid's expression. His beetle-black eyes moved from Harry to the Dursleys, and the warmth in his face transformed into something darker. "Do you mean to tell me," he said slowly, "that this boy knows nothing about anything?" Vernon attempted to rally. "We swore when we took him in we'd stamp out that dangerous nonsense." "You kept him from his letter?" Harry had never heard anyone bellow quite like Hagrid bellowed. The shack itself seemed to flinch from the sound. "What letter?" Harry interjected, playing his part perfectly. "I've been getting letters all week, but Uncle Vernon keeps destroying them before I can read them. What's going on?" Hagrid turned back to him, and the rage in his eyes softened to something like heartbreak. "Harry, you're a wizard." Harry let his eyes go wide, let his mouth fall open, let his body language scream shock and disbelief while his mind remained perfectly composed behind its shields. "I'm a what?" "A wizard. And a thumpin' good one, I'd wager, once ye've been trained up a bit." Hagrid glared at the Dursleys. "If these useless muggles hadn't kept ye hidden from your own heritage." "Our heritage?" Harry interrupted, genuine curiosity bleeding through his mask. This was information he needed, the wizarding world's version of his history. "My parents, they were wizards too?" Hagrid's expression crumpled. "Ye don't know. Ye really don't know." He sank onto the sofa, ignoring Vernon's squawk of protest as he was nearly crushed, and began to talk. The story spilled out of him in a torrent of emotion and revelation. A dark wizard named Voldemort. A war that had terrorized magical Britain for over a decade. Parents who had defied the Dark Lord 3 times and paid the ultimate price. And a baby boy who had somehow survived the killing curse, vanquishing Voldemort and becoming the most famous person in the wizarding world. Harry listened with apparent amazement, cataloging every detail against what Salazar had already told him. Most of it matched. Some of it didn't. "You say Voldemort is dead," Harry said when Hagrid finally paused for breath. "But you don't sound certain." Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. "Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Some say he died. Others say he's still out there, too weak to carry on. But I don't reckon he's got enough human left in him ter die myself." Harry filed this away. It matched Salazar's assessment exactly. "What happens now?" he asked. "Do I have to go to the school?" "What about the Dursleys?" "Course ye go. Greatest school of magic in the world, Hogwarts is. Dumbledore's headmaster, greatest wizard who ever lived, Dumbledore is. Ye'll learn everything there. Spells, potions, how to fly." "He is not going." Vernon had finally recovered enough courage to speak. "I won't have it. I won't have some freaks taking him away to learn they're unnatural." Hagrid surged to his feet, and suddenly the shack felt very small indeed. "Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me." He produced a pink umbrella from inside his coat, an incongruous accessory for such a massive man, and pointed it at Dudley, who had been trying to edge toward the door. A flash of light, a squeal of pain. Dudley was clutching his backside, where a curly pig's tail now protruded through his pajamas. "Meant to turn him into a pig," Hagrid muttered, tucking the umbrella away. "But I suppose he was already so much like one. There wasn't much left to do." Harry allowed himself a small smile. He'd spent years fantasizing about revenge against Dudley, and watching it happen through no action of his own was deeply satisfying. "I'd appreciate it if ye didn't mention that to anyone at Hogwarts," Hagrid added, looking slightly embarrassed. "I'm, not exactly supposed to do magic anymore." "Why not?" "Long story. Tell ya later, maybe." Hagrid checked an enormous pocket watch. "Blimey, look at the time. We should get going. Lots ter buy, long day tomorrow." "Going where?" "Diagon Alley. It's where ye get all your school things." Hagrid beamed at Harry with genuine warmth. "Welcome ter the wizarding world, Harry Potter. Ye've got a lot ter learn, and I'm gonna enjoy teachin' ye." Harry let his expression shift to something like wonder, the look of a boy whose entire world had just opened up. Inside, behind his shields, he was already planning. They left the shack as dawn broke over the storm-tossed sea. Hagrid had procured a boat from somewhere. Magically, Harry assumed, given how it appeared at the dock as if summoned, and they crossed the water in contemplative silence. Harry watched the shack recede into the distance, thinking about the Dursleys huddled inside, their world shattered by a giant with a pink umbrella. He didn't feel sorry for them. He wasn't sure he was capable of feeling sorry for them anymore. "Hagrid," he said eventually, "what was Professor Dumbledore's connection to my parents?" Hagrid's face lit up at the question. "Dumbledore? He was their headmaster when they was at school years ago, mind, but they all loved him, trusted him with their lives." His expression clouded. "Dumbledore's the one who arranged fair yetter go to the Dursleys. Said it was the safest place." Harry's mask didn't slip, but something cold settled in his stomach. Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys. Dumbledore had known, or should have known, what kind of people they were, and he'd left Harry there anyway, for 11 years of abuse and neglect and darkness. "Why? I'm sure he had good reasons," Harry said carefully. "Course he did. Greatest wizard in the world, Dumbledore is. Always has good reasons." Hagrid's certainty was absolute, the faith of a man who had never questioned his idol. Harry didn't share that faith, but he kept that thought carefully hidden. The journey to London passed in a blur of trains and buses and Hagrid's increasingly improbable stories about the wizarding world. Harry played the eager student, asking questions that prompted Hagrid to reveal information while seeming innocently curious. He learned about Quidditch, the wizarding sport played on broomsticks, about goblins and their control of wizarding banking, about the Ministry of Magic and its complicated bureaucracy, about the 4 houses of Hogwarts and their centuries-old rivalries. "The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin," Hagrid explained as they navigated the London Underground. "Ye get sorted when ye arrive. Sorting Hat reads your mind and figures out where ye belong." "Which house were you in?" "Gryffindor. Same as your mum and dad." Hagrid beamed with pride. "Bravest house there is, Gryffindor." Dumbledore was in Gryffindor too. "What about the other houses?" "Well, Hufflepuff's where the hard workers go. Good folk, Hufflepuffs. Ravenclaws for the clever ones. And Slytherin." Hagrid's face darkened. "There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. You know who was a Slytherin?" Harry kept his expression neutral despite the spike of interest behind his shields. Voldemort had been in Slytherin, the house founded by Salazar himself, the man currently hidden in Harry's trunk, teaching him magic that the rest of the world had forgotten. Why do they let Slytherin continue if everyone who comes out of it turns evil? Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Not everyone from Slytherin goes bad. Just most of the bad ones were Slytherin. It's complicated. Harry let the subject drop, but his mind was racing. If he ended up in Slytherin, and given his abilities that seemed likely, he would face immediate prejudice. Everyone would assume he was destined for darkness. That could be useful, or it could be catastrophic. He would have to be careful. The leaky cauldron was exactly as Salazar had described. Small, dingy, invisible to Muggle eyes, tucked between two mundane shops on Charing Cross Road. Harry felt the magic as they approached, a subtle pressure against his senses that marked the boundary between worlds. "Here we are," Hagrid announced, pushing open the door. The Leaky Cauldron. Famous place. The pub fell silent the moment they entered. Harry felt every eye in the room turn toward him, toward the scar on his forehead, visible beneath his messy hair. He saw recognition spread through the crowd like ripples in a pond. "Bless my soul," someone whispered. "It's Harry Potter." And then they were upon him. The next few minutes were a blur of hands reaching out to shake his, voices babbling gratitude and admiration, names and faces blurring together in an overwhelming tide of attention. Harry endured it with carefully crafted patience, letting himself seem overwhelmed while cataloging everything he observed. Tom the barman, old, bald, looked like a walnut, seemed genuinely kind. Doris Crockford, elderly witch, kept shaking his hand repeatedly, possibly memory issues. Daedalus Diggle, small, excitable, claimed to have bowed to Harry once in a shop. And then, Professor Quirrell, Hagrid boomed, pushing through the crowd. "Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts." Harry turned to face the man Hagrid indicated, and something in his magical senses screamed. Quirrell was young, younger than Harry expected for a professor, with a nervous expression and a large purple turban wrapped around his head. He stuttered when he spoke, his eyes darting everywhere except Harry's face. "P.P. Potter," he stammered, extending a trembling hand. "Can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you." Harry took the hand and felt cold. Wrong. Something ancient and malevolent lurking beneath the surface, watching him through Quirrell's watery eyes. His occlumency shields slammed into place instinctively, harder than they'd ever been, blocking out the invasive presence that seemed to be probing at the edges of his mind. "Pleased to meet you too, Professor," Harry said smoothly, releasing the hand as quickly as politeness allowed. "What do you teach?" "Defense against the dark arts. And not that you need it, P.P. Potter." Quirrell laughed nervously. "You'll be getting all sorts of special treatment, I expect." Harry smiled and said nothing, but his mind was racing. Something was very wrong with Professor Quirrell. Something that made every instinct Harry had developed scream danger. He would need to investigate further. Diagon Alley opened before them like a fever dream made real. Cobblestone streets lined with shops selling impossible things. Cauldrons and wands and owls and broomsticks and books that screamed when opened. Wizards and witches in robes of every color, haggling over prices, examining merchandise, living their magical lives in plain sight. Harry let himself stare. Let his wonder show, partly performance, partly genuine. 3 years of training with a portrait couldn't fully prepare him for seeing magic in person, practiced openly, accepted as normal. "First stop," Hagrid announced. "Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Safest place in the world, fair anything ye want to keep safe. Cept maybe Hogwarts." The bank was run by goblins, small, clever creatures with pointed faces and long fingers, dressed in uniforms of red and gold. Harry observed them carefully as Hagrid negotiated their business, remembering Salazar's warnings about goblin politics and grudges. The cart ride to the vaults was exhilarating, a wild plunge through the depths of the earth, past underground lakes and stalactite forests, finally arriving at a heavy iron door marked with the Potter family crest. "Vault 687, the goblin announced. "Key, please." Hagrid produced a tiny golden key, and the door swung open to reveal mountains of gold, pillars of silver, heaps of bronze nuts scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. Harry stared at his inheritance, genuinely shocked despite knowing it existed. This was more money than he'd ever imagined. More than the Dursleys had ever had, more than he could spend in a lifetime. "All yours," Hagrid said, grinning at Harry's expression. "Your parents left it to ye." Didn't think they'd leave ya with nothing, did ya? Harry gathered coins into a bag, galleons, sickles, nuts, trying to process the implications. He was wealthy, genuinely, independently wealthy. The Dursleys had told him he was a burden, a drain on their resources, but his parents had left him more gold than Vernon would earn in a decade. Another lie, another piece of his false life exposed. They made one more stop before leaving Gringotts, Vault 713, which Hagrid accessed with a separate key and emptied of its single occupant. A grubby little package wrapped in brown paper. "Hogwarts business," Hagrid muttered when Harry asked. "Top secret. Dumbledore asked me to fetch it." Harry noted the vault number, the package's approximate size, and Hagrid's nervous handling of it. Whatever was in that package, it was important. Important enough for the headmaster to send his keeper of keys on a special retrieval mission. He filed the information away for later investigation. The shopping that followed was overwhelming in the best possible way. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry had his first meaningful encounter with a wizard his own age. A pale, pointed boy named Draco Malfoy who radiated aristocratic disdain. "Father's next door buying my books, and mother's up the street looking at wands," Malfoy drawled, barely glancing at Harry. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own." Harry made non-committal sounds while Madame Malkin fitted his robes, observing everything. Malfoy was wealthy. That much was obvious from his clothes and his attitude. He was also arrogant, dismissive of anyone he perceived as beneath him. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Malfoy asked eventually. "I'm not sure. I don't know much about them yet." Malfoy's eyes narrowed slightly, the first sign of actual interest he'd shown. "Not much about them? Didn't your family tell you?" "My family's dead. I was raised by Muggles." The transformation in Malfoy's expression was immediate and dramatic. Recognition flickered across his features, followed by calculation, followed by something that might have been excitement. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes." Malfoy extended his hand with sudden enthusiasm. "Draco Malfoy, I can help you navigate the wizarding world, Potter. Show you which families are worth knowing, which ones to avoid. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." Harry looked at the offered hand, thought about Salazar's warnings regarding the Malfoy family, their ambition, their opportunism, their willingness to align with whatever power seemed ascendant. He shook it, briefly, politely, committing to nothing. "I'll keep that in mind." Malfoy's smile was sharp with satisfaction. "See that you do." The rest of the shopping passed in a blur. Books at Flourish and Blots, supplies at the apothecary, a trunk and scales and files from various vendors. Harry absorbed everything, comparing what he observed against Salazar's descriptions, noting what matched and what had changed in the centuries since the portrait's creation. The wizarding world was simultaneously more wonderful and more disappointing than he'd expected. More wonderful in its casual magic, its fantastic creatures, its vibrant, impossible shops. More disappointing in its stagnation, its rigid hierarchies, its apparent inability to progress beyond ancient traditions. But the true test, the encounter Harry had been anticipating since morning, came at Ollivander's. The wand shop was narrow and dusty, crammed floor to ceiling with thousands of narrow boxes. The magic here was different from anywhere else in the alley, older, deeper, pulsing with contained potential. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry didn't startle. His danger sense had warned him of Ollivander's approach, but he let himself seem surprised. The old wandmaker emerged from the shadows like a ghost, his pale eyes fixing on Harry with unsettling intensity. "Ah, yes," Ollivander breathed. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." He reached out and touched Harry's scar with one long finger. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." His voice trailed off, laden with regret and something darker. "Now, Mr. Potter, let's see." Ollivander produced a measuring tape that began taking measurements on its own. "Which is your wand arm?" I'm right-handed. Hold out your arm. Yes, that's it. The tape measured everything: Harry's arm, his fingers, the distance between his nostrils, the circumference of his head. Harry endured it with patience, his occlumency shields firmly in place against Ollivander's probing gaze. Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. Harry nodded, watching as Ollivander retrieved box after box from the towering shelves. The first wand, beechwood and dragon heartstring, felt wrong in his hand, like wearing someone else's clothes. Ollivander snatched it back almost immediately. The second, maple and phoenix feather, was better, but still incomplete. A near miss rather than a match. The third, fourth, fifth, 10th, 20th, all failures, all wrong, all leaving Harry feeling increasingly certain that something was different about him. Tricky customer, eh? Ollivander's eyes were gleaming now with academic interest. Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match. It's here somewhere. He disappeared into the depths of the shop, returning with a dusty box that he handled with unusual care. I wonder now. Yes, why not? Unusual combination. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand, and the world exploded into light. Warmth surged through his fingers, up his arm, filling his entire body with a sense of rightness he'd never experienced. Red and gold sparks shot from the wand's tip, cascading through the dusty shop like celebration. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, well, well. How curious. How very curious. Harry lowered the wand, his heart racing despite his careful control. What's curious? Ollivander fixed him with those pale, penetrating eyes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. The shop went silent. Harry felt the warmth of the wand in his hand, the brother to Voldemort's wand, the twin to the weapon that had murdered his parents, marked him forever, made him famous for surviving what no one else ever had. Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. Ollivander's voice dropped to something almost reverent. The wand chooses the wizard. Remember, I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry met Ollivander's gaze directly. I intend to, he said quietly. Something flickered in Ollivander's pale eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or recognition of something most 11-year-olds wouldn't possess. Harry paid for his wand and left the shop without looking back. The sun was setting over Diagon Alley when Harry and Hagrid finally returned to the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid was cheerfully oblivious to Harry's contemplative mood, chattering about Hogwarts and Quidditch and the wonders Harry would soon experience. Harry responded at appropriate intervals, maintaining his mask of eager innocence, while his mind churned with everything he'd learned. The brother wands, Quirrell's wrongness, Dumbledore's decision to place him with the Dursleys, the package from Vault 713, so many pieces of a puzzle he couldn't yet see. Here ye go, Hagrid said, handing Harry an envelope as they reached the pub's entrance. Your train ticket, September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Harry looked at the ticket. 9 3/4? Secret platform. You'll figure it out. Hagrid grinned. Everyone does, eventually. Aren't you coming with me? Something flickered across Hagrid's face. Guilt? Maybe, or embarrassment. I can't, Harry. Got to get back to Hogwarts, important business. Dumbledore's orders. He glanced at the package still hidden in his coat. But ye'll be fine. Ye've got your supplies, your wand, everything ye need. Just get on that train, and Hogwarts will take care of the rest. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, Hagrid. for everything today. Think nothing of it. The giant's eyes were bright with emotion. Your mum and dad were good people, Harry. The best. They'd be proud of ye, I reckon. He reached out and clapped Harry on the shoulder. A gentle touch for him, though it still nearly knocked Harry over. And then he was gone, disappearing into the London crowd with an ease that should have been impossible for someone his size. Harry stood alone in the doorway of the leaky cauldron, holding his ticket and his wand and all the weight of his newly expanded world. Then he turned and walked into the pub, toward the room Tom had prepared for him, toward the trunk where Salazar's portrait waited. He had a lot to report. "Brother Wands," Salazar repeated, his painted expression unreadable. "You are certain?" Ollivander was explicit. "The phoenix that provided my wand's core gave only 2 feathers. The other is in Voldemort's wand." Harry had spent the last hour recounting his day in exhaustive detail. Every conversation, every observation, every instinct and impression. Salazar had listened in silence, his questions sharp and precise when he chose to speak. "This is significant," Salazar said finally. "Brother wands have unique properties. They resist being used against each other. In battle, they can create effects neither wand could achieve alone." "What kind of effects?" "I do not know the specifics. Brother wand pairings are extraordinarily rare. I encountered only one in my entire lifetime, and the circumstances were not suited to experimentation." Salazar's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "But the connection between you and the Dark Lord deepens. First your scar, now your wand. The pattern suggests something more than coincidence. Hagrid said Voldemort might not be truly dead. I have suspected as much. A wizard of his power does not simply cease to exist. He has found some way to anchor himself, some dark magic that prevents his complete destruction." Salazar's voice dropped. "I have theories about what that magic might be. None of them are pleasant." "What theories?" Salazar was quiet for a long moment. "Not yet," he said finally. "You have enough to process. When you are more established at Hogwarts, when you have access to certain resources, we will discuss it further." Harry wanted to push, but he recognized the look on Salazar's face. The portrait would not be moved. "There's something else," Harry said instead. "Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. What about him? When I touched his hand, I felt something wrong, something cold and malevolent, watching me through his eyes. My occlumency shields engaged automatically." Salazar's expression sharpened. "Describe the sensation precisely." Harry thought back, trying to articulate the experience. It was like being examined, probed, something ancient and intelligent testing my defenses. The feeling was concentrated around my scar. "Your scar reacted?" "Not painfully, just awareness. Like the scar recognized whatever was inside Quirrell." Salazar was very still, the perfect stillness of a portrait, unnatural in its completeness. "This is worse than I feared," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" "I mean that Professor Quirrell may be harboring something far more dangerous than a simple dark presence." Salazar's eyes met Harry's. "I mean that Voldemort's shade, or some portion of it, may already be at Hogwarts." Harry's blood went cold. "You think Voldemort is possessing Quirrell?" "I think it is possible. The symptoms you describe, cold malevolence, mental probing, connection to your scar, all point toward that conclusion." Salazar leaned forward in his frame. "You must be extremely careful around this professor, Harry. If I am right, he is not merely dangerous. He is your mortal enemy wearing human skin." Harry absorbed this, added it to everything else he'd learned today. "What should I do?" "Watch, listen, learn. Do not confront him directly, you are not ready for that battle. But observe everything. Note his movements, his associates, his interests. If he is truly harboring the Dark Lord, he will have a purpose at Hogwarts. Discover what it is. And if I'm discovered first, then you run. Shadow step away, find safety, alert others if necessary. Your survival matters more than any information you might gather." Salazar's voice was fierce. "Do you understand me, Harry?" You are valuable not just to me, but to everyone who hopes to see the Dark Lord truly defeated. You cannot throw your life away on reckless heroism. I understand. Good. Salazar settled back in his frame, his expression softening slightly. You have done well today, child. Better than I expected. You maintained your mask perfectly, gathered crucial intelligence, and navigated a complex social environment without revealing your true capabilities. It didn't feel like I was doing anything special, just watching, listening. That is the essence of survival in hostile environments. The ability to observe without being observed, to learn without revealing what you know. Salazar smiled thinly. You have developed these skills over years of practice with the Dursleys. Now you will apply them in a far more dangerous arena. Harry nodded. He was tired. The day had been exhausting in ways he hadn't anticipated, but his mind was still churning with plans and possibilities. 1 month until term starts, he said. How should I use the time? Rest, read, practice your foundational skills. The Hogwarts curriculum will teach you wand magic, but do not neglect your Parselmagic. It will be your secret advantage. Salazar's eyes gleamed. And study your new wand. Learn its feel, its quirks, its preferences. A wand is a partnership, not a tool. The better you understand your partner, the more effectively you will work together. Should I tell anyone what I've learned? About Quirrell or the brother wands? No. Trust no one with information they do not need. Not yet. Salazar's voice was firm. You do not know who might be watching, listening, reporting to interested parties. Until you understand the political landscape of Hogwarts, until you know who your allies and enemies truly are, keep your secrets close. Harry agreed. It was, after all, what he'd always done. The month before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation and practice. Harry read his textbooks cover to cover, absorbing the theoretical foundations of magical education while comparing them to Salazar's teachings. The differences were illuminating. Modern magical theory had diverged significantly from ancient practice, losing subtlety in exchange for standardization. He practiced his wand magic in secret, discovering that the Holly wand responded to his intentions with an eagerness that bordered on enthusiasm. The wand wanted to be used, wanted to demonstrate its capabilities, and Harry had to consciously restrain it from amplifying his spells beyond his control. An unusual relationship, Salazar observed during one of their sessions. Most wands are passive instruments, responding to the wizard's will without adding their own. Yours seems to anticipate your intentions, sometimes acting before you consciously direct it. Is that dangerous? Potentially. A wand that acts independently can betray you in critical moments. But it can also enhance your capabilities, making you faster and more powerful than your skill alone would allow. Salazar considered. For now, focus on control. Learn to work with the wand rather than against it. The partnership will develop naturally over time. Harry practiced Parselmagic as well, refining techniques he'd developed over the years while exploring new applications. Seal served as his partner in these exercises, the familiar's feedback helping Harry understand exactly how his abilities affected the serpent world. You are different now, Seal observed one evening, coiled on Harry's pillow as he practiced shadow-stepping across the room. Stronger, more focused. The wand has changed something in you. Good change or bad change? I cannot say. Change is simply change. What matters is how you direct it. Harry thought about this often in the days that followed. He was changing, had been changing for years, ever since he found Salazar's portrait in the dirt beneath the garden shed. Each new skill, each new understanding, each new capability reshaped him into something different from the boy he'd been. Was he becoming someone better, or just someone more dangerous? He didn't know. He suspected the answer depended entirely on the choices he made. The night before September 1st, Harry lay in his room at the leaky cauldron, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow everything would change. Tomorrow he would board the Hogwarts Express and begin his transformation from the boy who lived into whatever he was destined to become. Nervous? Seal asked from beneath his pillow. A little. That is wise. Nervousness keeps you alert. Complacency kills. Harry smiled despite himself. You sound like Salazar. I was shaped by your magic, which was shaped by his teaching. Some transference is inevitable. Harry reached beneath the pillow and stroked his familiar scales. The touch was grounding, a reminder that he wasn't truly alone, despite everything. What do you think will happen? I think you will be tested in ways neither of us can anticipate. I think you will face challenges that strain your abilities to their limits. I think you will discover truths that change everything you believe about yourself and your world. Seal's tongue flickered against Harry's skin. And I think you will survive, because that is what you do. Harry closed his eyes, letting his familiar certainty wash over him. Tomorrow, the boy who lived would go to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, a new chapter of his story would begin. And no one, not even he, knew how it would end. Chapter 4 End Chapter 5. The Sorting's Choice King's cross station thrummed with the chaos of 1,000 ordinary journeys. Harry stood in the middle of the crowded concourse, trunk at his feet, watching the flow of humanity swirl around him like water around a stone. Families saying goodbye, businessmen rushing to catch trains, children dragging reluctant parents toward platform signs. None of them noticed the boy with the lightning scar. None of them sensed the magic coiled beneath his skin, waiting. Platform 9 3/4, Seal murmured from inside Harry's sleeve. The ticket says it exists, but I see no such designation. Harry had already scanned the visible platforms. 9, 10. Nothing between them but a solid brick barrier that looked as mundane as anything in the station. Magic hidden in plain sight, he replied. There must be an entrance somewhere. He could feel it now that he was looking. A subtle wrongness in the air near the barrier, a shimmer that ordinary eyes would dismiss as a trick of light. His magical senses tingled with recognition. But before he could investigate further, a voice cut through the station noise. Packed with muggles, of course. Harry turned. A family was approaching the barrier. A plump woman with red hair, surrounded by children of varying ages, all pushing trolleys laden with trunks and caged owls. Wizards. Obviously wizards, despite their attempt at muggle clothing. Come on, platform 9 3/4 this way. Harry watched as one of the older boys, tall with horn-rimmed glasses, broke into a run and vanished straight through the solid brick wall. So that was how it worked. He waited until the family had finished their passage, then approached the barrier himself. Up close, the magic was unmistakable. A ward that bent space, creating a pocket dimension accessible only to those with magical blood. Harry took a breath, adjusted his grip on his trolley, and walked through. The transformation was instantaneous. One moment Muggle London, the next a hidden world. Platform 9 3/4 stretched before him, a gleaming scarlet steam engine dominating the space. The Hogwarts Express, according to the brass plate on its side. Students milled everywhere. Robed figures saying goodbye to parents, loading trunks, shouting to friends across the crowded platform. Harry absorbed it all with carefully concealed wonder. He'd expected something impressive. This exceeded his expectations. Remarkable, Seal breathed. An entire station hidden within a station. The magic required must be immense. Hogwarts has 1,000 years of accumulated power. This is probably trivial by comparison. Harry pushed his trolley toward the train, navigating through the crowd with the ease of someone who'd spent years being invisible. Most people didn't notice him. Just another first year, unremarkable and unimportant. Those who did notice focused on his scar. He felt their eyes like physical weight, heard the whispers that followed in his wake. Is that Harry Potter? The scar, look at the scar. Harry kept walking. He'd expected this. Fame was a weapon Salazar had taught him, useful when wielded properly, dangerous when it controlled you instead. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in, storing his trunk overhead and releasing Seal to explore the small space. We have perhaps 20 minutes before departure, the familiar reported. Shall I investigate the train? Stay close for now. I want to see who joins us. He didn't have to wait long. The compartment door slid open within 5 minutes, revealing a boy with flaming red hair and a face full of freckles. One of the family Harry had followed through the barrier. "Anyone sitting here?" the boy asked, gesturing at the empty seats. "Everywhere else is full." Harry doubted that was entirely true, but he nodded anyway. "Go ahead." The boy dragged his trunk inside and collapsed onto the seat opposite Harry with obvious relief. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. Harry watched the reaction with clinical interest. The way Ron's gaze jumped to his forehead. The way his expression shifted from casual friendliness to something more intense. "Bloody hell. The scar." Ron gestured vaguely. "Is it really?" "Yes." "Wicked." Ron seemed to realize he was staring and forced his eyes away. "Sorry. It's just you're famous. Everyone knows about you. So I've been told." An awkward silence stretched between them. Harry let it sit, curious to see how Ron would handle the discomfort. "I've got 5 brothers," Ron said eventually, apparently deciding that conversation was better than silence. "Bill and Charlie already graduated. Percy's a prefect, get about it too. And Fred and George are, well, you'll meet them. They're mental. Big family. Yeah, gets a bit much, honestly. Hand me down everything. Even got my brother's old rat." Ron pulled a sleeping rodent from his pocket. "Scabbers. Useless, really. Does nothing but sleep and eat." Harry looked at the rat. Something about it made his instincts prickle, a wrongness he couldn't quite identify. But the sensation was faint, easily dismissed as paranoia. He filed it away for later consideration. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Ron asked. "I'm not sure. I don't know much about them yet." "Well, my whole family's been in Gryffindor. I'll probably be there too. I hope so. Can you imagine if I was sorted into Slytherin?" Ron shuddered. "My mum would have kittens." "What's wrong with Slytherin?" Ron stared at him like he'd grown a second head. "What's wrong with, mate? Every dark wizard in history came out of Slytherin. You know who was a Slytherin? They're all evil, basically." "All of them?" "Well," Ron hesitated. Not literally all, but most. The bad ones, anyway." He leaned forward conspiratorially. "My dad says never trust anyone from Slytherin house. They'll stab you in the back the moment it suits them." Harry nodded slowly, keeping his expression neutral. Another perspective on the house founded by his mentor. Another piece of the prejudice he would face if sorted there. The compartment door slid open again before he could respond. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." The speaker was a girl. Bushy brown hair, prominent front teeth, an air of bossiness that preceded her into the room like a herald. "No," Ron said flatly. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, cataloging everything with unnerving efficiency. When her gaze landed on Harry, she froze. "You're Harry Potter. I know all about you. I've read several books that mention you, actually. The rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century, modern magical history. You're in all of them." "Am I?" "Yes. You defeated you-know-who when you were just a baby. No one knows how." She said this with the air of someone reciting facts for an exam. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are." This last was directed at Ron, who looked deeply unimpressed. "Ron Weasley. Pleasure." She didn't sound like it was a pleasure at all. "Well, if you see Neville's toad, let someone know. We've been searching the whole train." She paused at the door, looking back at Harry with obvious curiosity. "I hope you're in Gryffindor. That's the house I want to be in. Dumbledore himself was in Gryffindor, you know?" Then she was gone, door sliding shut behind her. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," Ron muttered. "Bit intense, isn't she?" Harry said nothing. He was thinking about Hermione Granger, her obvious intelligence, her voracious reading habits, her desperate desire to prove herself. She could be useful, or dangerous, possibly both. The train lurched into motion, and London began to slide past the windows. Harry watched the city give way to countryside, his mind churning with plans and possibilities. He was aware of Ron chattering beside him, something about Quidditch and house rivalries, but most of his attention was focused inward. The sorting will determine much, Seol observed silently, communicating through their bond rather than speech. Which house do you prefer? I don't know. Gryffindor would be easiest, it's what everyone expects. But Slytherin would give me access to resources and connections the other houses can't offer. And the prejudice? Could work in my favor. If everyone assumes I'm dark, they'll underestimate my capacity for light. Or they'll attack you before you have a chance to prove otherwise. Harry acknowledged this. The sorting was a gamble either way. He would have to let the sorting hat make its decision and adapt accordingly. The compartment door opened again. Harry's danger sense flared before he even saw who entered. 3 boys. The pale, pointed one from Madame Malkin's flanked by 2 hulking figures who looked more like bodyguards than students. Is it true? Draco Malfoy asked, his voice carrying the practiced drawl of aristocratic disdain. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes. Malfoy's eyes swept over Ron with obvious contempt. This is Crabbe and Goyle. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a small snorting sound. Malfoy's attention snapped to him like a snake striking. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair and a hand-me-down robe? You must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand. The same offer he'd made in the robe shop, repeated now with an audience. Harry looked at the hand. Looked at Malfoy's expectant expression. Looked at Crabbe and Goyle, looming behind their leader like twin mountains of hostility. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks. The words hung in the air. Malfoy's face flushed pink. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. You hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys and that Hagrid, and it'll rub off on you. Ron surged to his feet. Say that again. Going to fight us, are you? Malfoy sneered. Unless you get out now. For a moment, Harry thought the confrontation would escalate. Then Malfoy's eyes flicked to something over Ron's shoulder, to Harry's hand, which had moved very slightly toward his wand, and something in his expression shifted. Come on, he told Crabbe and Goyle. Let's go. They retreated, the compartment door slamming behind them. Git? Ron spat, still red-faced. Can you believe him? Coming in here, insulting your parents. I've met worse. Ron blinked at the flat delivery. Have you? Harry didn't elaborate. He was thinking about Malfoy, about the calculation behind those gray eyes, the way he'd back down when he sensed genuine danger. Draco Malfoy was a bully, but he wasn't stupid. He understood power dynamics, could recognize when he was outmatched. That made him more dangerous than a simple thug, and potentially more useful. You're considering making an ally of him, Seol observed through their bond. I'm considering keeping my options open. An enemy you understand is better than one who surprises you. And if he proves irredeemable, then I'll deal with him. But not yet. Not until I understand the political landscape. The train rolled on through the gathering dusk. Hogwarts emerged from the darkness like a dream made real. Harry pressed his face to the carriage window, watching the castle resolve from distant lights into solid architecture. Towers reaching toward the stars. Windows blazing with firelight. Ancient walls that seemed to breathe with accumulated magic. Home! Something inside him whispered. Finally home. He shook off the strange feeling and stepped out of the carriage onto the graveled path. Other first years were doing the same, their faces pale with nervousness in the moonlight. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed across the crowd. Harry spotted the giant holding a lantern aloft, gathering students like a shepherd collecting scattered sheep. All right there, Harry? Fine, Hagrid. Good. Everyone here? Right then, follow me. They followed a narrow path through the trees, emerging onto the shore of a vast black lake. Boats waited at the water's edge, small wooden craft that seemed far too fragile for the journey ahead. No more than 4 to a boat. Harry climbed into a boat with Ron, Hermione, who had materialized from somewhere in the crowd, and a round-faced boy who was clutching a toad with desperate intensity. "I found Trevor," the boy said to no one in particular. "Gran would have killed me if I'd lost him." The boats pushed off from the shore without any visible propulsion. Magic, Harry assumed. Everything was magic here. They glided across the lake in silence, the castle growing larger with every passing moment. Harry felt its presence like a physical weight, centuries of accumulated power pressing against his magical senses. And something else, something darker, lurking at the edges of his perception. The wards Salazar had mentioned, the ancient protections that surrounded the castle. But there was a wrongness to them, a subtle deterioration, like cracks in an ancient foundation. "You feel it too," Seol confirmed. "The magic is weakened, strained. Salazar warned me. Something is draining the wards." "What?" "I don't know yet, but I intend to find out." The boats passed through a curtain of ivy and entered a dark tunnel that seemed to run beneath the castle itself. They emerged into an underground harbor, scrambling out onto wet stone. "Everyone here? Good. Follow me." They climbed a passageway in the rock, eventually emerging onto a smooth lawn directly in front of the castle's main entrance. The doors were enormous, oak and iron, ancient beyond imagining. Hagrid knocked 3 times. The doors swung open to reveal a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them into an entrance hall so large it could have contained the entire Dursley house. Torches blazed on the walls. Marble stairs led upward into darkness. And everywhere, in the stone, in the air, in the very atmosphere, magic pulsed with ancient power. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, her voice carrying easily despite the hall's vastness. "The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She explained the houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the point system that would determine the house cup. Harry listened with half an ear, already familiar with most of the information from Salazar's teachings. His attention was focused elsewhere, on the magical currents flowing through the castle, on the subtle wrongness in the wards he'd detected at the lake, on the implications of everything he sensed but couldn't yet understand. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up while you're waiting." McGonagall's eyes lingered on Ron's smudged nose and Neville's askew cloak before she departed. "How exactly do they sort us?" Harry asked Ron. "Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." Harry doubted a test was involved. Salazar had mentioned a hat, an enchanted artifact that could read minds, determining each student's proper house based on their personality and potential. A hat that would see everything Harry was hiding. He would need to be careful. The sorting was unlike anything Harry had anticipated. Not the ceremony itself, that was exactly as Salazar described. A battered hat placed on a stool, singing a song about the 4 houses, then sorting each student in turn. What Harry hadn't expected was the hat's presence in his mind. "Well, well, well," said a voice inside his head as the hat settled over his eyes. "What have we here?" Harry's occlumency shields snapped into place. The hat laughed. "No need for that, Mr. Potter. I cannot reveal your secrets. I am magically bound to confidentiality. And I must say, you have quite a few secrets to keep. Stay out of my head." "I'm afraid that's impossible. Sorting requires access to your thoughts and memories. It's how I determine where you belong." A pause. "Though I admit, I've rarely encountered mental defenses quite this sophisticated." "Where did you learn occlumency at your age?" Harry said nothing. "Fascinating. You won't even think about it." The hat seemed impressed. "Very well. Let's work with what I can see." Harry felt the hat's presence shift, probing gently at the edges of his shields. Not attacking, just examining, cataloging, evaluating. "Courage, yes. A great deal of it. You've faced hardships that would break most adults, and you've survived them all. Gryffindor would welcome you. And a thirst for knowledge. Not academic curiosity, something deeper. A need to understand your world, to uncover secrets, to master the forces that shape reality. Ravenclaw would nurture that. What else? Loyalty. Hidden deep, protected by walls within walls, but present nonetheless. You would die for those you care about, even if the list is currently very short. Hufflepuff values such devotion. The hat paused. Harry felt its attention sharpen, focus intensifying. But underneath it all, ambition. Not petty ambition, not the desire for wealth or fame or power for its own sake. Something purer. The drive to become what you must become, to achieve what you must achieve, regardless of the cost. The willingness to do whatever is necessary to protect yourself and those you love. Is that wrong? Not wrong. Simply, Slytherin. Harry felt the word settle into him like a key into a lock. You're suggesting Slytherin? I'm observing that Slytherin fits you best. Your secrets, your training, your capabilities, they align with the founder's vision. You would thrive there. Everyone says Slytherin is evil. Everyone is wrong. The hat's voice carried unexpected vehemence. Slytherin produces dark wizards because the world treats Slytherins as dark wizards. The prejudice becomes self-fulfilling. But the house itself, the values it represents, ambition, cunning, self-preservation, those are not inherently evil. They are tools like any others. Harry considered this. It matched what Salazar had told him, but hearing it from the Sorting Hat, an artifact that had seen 1,000 years of students, carried different weight. If you put me in Slytherin, everyone will assume I'm destined for darkness. Yes, is that a problem? It could be. Or it could be useful. Ah, the hat's tone shifted to something like satisfaction. Now you're thinking like a true Slytherin, using others' assumptions against them, wearing their expectations as armor. So you've decided? I've considered, but the choice is yours, Mr. Potter. I can put you in Gryffindor if you prefer, you have the qualities for it. You would be accepted, welcomed, celebrated as the boy who lived following in his parents' footsteps. But it would be a lie. A mask worn so long you might forget it isn't your face. You are many things, Harry Potter, but you are not your parents. You have been shaped by forces they never knew, taught by teachers they would have feared. Pretending otherwise would be a disservice to both your potential and their memory. Harry sat in darkness, the weight of the hat pressing against his skull, and thought about who he wanted to be. Gryffindor was the easy choice, the expected choice, the choice that would make everything simpler. But simple wasn't the same as right. Slytherin, he said. You're certain? I'm certain. Then better be Slytherin. The hat's shout echoed through the suddenly silent great hall. Harry removed the hat and opened his eyes. Every face in the room was staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to horror to something that might have been anticipation. The Gryffindor table looked like they'd witnessed a death. The Slytherin table looked like they'd won the lottery without buying a ticket. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the symbol of everything good and light in the wizarding world, had just been sorted into the House of Darkness. He handed the hat back to Professor McGonagall, whose lips had compressed into a thin line, and walked toward the Slytherin table with his head held high. The silence stretched until he sat down. Then the Slytherin table exploded into applause. Harry allowed himself a small smile as hands reached out to shake his, as voices competed to welcome him, as the entire house celebrated their impossible victory. He was exactly where he needed to be. The feast passed in a blur of rich food and strategic conversation. Harry found himself seated between an older student named Marcus Flint, a thick-necked boy with the build of a troll and the conversational skills to match, and a first-year girl with sharp features and sharper eyes. Daphne Greengrass, she introduced herself, extending a hand with aristocratic precision. A pleasure to meet you, Potter. Harry, please. Then you must call me Daphne. She smiled, but there was calculation behind it. I admit, I didn't expect you to join us. Most assumed you'd be a Gryffindor, like your parents. I'm not my parents. Clearly. She sipped her pumpkin juice with elegant nonchalance. That will make things interesting. The boy who lived in the house of his would-be murderer? Draco will be insufferable. Harry glanced down the table, where Malfoy was holding court among a cluster of first years. Their eyes met briefly, and Malfoy's expression was a complicated mixture of triumph and wariness. We've already met, Harry said. So I heard. The train confrontation is all anyone's talking about. Daphne set her goblet down precisely. A word of advice? Don't make enemies faster than you can manage them. Slytherin politics are subtle. Rushing in like a Gryffindor will only get you hurt. Is that what you think I did? I think you established boundaries. That's not the same thing. She tilted her head, studying him. You're interesting, Harry Potter. Most people your age are transparent. Easy to read, easy to predict. You're not. Thank you, I think. It wasn't entirely a compliment, but she was smiling as she said it. Harry filed Daphne Greengrass away as someone worth watching. She was intelligent, perceptive, and clearly experienced in the games Slytherin students played. An ally potentially, or a threat. Time would tell. After the feast, Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term announcements. Harry studied the headmaster carefully, noting his twinkling eyes and grandfatherly demeanor. The man radiated benevolent power like a sun radiates light. But Harry had learned long ago that appearances could deceive. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry's attention sharpened. A death threat in a start-of-term speech? That was unusual even by wizarding standards. The package from Gringotts, he thought. Whatever Hagrid retrieved, it must be here, hidden in that corridor. A trap? Seal asked through their bond. Possibly. Or a test. Or both. The announcements continued, something about Quidditch tryouts, something about a forest being forbidden, but Harry's mind was elsewhere. Planning. Calculating. He would need to investigate that corridor. Carefully, without getting caught or triggering whatever defenses had been established. But not tonight. Tonight was for settling in, for establishing his presence, for beginning the long game that would define his Hogwarts career. The feast ended, and the Slytherins rose to follow their prefects to the dungeons. Harry walked among his new housemates, feeling their curious eyes on his back. He was a serpent among serpents now. It was time to see who would strike first. The Slytherin common room was everything Harry had imagined and nothing like he expected. The space was vast, carved from the living stone beneath the lake, its ceiling lost in shadows that seemed to breathe with their own dark life. Green light filtered through windows that looked out into the lake's depths, casting everything in an eerie underwater glow. But it wasn't cold. Despite the stone walls and subterranean location, the room was warm. Magically heated, Harry assumed, with fireplaces crackling in strategic alcoves. And it felt like home. Harry wasn't sure why that was. He had no history with this place, no memories to trigger the sensation. Yet walking into the Slytherin common room felt like returning to somewhere he'd always belonged. The Founder's Mark, Seal suggested. Salazar's magic permeates this space. Perhaps your training has attuned you to it. Perhaps. The prefects delivered the standard warnings. Don't get caught breaking rules. Don't embarrass the house. Present a united front to outsiders. Before directing the first years to their dormitories. Harry found himself sharing a room with 4 other boys. Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and a thin, quiet boy named Theodore Nott. Well, Draco settled onto his bed with proprietary confidence. Harry Potter in Slytherin. I admit I didn't see that coming. Neither did most people. Including you? Harry met Draco's gaze directly. The hat wanted to put me here. I didn't argue. The hat wanted. Draco's eyes widened. You had a choice? And you chose Slytherin? I chose to be where I belong. Silence fell over the room. The other boys were watching the exchange with varying degrees of interest. Crabbe and Goyle blank-faced, not calculating. Father will be pleased, Draco said eventually. He always said you'd be wasted in Gryffindor. Your father knows me? Father knows everyone worth knowing. And you, Potter, are definitely worth knowing. Draco's smile was sharp. I think we got off on the wrong foot earlier. Perhaps we could start over. Harry considered his options. Draco Malfoy was ambitious, prejudiced, and deeply insecure beneath his aristocratic mask. He was also connected. His father's influence stretched throughout the ministry and beyond. A useful ally, a dangerous enemy. The choice depended on what Harry wanted. Perhaps we could, Harry said. Draco's smile widened. Excellent. I think you'll find that friendship with the right people opens many doors in our world. I'm sure it does. They didn't shake hands. That would be too formal, too transactional. But something shifted in the air between them. An understanding, tentative and fragile, that could become either alliance or enmity depending on what came next. Harry lay in his bed that night, staring at the green-tinged ceiling, and thought about the days to come. He was in Slytherin, the house of his mentor, the house of his enemy, the house everyone assumed would corrupt him. But Harry had no intention of being corrupted. He intended to do the corrupting. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, Harry dreamed of serpents in the darkness, coiling and waiting, patient as stone. The first week of classes established several important truths. First, Hogwarts education was significantly less rigorous than Harry had expected. The curriculum focused on basics, simple spells, elementary theory, the absolute foundations of magical practice. For someone who had spent 3 years studying advanced Parselmagic with an ancient portrait, it was almost insultingly easy. Second, the professors were a mixed bag. Flitwick was enthusiastic and knowledgeable, his charms class actually teaching something useful. McGonagall was strict but fair, her transfiguration lessons demanding the kind of precision Harry appreciated. Sprout was warm and practical. Binns was literally dead, and his history classes were correspondingly lifeless. And then there was Snape. The potions master swept into his dungeon classroom like a malevolent storm, black robes billowing, dark eyes scanning the students with undisguised contempt. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began, his voice barely above a whisper yet somehow filling every corner of the room. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. His eyes found Harry in the crowd of students. Potter. The name cracked like a whip. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching. The question was advanced, far beyond first-year curriculum, clearly designed to humiliate. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that will protect against most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite. Silence. The entire class was staring. At Harry, at Snape, at the impossible sight of an 11-year-old answering questions that had stumped 7th years. Well, Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. Why aren't the rest of you copying this down? Quills scratched frantically against parchment. Snape continued to stare at Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. 5 points to Slytherin, he said finally. For a student who actually bothered to open his textbook before arriving. It was the first and only time Harry saw Snape award points willingly. After class, as students filed out, Snape's voice stopped Harry at the door. Potter, stay. Harry waited while the room emptied. He was aware of Draco lingering in the hallway, trying to eavesdrop, but eventually even he departed. Close the door. Harry obeyed. The dungeon suddenly felt smaller, more intimate. Snape studied him from behind his desk, dark eyes calculating. Where did you learn those answers? The textbook, sir. As you said. The textbook does not cover the draft of living death until 6th year. Bezoars are mentioned in passing at best, and the aconite question is typically reserved for NEWT students. Snape's voice dropped to a dangerous hiss. I will ask you once more, Potter. Where did you learn those answers? Harry considered his options. Lying would be possible but risky. Snape was clearly suspicious, and getting caught in a deception would only make things worse. Telling the truth was equally dangerous, but for different reasons. He chose a middle path. I read ahead, sir. When I learned I was a wizard, I wanted to understand everything about this world. I may have acquired some supplementary texts. Snape's eyes narrowed. Supplementary texts. At age 11. With no prior magical education. I learn quickly. Indeed. Snape rose from his desk and circled around to lean against its front edge, arms crossed. You are not what I expected, Potter. What did you expect? Your father. Arrogant, reckless, convinced of his own magnificence. Snape's lip curled. But you are not James Potter, are you? You have his face, but your eyes. He stopped abruptly, something painful flickering across his features. My mother's eyes, Harry finished quietly. People keep telling me that. Do they? It wasn't a question. Snape was silent for a long moment. Then, I knew your mother. We were friends once, before everything went wrong. Harry filed this information away. Salazar had warned him about Snape, about his hatred for James Potter, his complex history with the Death Eaters, his unclear loyalties. But he'd said nothing about a connection to Lily. What went wrong? Snape's expression closed like a door slamming shut. Ancient history, irrelevant to your education. He straightened, professional mask settling back into place. You have talent, Potter. More than your father ever did, though it galls me to admit it. Do not waste it on foolish adventures and childish heroics. I don't intend to. See that you don't. Snape gestured toward the door. You are dismissed. Harry left the dungeon with more questions than answers. But one thing was certain. Severus Snape was far more complicated than anyone had suggested. The rest of the week passed in a blur of classes, observations, and careful political maneuvering. Harry established himself in Slytherin through a combination of academic excellence and social neutrality. He answered questions correctly without showing off. He engaged with his housemates without committing to factions. He watched everything and revealed nothing. The other students didn't know what to make of him. You're not what anyone expected, Daphne observed during one of their increasingly frequent conversations. The boy who lived in Slytherin should be either a corrupted hero or a secret Dark Lord. You're neither. What am I? I don't know. That's what makes you interesting. She tilted her head, studying him with those calculating eyes. Draco thinks you're playing some kind of long game. Pansy thinks you're secretly plotting against the house. Theodore thinks you're exactly what you appear to be, which frankly makes him the most suspicious of all. And you? I think you're dangerous. She said it without heat, without accusation. Simply a statement of fact. I don't know what you're planning, Harry Potter, but whatever it is, I want to be on the winning side. Is that an offer of alliance? It's an acknowledgement of possibilities. She smiled, and for once it reached her eyes. The future is uncertain. Best to keep one's options open. Harry found himself smiling back. I couldn't agree more. That night, alone in his bed with privacy wards firmly in place, Harry retrieved Salazar's portrait from his trunk. You've done well, Salazar observed after hearing Harry's report. The sorting, the confrontation with Snape, the political positioning, all handled expertly. It feels like a lot of waiting. I want to investigate the third-floor corridor. I want to explore the Chamber of Secrets. I want to understand what's happening with the wards. And you will, in time. Salazar's voice carried the weight of centuries. Patience is not just a virtue, Harry. It is a survival skill. Rush into danger without preparation, and you will be destroyed. But wait, watch, learn. And when you finally strike, nothing will stop you. How long do I wait? Until you understand the board. until you know who your allies are, who your enemies are, who can be trusted and who will betray you. Salazar's eyes gleamed. You have already begun. The Greengrass girl, she could be valuable. Young Malfoy is a tool waiting to be wielded. Even Snape, for all his hostility, has depths worth exploring. And Dumbledore? The headmaster is the greatest threat and the greatest opportunity. He sees more than he reveals, knows more than he admits. Gaining his trust while maintaining your secrets will be your most difficult challenge. Harry nodded slowly. I'll be careful. See that you are. Salazar's painted expression softened, just slightly. I am proud of you, child. You have come so far from the beaten boy I found in the dirt. Never forget what you've overcome. Never forget what you've become. I won't. Harry tucked the portrait away and lay back in his bed, staring at the green-tinged darkness. His first week at Hogwarts was complete. His masks were in place. His position was established. Now the real work could begin. Chapter 5 End Chapter 7. The Chamber's echo November descended on Hogwarts like a cold gray blanket, stripping the last leaves from the trees and driving students indoors to huddle near fires and complain about the weather. Harry barely noticed. His attention was focused on something far more important than seasonal discomfort. The Chamber of Secrets was calling to him. He felt it now, a pull in his blood, a whisper at the edge of his consciousness, growing stronger with each passing day. Salazar had explained that the Chamber would recognize its heir, would reach out to those capable of accessing its secrets. But Harry hadn't expected the sensation to be so visceral, so demanding. The time has come, Salazar announced during their nightly consultation. Your position is established. Your cover is secure. And the Chamber grows impatient. How do I find the entrance? You already know where it is. You have walked past it dozens of times without recognition. Salazar's eyes gleamed with ancient satisfaction. The second-floor bathroom. The one that is always out of order. Harry's mind raced back through his explorations. The second-floor girls' bathroom, the one haunted by the ghost everyone called Moaning Myrtle. He'd noted its perpetual closure, filed it away as a minor mystery. Not so minor after all. A bathroom. The entrance is concealed in a sink. Look for the serpent etched into the copper tap. It will respond only to Parseltongue. Salazar leaned forward in his frame. Speak the words open in the serpent's tongue, and the path will reveal itself. What will I find inside? My sanctum, my legacy, 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge, preserved against the day when a true heir would claim it. Salazar's voice dropped to something almost reverent. The Chamber is more than a hiding place, Harry. It is a monument to everything I believed, everything I built, everything I hoped would survive my passing. Including the basilisk. Including the basilisk. Though I suspect she sleeps still, the Chamber's magic maintains her dormancy unless actively awakened. Salazar's expression shifted to something more serious. You must not wake her. Not yet. You are not ready for that responsibility. I understand. See that you do. The basilisk is not a pet to be commanded on a whim. She is a weapon of terrible power, the ultimate guardian of Slytherin's legacy. Disturbing her sleep without adequate preparation would be catastrophic. Harry nodded. He had no intention of awakening a 60-foot magical serpent until he understood exactly what that entailed. But the Chamber itself, that was different. That was necessary. Harry chose his moment carefully. A Saturday night in mid-November, when most students were occupied with homework or socializing, when the teachers were distracted by staff meetings, when the castle's rhythms were at their most predictable. He slipped out of the Slytherin common room using a shadow step that deposited him in an unused classroom 3 floors up. From there, he navigated to the second floor through passages he'd mapped weeks ago, avoiding the main corridors where prefects patrolled. The bathroom was exactly where Salazar had described. A door marked out of order, that had apparently been out of order for decades. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The space was gloomy and damp, illuminated only by candles that guttered in unseen drafts. Cracked mirrors lined the walls. Broken sinks dripped water onto already flooded floors. and hovering near a window, translucent and miserable, was the ghost of a teenage girl. Moaning Myrtle. Harry had researched her after learning about the bathroom. A Muggle-born student who had died in this very room 50 years ago. The victim, according to official records, of an accident. But Harry suspected the truth was darker. "Who's there?" Myrtle turned, her spectral face twisting with suspicion. "Come to throw something at me? Come to laugh at miserable, ugly, moaning Myrtle? I haven't come to throw anything. I'm just looking for something." "Looking for what?" "There's nothing here but broken toilets and a dead girl nobody cares about." She sniffled dramatically. "Nobody ever comes to visit Myrtle. They just come to use the bathroom or make fun of me or... I care about what happened to you." Myrtle froze. "What?" "The night you died. I've been reading about it. The official story says it was an accident. But that doesn't make sense. Accidents don't kill healthy teenagers in school bathrooms." Harry met her translucent eyes directly. "What really happened, Myrtle?" The ghost was silent for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression, the self-pity giving way to something older, darker. "I don't remember much," she said finally. "I was crying. Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses again. I heard someone come in. A boy, speaking a language I didn't understand. A language. Hissing. Like snakes." Myrtle shuddered. "I came out to tell him to go away, and then I saw... eyes. Yellow eyes. So big. And then I was dead." Harry absorbed this. 50 years ago, someone had opened the chamber and released the basilisk. The creature had killed Myrtle, killed her with nothing more than a glance. "Thank you for telling me," he said quietly. "I know it's not easy to remember. No one's ever asked before." Myrtle's voice was small, surprised. "They all just accept the official story. Nobody cares about the truth. I care. And I promise you, whatever happened to you, I'll find out why." Myrtle stared at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Then she nodded, once, and drifted away through a wall. Harry waited until she was gone before approaching the sinks. The serpent was there, a tiny snake etched into the copper tap of the center basin, so small it would be invisible to anyone not specifically looking for it. Harry leaned close and spoke the word Salazar had taught him. "Open." The effect was immediate and dramatic. The sink began to move, shifting and sliding, transforming from mundane plumbing into a portal to another world. A large pipe opened in the floor, wide enough for a person to slide through, descending into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow light itself. Harry took a breath, steadied his nerves, and jumped. The slide carried him deep into the earth. Stone walls rushed past in darkness, the pipe twisting and turning through passages that must have been carved when the castle was first built. Harry extended his magical senses, feeling the ancient wards that surrounded him, protections designed to destroy any intruder who entered without the proper bloodline. The wards recognized him, welcomed him, parted before his passage like water around a stone. He emerged in a chamber that took his breath away. The space was vast. A cathedral carved from living rock, its ceiling lost in shadows hundreds of feet above. Pillars rose at regular intervals, each carved with serpents that seemed to move in the flickering light of torches that ignited at Harry's approach. And at the far end, dominating the chamber like a god surveying his domain, was an enormous stone face. Salazar Slytherin's face. "Welcome home, young heir." The voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere, the chamber itself speaking, perhaps, or the accumulated magic of 1,000 years given voice. Harry walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the vast silence. The stone Salazar watched him approach with carved eyes that seemed almost alive. "I am Harry Potter," he said in Parseltongue, "heir to Salazar Slytherin by gift if not by blood. I claim this chamber by right of the serpent's tongue." The magic around him pulsed, evaluated, accepted. A door appeared in the base of the statue, a door that hadn't been there a moment before, outlined in green light that matched the torches. Harry pushed it open and stepped through. Salazar's private study was smaller than the main chamber but infinitely more valuable. Bookshelves lined every wall, crammed with texts in languages Harry didn't recognize. Workbenches held alchemical equipment, potion ingredients, artifacts whose purposes he could only guess. A desk dominated the center of the room, covered in papers and scrolls and the accumulated debris of a brilliant mind. And in the corner, coiled upon itself in a sleep that had lasted a millennium, was the basilisk. Harry's breath caught. The creature was enormous, far larger than he'd imagined, its body thick as a tree trunk, its scales gleaming with deep green iridescence. Even dormant, even unconscious, it radiated power that made his magical senses sing with recognition. "Do not approach her." Harry turned to find the portrait of Salazar had manifested on the study wall. A new frame, apparently connected to the original through magical means Harry didn't understand. "She responds to blood," Salazar continued. "Your blood, specifically. If you go too close, she may wake. And a basilisk waking from 1,000-year sleep is not something you want to experience unprepared. She's magnificent. She is the greatest of my creations, though I would not call her a creation. She is a partner, a guardian, a friend." Salazar's voice carried ancient grief. "I had to leave her when I left Hogwarts, sealed her in sleep to await the day when my true heir would need her strength. Is that day coming? Perhaps. The wards are failing, Harry. Can you feel it?" Harry extended his senses into the chamber's magic. Now that he was here, inside Slytherin's sanctum, he could feel the castle's energy more clearly than ever before. And something was very wrong. The wards that protected Hogwarts, layered defenses accumulated over centuries, were being drained. Slowly, steadily, something was siphoning their power, leaving the magical infrastructure weakened and vulnerable. What's causing it? That is what you must discover. The chamber's monitoring systems will show you the flow of magical energy through the castle. Find the drain. Trace it to its source. Harry moved to the workbench Salazar indicated. Crystalline instruments were arranged in precise patterns, their surfaces swirling with contained magic. "These are wardstones," Salazar explained, "connected to the castle's foundational enchantments. Touch them and focus. They will show you what you need to see." Harry placed his hands on the central stone and opened his mind. The castle exploded into his consciousness. He could see everything. Every ward, every protection, every magical current flowing through Hogwarts' ancient structure. The Founder's original enchantments, layered and reinforced over centuries. The additions made by subsequent headmasters, each contributing to the whole. The living magic of the castle itself, pulsing like a heartbeat. And there, a darkness at the edge of perception, drawing power away like a leech drawing blood. Harry followed the drain, tracing it through the castle's magical infrastructure. It led upward, through floors and walls and forgotten passages, until it arrived at the third-floor corridor. The Forbidden Corridor, the place where the Cerberus guarded its treasure. But that wasn't the true source. The darkness continued deeper, into the thing being guarded, the object that Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts. Whatever was hidden in that corridor, it wasn't just valuable. It was hungry. "The Philosopher's Stone," Salazar breathed when Harry reported his findings. "It must be. There is no other artifact of sufficient power to cause this kind of drain." "The Philosopher's Stone?" "The one that creates the elixir of life. Among other properties, the stone is perhaps the most powerful magical artifact ever created, capable of transmuting base metals to gold, of extending life indefinitely, of amplifying magical power beyond natural limits." Salazar's expression was troubled. "But it should not be draining the wards. The stone is self-contained. Its power comes from within, not from external sources. Unless something is using the stone to drain the wards, or unless the stone itself has been corrupted." Salazar fell silent, calculating. Voldemort, if the Dark Lord's shade is seeking the stone, if he intends to use it for resurrection, he may have already begun influencing it. The connection between his malevolent will and the stone's immense power could create exactly the kind of parasitic drain you observed. Harry absorbed this. The pieces were falling into place. Quirrell's strange behavior, the Forbidden Corridor, the sense of wrongness he'd felt since arriving at Hogwarts. What do I do? Nothing immediately. You now have access to the chamber, to resources and knowledge that will prove invaluable. Study, prepare, learn everything you can about the stone and its properties. And if Quirrell reaches it first, then we will deal with that eventuality when it arises. But rushing in unprepared is worse than inaction. Voldemort has had years to plan his return. A few more weeks of preparation on your part will not shift the balance significantly. Harry wanted to argue, but he knew Salazar was right. He was 11 years old, barely trained, facing enemies with decades of experience and power beyond his current capabilities. Patience was his greatest weapon, even when patience felt like surrender. The weeks that followed were the most intensive of Harry's education. He returned to the chamber every night, accessing its resources with increasing confidence. Salazar's library contained texts on every subject imaginable: dark magic and light, ancient history and modern theory, secrets that had been lost to the world for centuries. Harry read voraciously, practiced relentlessly, pushed his abilities further than ever before. His occlumency reached new levels of sophistication, building layered defenses that could deceive even determined legilimens. His Parselmagic expanded to include combat techniques Salazar had developed during the wars of his era. Deadly spells that had no wand equivalent, no ministry classification, no defense except overwhelming power. And his connection to the castle's magic deepened until he could feel Hogwarts' moods, sense its secrets, navigate its passages as easily as breathing. "You are becoming what I hoped you would become," Salazar observed one night as Harry completed a particularly complex exercise. "A true heir to my legacy, not just in blood or gift, but in capability. Is it enough? Not yet, but it will be. With time and continued training, you will become one of the most formidable wizards of your generation." Salazar's painted eyes met Harry's. "The question is what you will do with that power when you possess it. Survive. Protect those I care about. Stop Voldemort. Noble goals. But goals require sacrifice, Harry. What are you willing to sacrifice to achieve them?" Harry didn't have an answer. The question haunted him through the remaining weeks of autumn, through the approach of winter, through the growing certainty that something terrible was about to happen. He felt it in the wards, the drain accelerating, the protections weakening, the castle's ancient magic straining against an assault it couldn't comprehend. He felt it in his scar, the connection to Voldemort growing stronger, more invasive, harder to block even with his improved occlumency. He felt it in his bones, the approaching storm that Daphne had warned about, closer now than ever before. The confrontation was coming, and Harry would be ready. The Christmas holidays arrived with snow and silence. Most students departed for home, leaving the castle nearly empty. Harry remained, partially because the Dursleys hadn't invited him back, partially because he had no intention of leaving the chamber unmonitored. Ron Weasley stayed as well, his family apparently visiting a brother in Romania. And Hermione, whose parents were taking a dental conference trip and couldn't bring her along. The three of them formed an unlikely alliance over the holiday, bound by circumstance if not genuine friendship. "It's strange, isn't it?" Hermione observed one evening in the library. "The three of us. A Gryffindor, another Gryffindor, and a Slytherin. People say it shouldn't work." "People say a lot of things," Harry replied. "Most of them are wrong. But why did you save me during the troll attack?" Hermione had been working up to this question for weeks. Harry could see it in her eyes every time they talked. "You didn't have to. You could have let the teachers handle it. The teachers weren't there. I was." "That's not an answer." Harry considered how much to reveal. Hermione was intelligent, persistent, and increasingly loyal despite his Slytherin affiliation. She could be a valuable ally, but allies required trust, and trust required honesty. Or at least the appearance of honesty. "I don't like bullies," he said finally. "I grew up with them. Spent years being the target of people who enjoyed causing pain. When I saw you cornered by that troll, helpless, terrified, I couldn't just walk away." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "That's surprisingly decent For a Slytherin. Slytherins aren't what people think we are. We're ambitious, yes, self-interested, but that doesn't mean we're incapable of decency. Harry met her eyes directly. The world isn't divided into good houses and evil houses, Hermione. It's divided into people who make choices and people who follow orders. And which are you? I make my own choices. Always. Something shifted in Hermione's expression, respect, maybe, or the beginning of genuine understanding. I've been researching Nicholas Flamel, she said, changing subjects with her characteristic abruptness. Ron mentioned the name to me. Apparently Hagrid let it slip during one of their conversations. Harry kept his expression neutral despite the spike of interest. And he's an alchemist, over 600 years old, kept alive by the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes were bright with the thrill of discovery. The stone that turns metal to gold and produces the elixir of life. The stone that I think is hidden in the third-floor corridor. That's quite a theory. It's not a theory, it's logic. Hagrid retrieved something from Gringotts the same day as the break-in. Dumbledore announced a forbidden corridor with lethal protections. Nicholas Flamel is the only living person known to possess the stone, and he's been Dumbledore's friend for centuries. Hermione leaned forward. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry. And I think it's Professor Quirrell. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Hermione was as clever as he'd suspected. Clever enough to reach the right conclusions through her own investigation. What makes you think it's Quirrell? He's been acting strange all year. Nervous, jumpy, avoiding certain parts of the castle. And during the troll attack, she hesitated. He was the one who announced the troll was in the dungeons. But I've been thinking about it, and the timing doesn't make sense. How did he know where the troll was? Why didn't he help fight it? Why did he faint so conveniently? You think he let it in? I think he created a distraction. And I think... Hermione lowered her voice. I think there's something wrong with him. Something beyond nervousness. Sometimes when I look at him, I feel cold. Like something's watching me through his eyes. Harry's respect for Hermione increased significantly. She had sensed what most people missed, the wrongness that lurked beneath Quirrell's surface. Have you told anyone else? Who would believe me? I'm a Muggle-born first year accusing a professor of conspiracy. Hermione's frustration was evident. But I know I'm right, Harry. I just can't prove it. Then we find proof. You've done the research. You've made the connections. But you're right that no one will believe you alone. Harry allowed his mask to slip, just slightly, showing her a glimpse of the calculating intelligence behind his carefully constructed persona. 2 students investigating suspicious activity? Paranoid children. 3 students with documented evidence? A pattern. 3. Ron knows more than he realizes. Hagrid trusts him, tells him things. Between your research, his access, and my... Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. My ability to go places unnoticed, we might actually find the truth. Hermione studied him for a long moment. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. Neither are you, Hermione Granger. Is this a Slytherin thing? The mysterious comments and meaningful looks. It's a survival thing. But if you prefer, I can be more straightforward. Please. Harry nodded. Quirrell is possessed by something dark, something connected to Voldemort. He's after the Philosopher's Stone because it can restore his master to full power. And if we don't stop him, everyone we care about will be in danger. Hermione's face went pale. Possessed? By you-know-who. I can't prove it yet, but everything I've observed points in that direction. Harry held her gaze. Are you in or out? In, Hermione said without hesitation. Definitely in. Good. Because we're going to need all the help we can get. Christmas morning brought an unexpected gift. Harry woke to find a package at the foot of his bed. Wrapped in simple brown paper, with no card or indication of who had sent it. His danger sense didn't react, but he examined the package carefully nonetheless before opening it. Inside was a cloak, silvery and strange, flowing through his fingers like water, like moonlight made solid. And a note. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry didn't need one. Dumbledore. He draped the cloak over his shoulders and looked in the mirror. Nothing. He had vanished completely, invisible to his own eyes, invisible to the world. An invisibility cloak. One of the rarest magical artifacts in existence, capable of hiding the wearer from any detection. Extraordinary. Seal breathed from inside Harry's pajama sleeve. I can barely sense you, even through our bond. Harry examined the cloak with new appreciation. His father's cloak. An inheritance he hadn't known existed, passed down through generations of Potters. But why had Dumbledore returned it now? Why this Christmas, after keeping it for 11 years? A test, Salazar concluded when Harry showed him the cloak that night. Dumbledore is watching to see what you do with it. If you use it for mischief, sneaking around, breaking rules, he will know. If you use it for investigation, pursuing the stone, perhaps, he will know that too. What should I do? Use it carefully. The cloak is invaluable. Perfect invisibility is a gift beyond price. But do not let Dumbledore's expectations guide your actions. Use the cloak for your purposes, not his. Harry nodded slowly. The cloak was a tool, like any other tool, useful only when wielded correctly. He would be careful, but he would definitely use it. New Year's Eve brought another discovery. Harry was exploring the castle under his new cloak, testing its limits, when he stumbled upon a room he'd never seen before. It appeared to be an unused classroom, dusty and forgotten. Its only furniture an enormous mirror that dominated the center of the space. The mirror drew him forward despite himself. Something about its presence called to him, a pull similar to the chamber's summons, but different, more personal. He stood before the mirror and looked. His reflection stared back, but not just his reflection. Behind him, around him, filling the mirror's depths were people. A man with messy black hair and glasses. A woman with bright red hair and green eyes. Faces he recognized from photographs, from descriptions, from dreams he barely remembered. His parents, James and Lily Potter, looking at him with expressions of pure love. Harry's throat tightened. His eyes burned. He reached out, touching the cold glass, and the figures smiled at him with warmth that shattered something in his chest. Harry! Seal's voice was distant, concerned. Your heart rate is elevated. Your emotions are... I know. He stood there for a long time, watching his parents smile, watching them wave and gesture, trying to communicate things he couldn't understand. Part of him wanted to stay forever, to live in this moment where his family was whole, where he wasn't alone, where the love he'd never known was visible and real. But he was Harry Potter. And Harry Potter didn't surrender to comfortable illusions. The Mirror of Erist, Salazar explained later. It shows the deepest, most desperate desire of whoever looks into it. A powerful and dangerous artifact. Many have wasted away before it, lost in dreams of what they wanted most. It showed me my parents. Of course it did. You are an orphan who never knew his family, raised by people who hated him. The desire to know your parents, to have their love, their approval, their presence, is the most natural thing in the world. Harry was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore put the mirror there. He wanted me to find it. Likely. Another test, another manipulation. He wants to see how you respond to your deepest desires. What should I do? Nothing different. You found the mirror, you experienced its power, and you walked away. That alone demonstrates a strength of will most people lack. Salazar's voice softened. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry. Whatever the mirror showed, that much is certainly true. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The mirror had shown him what he wanted most. Now he had to earn it. The new term began with renewed urgency. Harry felt time slipping away, the drain on the wards accelerating, Quirrell's behavior growing more erratic, the certainty that confrontation was approaching. He threw himself into preparation with desperate intensity, pushing his training to its limits. And through it all, he maintained his masks. The dutiful student, the isolated Slytherin, the boy who lived, slowly adjusting to his fame. No one suspected what lurked beneath the surface. No one except Snape. "You're hiding something, Potter." The potions master confronted Harry after class in late January, his dark eyes boring into Harry's with uncomfortable intensity. "I have watched you for months. You are too capable, too controlled, too aware of your surroundings for an 11-year-old. Where did you learn to shield your mind?" Harry's occlumency was solid, but Snape wasn't probing, just observing, analyzing, drawing conclusions from external evidence. "I don't know what you mean, sir." "Lies." Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. "You lie as easily as breathing. Another skill children do not typically possess." He stepped closer. "I made a promise to protect you, Potter. A promise to your mother, who was once my closest friend. But I cannot protect you if I do not understand what I am protecting you from." Harry's mask didn't crack, but something shifted behind it. Snape had known his mother, had cared about her, maybe even loved her. And now he was trying to protect Harry, not for the boy's sake, but for Lily's memory. "There are things I can't tell you, Professor. Not because I don't trust you, but because the knowledge would put you in danger." Snape's eyebrows rose. "You presume to protect me?" "I presume to be realistic. There are forces at work in this castle. Forces that would destroy anyone who interfered with their plans. You already suspect Professor Quirrell. You've been watching him for months, but you don't know what he really is or what he's really after. And you do. I know more than you think. Less than I need to." Harry met Snape's eyes directly, lowering his shields just enough to convey sincerity. "When the time comes, when everything comes to a head, I may need your help. Until then, the less you know, the safer you are." Snape stared at him for a long moment. Something complicated moved behind his dark eyes. Suspicion, respect, frustration, and beneath it all, a grief that had never fully healed. "You are nothing like your father," he said finally. "I spent years dreading your arrival, expecting a carbon copy of James Potter, arrogant, reckless, convinced of his own magnificence. Instead, I find—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "I don't know what I find. Someone trying to survive, sir. That's all I've ever been." Snape nodded slowly. "When you need my help, and you will need it, Potter, whatever you believe, come to me. Day or night. I will not fail Lily's son as I failed her." He swept out of the classroom, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Another potential ally. Another piece of the puzzle falling into place. The confrontation was coming, and Harry was no longer certain he would face it alone. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8. Halloween's price February arrived wrapped in ice and uncertainty. Harry stood at the window of the Slytherin common room, watching snow drift past the underwater glass, and tried to ignore the burning in his scar. It had been getting worse for weeks. A persistent ache that flared into sharp pain whenever Quirrell was nearby, whenever Harry's dreams turned dark, whenever the connection to Voldemort grew too strong to suppress. "You're not sleeping," Seol observed from his usual position around Harry's wrist. 3 hours last night. 2 the night before. Your body cannot sustain this. My body will sustain whatever I require of it. That is not how biology works, Speaker. Harry smiled despite himself. His familiar dry commentary had become a comfort over the months, a reminder that he wasn't entirely alone in his struggles. I'll sleep when this is over, assuming you survive. Always the optimist. The common room was nearly empty at this hour, most students still asleep, the few early risers clustered near the fireplace with books and half-hearted conversation. Harry had cultivated a reputation for solitude that meant no one questioned his presence by the window, his obvious distraction, his increasingly frequent absences. Daphne Greengrass was the exception. You look terrible, she announced, settling into the chair beside him with characteristic directness. And before you deflect, I should mention that I've been watching you for months. Whatever's happening, it's getting worse. I appreciate the concern. It's not concern, it's observation. Concern implies emotional investment. But her eyes softened slightly. What's happening, Harry? And don't tell me nothing. I'm not stupid enough to believe that. Harry considered his options. Daphne had proven herself an ally. Not a trusted friend, not yet, but someone whose interests aligned with his own. She was also perceptive, connected, and capable of keeping secrets. "Something's coming," he said finally. "Something I've been preparing for all year. I can't tell you what or when or how, but when it happens I may need your help." "What kind of help?" "Cover. Alibis. Information about what's happening in the castle while I'm otherwise occupied." Daphne studied him with those calculating eyes. "You're planning something dangerous." "I'm planning to survive something dangerous. There's a difference." "Is there?" She was quiet for a moment. "The Greengrass family has survived 7 centuries of magical conflicts by knowing when to act and when to wait. My father would tell me to stay out of whatever you're involved in. To protect myself, protect my future, avoid unnecessary risks." "Smart advice." "Probably." Daphne smiled thinly. "But my father isn't here, and I've never been very good at following advice." She extended her hand. "Whatever's coming, I'm in. Just promise you'll tell me the truth when it's over." Harry shook her hand. "I promise." It was a commitment he intended to keep, assuming he lived long enough to fulfill it. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation and paranoia. Harry returned to the chamber every night, pushing his training to its absolute limits. His Parselmagic reached levels that Salazar admitted were impressive even by ancient standards. Combat spells that could shatter stone, defensive wards that could deflect most conventional magic, shadow stepping that now covered distances measured in miles rather than meters. But it still wasn't enough. "Coral grows bolder," Salazar observed during one of their sessions. "The drain on the wards has accelerated significantly. Whatever restraint held him back is failing." "What's changing?" "I believe Dumbledore's attention is dividing. There are political machinations in the ministry, threats to his position, challenges to his authority. He cannot watch the stone as closely as before. And Coral knows this. The Dark Lord knows this. Coral is merely the vessel." Salazar's expression darkened. "We are running out of time, Harry. If Voldemort claims the stone before you are ready, then I'll have to be ready sooner." Harry doubled his practice schedule, sleeping in fragments, pushing through exhaustion with sheer willpower. His grades suffered slightly. He could no longer maintain perfect performance while preparing for war, but the professors attributed it to the stress of approaching exams. Only Snape seemed to notice the real cause. The potions master watched Harry with increasing concern, his dark eyes tracking every sign of fatigue, every moment of distraction. He said nothing. Their unspoken alliance didn't include emotional discussions, but Harry could feel the man's worry like a physical presence. "You have allies," Seol reminded him one night as he stumbled back to the dormitory, barely able to keep his eyes open. "Use them." "Not yet. They're not ready." "And you are." Harry didn't answer. The truth was complicated. He was more ready than anyone expected, but less ready than the situation required. The gap between those two realities might prove fatal. He would bridge it anyway. He had no other choice. March brought the first real crisis. Harry was in the library, researching ancient ward structures, when his scar exploded with pain so intense he nearly screamed. He doubled over, pressing his hand against his forehead, and felt Voldemort, not just the distant presence he'd grown accustomed to, but active, immediate, triumphant. The old fool finally leaves his precious castle. "Now, my faithful servant, we move." The voice echoed through Harry's mind like poison, carrying images he couldn't block. Coral striding through darkened corridors. The third-floor corridor, its protections lowering one by one. The Cerberus sleeping, enchanted by music from a self-playing harp. They were going for the stone. Tonight. Harry's pain faded as the connection weakened, leaving him gasping in a shadowed corner of the library. His hands were shaking. His vision was blurred. His entire body felt wrong, contaminated by the dark presence that had invaded his consciousness. "Harry," Seal's voice was urgent. "Your vital signs are—" "I know. I felt it." Harry forced himself upright, forced his mind to function. "Coral is moving. He's going for the stone now." You're not ready. I don't have a choice. Harry shadow-stepped to the Slytherin dormitory, retrieving his wand and several items from his hidden cache of supplies. Then to the chamber, where Salazar's portrait waited with an expression that told Harry the ancient wizard already knew. It has begun, Salazar said simply. Yes. You cannot face the Dark Lord alone. Not yet. You are skilled, yes, more skilled than any first year should be, but Voldemort has decades of experience and power beyond your current capabilities. Then I won't face him alone. Salazar's eyebrows rose. You have a plan? I have allies. It's time to use them. Harry found Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, persuading her past the portrait hole with urgent whispers about Quirrell and the stone. Ron came too, his face pale but determined when he heard what was happening. You're sure about this? Hermione asked as they hurried through darkened corridors. Absolutely sure? I saw it. In my mind. Quirrell is going for the stone tonight. He's probably already passed the first protections. Saw it in your mind? Ron's voice cracked. What does that mean? It means we don't have time for explanations. Just trust me. If we don't stop him, Voldemort comes back. Full power. Everything the wizarding world fears becomes reality. Ron swallowed hard. Then we stop him. How hard can it be? Harder than any of them imagined. The Cerberus was sleeping when they arrived, just as Harry had foreseen. Music drifted from an enchanted harp in the corner. Quirrell's doing, presumably, and the massive three-headed dog lay sprawled across the trapdoor, dead to the world. We need to move it, Hermione whispered, or go around it. No time for around. Harry approached the beast, his wand ready, his Parselmagic coiled for immediate use. Help me with the trapdoor. They managed to shift the Cerberus just enough to access the trapdoor beneath. Harry dropped through first, landing in something soft and slightly yielding. Devil's snare, Hermione gasped as she landed beside him. Don't struggle. It'll only make it tighten faster. Harry didn't need the warning. He relaxed his body, letting the plant's tendrils loosen their grip, then shadow-stepped out of its reach entirely. Ron and Hermione followed his lead, Hermione conjuring flames that drove the plant back. How did you? Ron started. Later. Keep moving. They pushed through challenges that seemed designed as much for testing as for protecting. A room full of flying keys. A giant chess set that required sacrifice to cross. A logic puzzle with potions that would grant passage or bring death. Harry solved each one with a combination of skill and instinct, drawing on months of training and years of survival experience. Hermione contributed her encyclopedic knowledge. Ron provided unexpected tactical insight during the chess match, sacrificing himself to grant the others passage. Go, Ron said as the White Queen dragged him from the board. Stop him. I'll be fine. Harry nodded and kept moving. One more obstacle. One more test. And then, finally, the final chamber. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste. The professor's turban was gone, revealing a sight that made Harry's blood run cold. A face, twisted and inhuman, protruded from the back of Quirrell's skull. Red eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence. Voldemort. Ah, Potter. Quirrell's voice was different now. Stronger, colder, layered with harmonics that suggested another presence speaking through him. I wondered if you would come. Harry's wand was already raised, his magic gathered for immediate deployment. Step away from the mirror, Professor. Professor. A laugh that echoed wrongly. I haven't been a professor in months, boy. This body is merely a vessel, a convenience while I regain my strength. Hermione had frozen beside Harry, her face white with terror. But she didn't run, didn't scream, just stood there, wand raised, ready to fight. Harry was impressed despite the circumstances. The stone, he said. You can't get it. The mirror's protection is too complex. Is it? Quirrell Voldemort turned back to the mirror, frustration evident in every line of his body. I see myself presenting the stone to my master. I see glory and power and the death of all who opposed us. But I cannot reach through the glass to claim what I see. Because you want it for the wrong reasons. The mirror shows desire, but it only rewards those who want to find the stone without using it. The red eyes in the back of Quirrell's head swiveled toward Harry. And how would you know that, boy? What secrets have you uncovered in your months of skulking through this castle? Enough to stop you. Stop me? The laughter was colder now. You are a child, Potter. A remarkable child, perhaps. I can feel the power in you, the potential, but still a child. What can you possibly do against the greatest dark wizard who ever lived? Harry didn't answer with words. He answered with action. The Parselmagic spell left his lips in a hissing torrent. A bolt of shadow-dark energy that slammed into Quirrell's back with enough force to send him staggering. Hermione followed with a stunning spell that struck the professor's shoulder. Quirrell spun, surprise and rage warring on his face. His face, not Voldemort's, the Dark Lord's vessel momentarily overwhelmed by the assault. Run, Harry told Hermione. Get help. Find Dumbledore. I'm not leaving you. G.O. Hermione fled. Harry heard her footsteps receding up the corridor, heard her casting spells at obstacles that tried to block her path. Then he was alone with Quirrell, alone with Voldemort, alone with the moment he'd been preparing for all year. Impressive. Voldemort's voice echoed from the back of Quirrell's skull. You have been trained, boy. By whom, I wonder? The old fool Dumbledore doesn't teach such arts. Nor does anyone else at this pitiful school. Harry didn't respond. He was gathering his power, preparing for the confrontation that would determine everything. No matter. You will tell me eventually, after I have broken your mind and harvested every secret you possess. Quirrell turned fully, both faces now visible, one pale and sweating, the other twisted and inhuman. But first, the stone. You will retrieve it for me. Why would I do that? Because if you refuse, I will kill you. Slowly, painfully, while you watch everything you care about burn. Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. You can try. The battle that followed was brief and brutal. Quirrell cast curses that should have killed Harry instantly. Dark magic that would have overwhelmed any normal 11-year-old. But Harry wasn't normal. He shadow-stepped through the attacks, appearing and disappearing too quickly for Quirrell to track. He countered with Parselmagic that bypassed the professor's shields, striking at vulnerable points with serpentine precision. But Voldemort was stronger, more experienced, willing to sacrifice his host's body for tactical advantage. A curse slipped through Harry's defenses, something burning and wrong that sent him crashing against the chamber wall. His vision blurred. His wand flew from his grip. He felt Quirrell's hands closing around his throat, felt Voldemort's triumph radiating through the connection in his scar. Foolish boy, did you really think you could defeat me? I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard who ever lived. You are nothing, a child playing at games he doesn't understand. Harry's hands found Quirrell's wrists, trying to break the grip. And something happened. Quirrell screamed. His hands pulled back, blistering and burning as if Harry's touch was fire. The professor stumbled away, staring at his damaged flesh with horror. What magic is this? Voldemort's voice was sharp with surprise. What protection? My mother's love. Harry was as surprised as Voldemort, but he didn't let it show. She died protecting me. That protection lives in my blood. Love. Voldemort's laugh was shrill, almost hysterical. You think love can protect you from me? I think it just did. Harry lunged forward, pressing his advantage. His hands found Quirrell's face, burning, searing, causing damage that couldn't be healed. The professor collapsed, writhing in agony, his borrowed life draining away. And from his dying body, something rose. A specter, a shade, a wisp of darkness that had once been Tom Riddle, that still called itself Lord Voldemort. It hung in the air for a moment, its red eyes fixed on Harry with hatred beyond words. Then it fled through the chamber wall, through the castle's ancient stones, out into the night. Running, fleeing, defeated. Harry stood alone in the chamber, surrounded by the smell of burning flesh and the echoes of battle. His body ached. His scar throbbed. His magic was nearly depleted. But he was alive, and Voldemort was gone. For now. He turned to the mirror of Eriste, looking into its depths. His reflection stared back, battered, exhausted, far too old for 11 years. And beside him, his parents smiled. "Well done," they seemed to say. "Well done, son." Harry reached into his pocket and felt something heavy, something that hadn't been there before. The Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had given it to him, recognized his desire to find it without using it, judged him worthy of its protection. He stared at the stone for a long moment. Then he tucked it away and started the long climb back to the surface. Dumbledore would want to know what had happened, and Harry would tell him. Some of it, anyway. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. 3 days, Madame Pomfrey told him. 3 days of magical exhaustion and physical recovery. Of healing potions and worried visitors and questions he wasn't ready to answer. Dumbledore came on the 4th day. "Harry." The headmaster settled into the chair beside Harry's bed, his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. "How are you feeling?" "Alive. Which is more than I expected." "Yes, I imagine it is." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Miss Granger told me what happened. Most of it, anyway. I suspect there are details you have not shared, details about how you learned of Quirrell's intentions, about the magic you used to defeat him. Some things are hard to explain." "Indeed." Dumbledore studied him with an expression Harry couldn't read. "The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas and I discussed the matter at length and we agreed it was too dangerous to preserve. The elixir of life has sustained my friend for 6 centuries. But some things are worth more than immortality." Harry nodded. He'd expected as much. The stone had served its purpose, and its continued existence would only invite further threats. And Voldemort? Fled, weakened, but not destroyed. Dumbledore's voice carried ancient weariness. "He will return, Harry. The protections that once held him at bay are fading. When he comes back, he will be stronger than before. I'll be ready. Will you?" Dumbledore leaned forward. "You are 11 years old, Harry. Whatever training you have received, and I suspect it is more than you've admitted, you cannot face the Dark Lord alone." "Not yet." "Then I won't face him alone." A wise answer. Dumbledore's expression shifted to something almost approving. "You have allies, Harry. More than you know. When the time comes, do not be too proud to accept their help." "I'm not proud, sir. Just careful." "Careful is good. Isolated is dangerous." Dumbledore rose, straightening his robes. "Rest now. Recover your strength. The summer holidays begin soon. You will return to your relatives, where the Blood Wards will protect you until September." "The Blood Wards." Harry kept his voice carefully neutral. "The protection my mother's sacrifice created. Yes, it saved your life against Quirrell, and it will continue to shield you as long as you call Privet Drive home." Dumbledore paused at the door. "I know the Dursleys are not ideal guardians, Harry. I know you have suffered in their care. But the protection they offer is real. And in the coming years, you will need every protection you can find." "I understand, sir." "Do you?" Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's directly. "I wonder sometimes what you truly understand, Harry Potter. You are not the boy I expected, not the child I placed with the Dursleys 11 years ago. Something has shaped you into something different, something unexpected. Is that a problem?" "That depends entirely on what you do with it." Dumbledore smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Rest well, Harry. We will speak again before the term ends." He left, and Harry lay back against his pillows, thinking about everything that had happened. The stone was destroyed. Voldemort was fled. Quirrell was dead. But nothing was truly over. The war was just beginning. Hermione visited that afternoon. She looked different, older somehow, the experience of facing Voldemort having stripped away some of her childhood innocence. Ron was with her, his arm still in a sling from the chess match injuries. "You're awake," Hermione said, settling into the chair Dumbledore had vacated. "Madame Pomfrey said you might sleep another day." "I've slept enough." "You've slept 3 days. After defeating you-know-who." She shook her head. "When I told you something was happening with Quirrell, I didn't expect. I knew it was serious, but I didn't imagine. That it would be Voldemort himself? Neither did I entirely. But you fought him. Ron's voice was awed. Actually fought him and won. That's Harry, that's incredible. I didn't defeat him. I survived him. There's a difference. Still more than anyone else has managed. Hermione leaned forward. Harry, I've been thinking about everything that happened. The spells you used against Quirrell, they weren't in any textbook I've read. Where did you learn magic like that? Harry considered his response carefully. Hermione and Ron had proven themselves, had risked their lives to help him, had faced Voldemort's presence without fleeing. They deserved some truth. But not all of it. Not yet. My family, he said finally. Not the Dursleys, my real family. The Potters have a long history, older than most people realize. There are traditions, skills passed down through generations. Parseltongue skills? Hermione's eyes narrowed. I heard you speaking snake language during the fight. That's supposed to be a dark art. Something only you-know-who and his followers can do. It's not dark. It's just rare. Harry met her gaze directly. I'm not a dark wizard, Hermione. Everything I did down there I did to protect people. To stop Voldemort from returning. Does the method really matter more than the result? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. I suppose not. It's just, there's so much about you I don't understand, Harry. So much that doesn't fit with what I thought I knew. Welcome to my life. Ron laughed. A genuine laugh, breaking the tension. Bloody hell, mate. You're the strangest person I've ever met. And I've got twin brothers who once tried to feed me a Tung toffee. Is that a compliment? I'm honestly not sure. Ron grinned. But whatever you are, you saved our lives down there. That counts for something. It counts for everything, Hermione added. We're your friends, Harry. Whatever secrets you're keeping, whatever you're not telling us, that doesn't change. When you're ready to trust us with the whole truth, we'll be here. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. An unfamiliar sensation, something he'd rarely experienced. Acceptance. Genuine, unconditional acceptance. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. For everything. Don't mention it. Ron stood, stretching carefully around his injured arm. Now come on. The end-of-term feast is tonight, and Slytherin's going to win the House Cup unless something dramatic happens. We need you there to witness our house's inevitable triumph. Harry smiled despite himself. I'll be there. And he was. The Great Hall was decorated in Slytherin colors. Green and silver banners hanging from the ceiling. The house point's hourglass showing a substantial lead. Harry sat at his house table, accepting congratulations from housemates who viewed his survival of whatever had happened in the third-floor corridor as proof of Slytherin excellence. Dumbledore's end-of-term speech changed everything. Another year gone, the headmaster announced, his voice carrying through the suddenly quiet hall. And what a year it has been. Before we begin the feast, I have some last-minute points to award. Harry felt a chill of premonition. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. Ron went scarlet. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. More cheers. Hermione looked torn between pride and embarrassment. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Slytherin House 60 points. Silence fell. The Slytherin table stared at Harry with expressions ranging from confusion to triumph. The other houses looked equally uncertain. And fourth, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. To Mr. Neville Longbottom, for standing up to his friends when they tried to leave the common room against the rules, I award Gryffindor House 10 points. The mathematics were obvious. Gryffindor had just tied Slytherin for the House Cup. Which means, Dumbledore continued, we need a tiebreaker. He waved his wand, and something materialized in the air above the head table. A golden snitch hovering motionless. The first student to catch the snitch wins the cup for their house. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, if you would both step forward. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. This was unexpected, unprecedented probably, but neither of them was going to refuse. They stood in the center of the great hall, surrounded by the entire school, watching the golden snitch hover above them. "On my count," Dumbledore said. 3, 2, 1. The snitch shot upward. Harry moved without thinking, shadow-stepping instinctively, appearing 10 feet in the air, his hand closing around the tiny golden ball before anyone else could react. He landed lightly. The snitch clutched in his fingers and realized what he'd done. He'd used Parselmagic, in front of the entire school, to win a House Cup competition. Silence stretched through the great hall. Every eye was fixed on Harry, every expression some variation of shock or confusion. Then Dumbledore laughed. "Well," the headmaster said, his eyes twinkling with genuine amusement, "that was certainly unexpected. Slytherin wins the House Cup." The Slytherin table erupted. Green and silver banners unfurled from the ceiling. Harry's housemates surged forward to congratulate him, to celebrate their victory, to claim the glory he'd delivered. And through it all, Harry watched Dumbledore watching him, and wondered what the old wizard was really thinking. The train ride back to London was quieter than Harry expected. He shared a compartment with Hermione and Ron, the three of them processing everything that had happened over the past year. The stone, Voldemort, the secrets Harry still kept, and the truths they'd all discovered. "Next year will be different," Hermione said as the countryside rolled past. "Whatever's coming, whatever Dumbledore's preparing for, we'll face it together." "Together," Ron agreed. "The three of us. Against whatever Dark Lord or evil artifact or possessed professor shows up next." Harry smiled. Together sounds good. But as the train carried him back toward the Dursleys, toward another summer of secrets and preparation, he knew the truth was more complicated. The war was coming. Voldemort would return. And when he did, Harry would need every ally, every skill, every resource he could gather. The boy who had found a portrait in the dirt was gone. In his place stood something new, something dangerous, something that would make the wizarding world take notice. Harry Potter was just getting started. Chapter 8 End Chapter 9. The Seeker's Shadow. The summer passed in fragments of training and tension. Harry returned to Privet Drive as required, but the dynamic had shifted irrevocably. Vernon no longer raised his voice. Petunia no longer assigned endless chores. Dudley fled whenever Harry entered a room. The Dursleys had learned their lesson the previous year, and the memory of Harry's quiet threats lingered like smoke in closed spaces. He used the freedom to train. Every night, after the household slept, Harry retrieved Salazar's portrait from its hiding place and descended into sessions of increasing intensity. His Parselmagic had grown during his first year at Hogwarts, but the confrontation with Voldemort had revealed gaps, weaknesses that could prove fatal in future encounters. "You relied too heavily on surprise," Salazar observed during one particularly brutal practice session. "Against Quirrell, it worked because he didn't know what you were capable of. Against a prepared opponent, against Voldemort himself, restored to full power, surprise alone will not save you. Then what will? Speed, power, versatility." Salazar's painted eyes gleamed with the intensity of a master pushing his student toward excellence. "You must be able to cast faster than your enemies can react. You must hit harder than their shields can absorb. And you must have so many techniques at your disposal that they cannot predict your next move." Harry threw himself into the work with desperate determination. He practiced combat spells until his throat was raw from Parseltongue incantations. He refined his shadow stepping until he could cross a room in the time between heartbeats. He expanded his repertoire of defensive magic until he could block attacks from multiple angles simultaneously. And through it all, Seol grew. The familiar had nearly doubled in size since their bonding, now almost 3 feet long, with scales that gleamed like polished obsidian. The bond between them had deepened as well, allowing instantaneous communication and shared perception that made Harry effectively impossible to surprise. "You are becoming formidable," Seol observed one night as Harry collapsed onto his bed, magically exhausted but satisfied with his progress. "Another year of this, and few adult wizards could match you. Another year might be too long." Voldemort won't wait forever to return. Then we ensure you are ready when he does. The Hogwarts letter arrived in late July, accompanied by a supply list and a note from Professor McGonagall congratulating him on his academic performance. Harry read through the required texts, mostly straightforward, though a suspicious number of Gilderoy Lockhart books suggested something unfortunate about the new defense against the dark arts professor. He was preparing to respond when another letter arrived, this one delivered by a house elf who appeared in his bedroom with a crack of displaced air. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. The creature was small and pitiful, with bat-like ears and enormous green eyes that glistened with desperate sincerity. It wore what appeared to be a pillowcase, stained and ragged, and wrung its hands with frantic energy. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his wand already in hand. "Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf." The creature bowed so low its nose touched the floor. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Terrible things are planned for Hogwarts this year. Harry Potter must not go back." "What kind of terrible things?" "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby is bound. Cannot reveal his master's secrets." The elf's eyes filled with tears. "But Harry Potter is too important, too valuable. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger." Harry studied the creature carefully. House elves were bound to wizarding families. Salazar had explained the ancient contracts that governed their servitude. If Dobby was warning him against his master's wishes, the elf was taking an enormous risk. "Your master," Harry said slowly. "He's involved in whatever's being planned?" Dobby's eyes went wide with terror. "Dobby did not say that. Dobby would never betray." He grabbed a nearby lamp and began beating himself over the head with it. "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" Harry caught the lamp before it could do serious damage. "Stop! I won't ask about your master." Dobby stared at him with something like wonder. "Harry Potter is as kind as they say, as noble. But Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Dobby will do whatever is necessary to protect him." "What does that mean?" The elf vanished with another crack, leaving Harry alone with his suspicions. Something was being planned. Something connected to a wizarding family wealthy enough to own house elves, dark enough to threaten Hogwarts, and foolish enough to let their servant discover the plot. Harry had a strong suspicion he knew exactly which family that was. Diagon Alley was chaos. Harry had arranged to meet Hermione and the Weasleys at Flourish and Blots, but the bookshop was packed to capacity with witches clamoring for a glimpse of Gilderoy Lockhart. The blonde wizard sat behind a desk stacked with copies of his autobiography, signing books and flashing his famous smile at anyone who wandered too close. "Harry! Over here!" Ron's voice cut through the crowd. Harry pushed his way toward the red-haired family, noting with amusement how uncomfortable Mr. Weasley looked surrounded by Lockhart's screaming fans. "Can you believe this?" Ron muttered as Harry reached them. "Mum's been going on about him for weeks. Says he's the greatest wizard of the age. He's certainly the greatest self-promoter. Harry Potter!" The shout came from Lockhart himself, who had somehow spotted Harry through the crowd. Before Harry could react, he was being dragged toward the front of the shop. Lockhart's arm clamped around his shoulders like a vice. "Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is. When young Harry walked into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present to him now, free of charge." Harry's danger sense flared. He twisted free of Lockhart's grip just as a flash of magical light burst from somewhere in the crowd. The spell, whatever it was, sailed past his shoulder and struck a display of books, sending them tumbling. Screams, panic, the crowd surging away from the source of the attack. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. His eyes swept the shop, searching for the attacker, and found Lucius Malfoy, standing near the door, his own wand lowered but his expression betraying neither surprise nor concern. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, recognition, assessment, a promise of future conflict. Then Malfoy turned and left the shop, his cloak swirling behind him. "Harry!" Hermione pushed through the crowd to reach him. "Are you all right? That spell missed me. Barely." Her eyes were wide with concern. Who cast it? Did you see? Harry looked toward the door where Malfoy had disappeared. I have a theory. The rest of the shopping trip passed without incident, but Harry remained alert. Dobby's warning echoed in his mind, taking on new significance in light of the attack. The Malfoys were planning something connected to Hogwarts, something dangerous enough to make their house elf risk punishment to warn him. He would need to be ready. The Hogwarts Express departed on schedule, carrying Harry back to the castle that had become more home than Privet Drive could ever be. He shared a compartment with Hermione, Ron, and a nervous first-year named Ginny Weasley, who seemed unable to look at Harry without blushing furiously. Ignore her, Ron muttered as Ginny fled to find friends her own age. She's been going on about you all summer. Harry Potter this, Harry Potter that. It's embarrassing. I'm sure she'll get over it. I hope so. Having a sister with a crush on my best mate is weird. The conversation shifted to speculation about the new school year, Lockhart's likely incompetence as a defense professor, the continued mystery of what Dobby had warned about, the political implications of Harry's very public defeat of Quirrell the previous spring. Draco's been telling everyone his father has plans, Hermione reported. He's been insufferable about it. All hints and implications without actually revealing anything. Draco doesn't know anything. He just pretends he does to seem important. Maybe, but his father definitely knows something. Harry thought about the attack in Flourish and Blots, about Lucius Malfoy's cold eyes and calculated withdrawal. Whatever's coming, the Malfoys are involved. Should we tell Dumbledore? Tell him what? That a house elf warned me, and Lucius Malfoy looked suspicious. Harry shook his head. We need evidence. Proof. Something concrete. And how do we get that? Harry smiled grimly. The same way we got it last year. We investigate. Hogwarts welcomed them back with its usual mixture of wonder and routine. The Sorting Hat sang its song, new students were distributed among the houses, and Dumbledore's start-of-term speech touched briefly on returning threats before introducing Gilderoy Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry watched the blonde wizard take his bow with barely concealed contempt. Everything about Lockhart screamed fraud. The too-perfect smile, the elaborate robes, the way he talked about his supposed adventures without ever providing verifiable details. He is lying, Seol confirmed from inside Harry's robes. His body language, his vocal patterns, everything suggests deception. I know. The question is what he's lying about. Perhaps everything. The first defense class confirmed Harry's suspicions. Lockhart spent the entire period talking about himself, his favorite color, his ideal birthday present, his secret ambition to market his own line of hair care products. When he finally attempted to demonstrate actual magic, he released a cage full of Cornish pixies that immediately destroyed the classroom. I'll ask you three to just nip the rest of them back into their cage, Lockhart said, fleeing the chaos he'd created. Harry dispatched the pixies with a single wandless spell, a burst of sleep-inducing magic that dropped them from the air like blue-skinned raindrops. Hermione and Ron stared at him. How did you practice? Harry began gathering the unconscious pixies. Lockhart's useless. We'll have to learn defense on our own this year. On our own. I have resources. Books, techniques, things that aren't in the standard curriculum. Harry met Hermione's eyes directly. Are you interested in learning magic that isn't in books? Hermione's expression was complicated, curiosity warring with her respect for rules and authority. What kind of magic? The kind that actually works. She was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. I'm in. Me too, Ron added. Anything's better than listening to that git talk about his hair products. Harry smiled. His circle of allies was expanding. The attacks began in October. Mrs. Norris was the first victim, found petrified outside a flooded bathroom, her body rigid, her eyes glassy and staring. Words were written on the wall above her in what appeared to be blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The castle erupted into panic. Students clustered in groups, whispering about the legendary chamber, speculating about who the heir might be. The purebloods remembered old stories. a secret room built by Salazar Slytherin, containing a monster that would purge the school of those unworthy of magical education. The Muggle-borns remembered something else, that they were the ones Slytherin had wanted purged. Harry watched it all with carefully concealed tension. He knew the chamber existed, had visited it dozens of times, had studied in its depths, had trained beneath the gaze of Salazar's stone face. But someone else was using it now. Someone who had awakened the basilisk, who was directing the ancient monster against the school's students. Someone who knew his secrets. "This changes everything," Salazar observed during their nightly consultation. The chamber was sealed for 1,000 years. Only a Parselmouth could open it. Only someone with the serpent's gift could command the basilisk. Voldemort, unlikely in his current state. The shade that fled Quirrell was barely substantial enough to possess a willing host. It could not control a basilisk at range. Then who? That is what you must discover. But carefully, Harry. Whoever is doing this knows the chamber's secrets. They may know about you as well. Harry redoubled his investigations, using every resource at his disposal. He mapped the attacks: Mrs. Norris near the flooded bathroom, then Colin Creevey in a corridor near the library, then nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley near the entrance hall. All petrified, all Muggle-born or Muggle-connected, all found near sources of water. The basilisk travels through the pipes, Harry realized. That's how it's moving through the castle unseen. A logical deduction. The plumbing system connects every part of Hogwarts, the perfect transportation network for a creature that cannot be seen without killing. But someone is controlling it, directing it to specific targets. Yes, and that someone must have access to the chamber, must speak Parseltongue, must possess knowledge that has been lost for centuries, or must have a way to fake it. The thought struck Harry like lightning. Parseltongue couldn't be learned. It was a gift of blood, an inheritance that couldn't be acquired through study or practice. But there were other ways to access abilities you didn't naturally possess. Artifacts, enchanted objects, items that contained the essence of their creators, like a portrait, or like something else. Harry began watching his fellow students more carefully, looking for signs of possession, of outside influence, of someone acting against their own nature. The search was frustrating, complicated by the general paranoia that had infected the school. And then Hermione was attacked. Harry found out during herbology class. Professor Sprout's announcement that another student had been petrified, that the victim was in the hospital wing, that classes would continue despite the danger. He didn't hear anything after Hermione Granger. The hospital wing was crowded with victims now. Colin and Justin and Mrs. Norris and Hermione, all lying in rigid silence, all victims of the basilisk's petrifying gaze. Harry stood beside Hermione's bed, looking at her frozen face, and felt something cold and terrible building in his chest. Rage. Pure, focused, devastating rage. She was investigating, Seol observed, following leads, pursuing theories. She must have gotten too close to the truth. Then she found something worth attacking her to protect. Harry searched Hermione's possessions, her bag, her robes, the books scattered on her bedside table. Nothing obvious. Nothing that explained what she'd discovered. Then he noticed her hand. It was clenched around something. A piece of parchment, crumpled and partially hidden by her rigid fingers. Harry pried it free carefully, unfolding it to reveal a page torn from a library book. Research on basilisks. And in Hermione's handwriting, a single word. Pipes. She'd figured it out. She'd understood how the monster was moving, maybe even what it was. And she'd been attacked before she could share her discovery. Harry felt his rage crystallize into something colder. Something more useful. He knew what the monster was. He knew how it moved. Now he just needed to find who was controlling it. And when he did, they would pay. The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry was leaving the hospital wing when he encountered Ginny Weasley. Pale, trembling, clearly on the verge of tears. "Harry," she whispered, "I need to tell you something. I've done something terrible." "What do you mean?" "The attacks. The chamber. It's all my fault." Tears were streaming down her face now. I didn't mean to. I didn't know what it was doing. But the diary told me things, showed me things, and I couldn't stop. What diary? Ginny reached into her robes and pulled out a small black book, leather-bound, worn, with a name embossed on the cover in faded gold letters. T.M. Riddle. Harry's blood went cold. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The name Voldemort had used before he became the Dark Lord. The identity he'd abandoned when he embraced darkness. Where did you get this? It was in my cauldron, after Diagon Alley. I thought someone had left it by accident, but when I wrote in it, Ginny's voice broke. It wrote back. It was so kind, so understanding. It became my friend. And then it started showing me things, telling me to do things, and I couldn't remember afterward. Harry understood now. The diary was a vessel, a container for some fragment of Voldemort's essence, powerful enough to possess a vulnerable girl, to use her to open the chamber and command the basilisk. Lucius Malfoy had slipped it into Ginny's cauldron. The attack in Flourish and Blots had been a diversion while he planted his trap. Harry! Ginny's voice was tiny, terrified. What is it? What did I do? You were manipulated, Harry said quietly, by something very dark, very old, and very dangerous. None of this is your fault. But the attacks were performed by the thing in this diary, using you as a puppet. Harry held the book carefully, feeling the malevolent magic pulsing within it. It's over now, Ginny. I'll take care of this. How? What is it? Harry looked at the diary, at this fragment of Voldemort's soul, this weapon that had nearly destroyed the school. It's a piece of the most evil wizard who ever lived, he said. And I'm going to destroy it. The Chamber of Secrets waited in darkness. Harry descended through the familiar passage, the diary clutched in one hand, his wand in the other. Seal was coiled around his arm, ready for whatever they might face. The basilisk was awake. He could feel it, a massive presence in the chamber's depths, stirring from the controlled slumber the diary had induced. It recognized him, recognized the serpent's gift in his blood, but it was confused, conflicted. The diary's commands warred with older loyalties. Great One, Harry hissed in Parseltongue as he entered the main chamber. I am Harry Potter, heir to Salazar Slytherin by gift and by right. I come to free you from false commands. The basilisk rose from the pool at the chamber's far end, 60 feet of muscle and scale and ancient power. Its eyes were closed, but its head swiveled toward Harry's voice. You speak the true tongue, the basilisk rumbled. His voice was ancient, deep as earthquakes. But another speaks as well. Another commands. I am divided. The other speaker is a ghost, a fragment, an echo of someone who died long ago. Harry held up the diary. This is the source of his power. When I destroy it, his commands will end. You can destroy it? I can. Will you permit me to pass? The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Then slowly it lowered its head to the ground. Pass, speaker. Do what must be done. I am tired of conflicting voices. Harry walked past the ancient creature, feeling its presence like a wall of heat. He climbed the steps to Salazar's study, pushed open the door and found Tom Riddle. Not a ghost, not an apparition. A teenage boy, handsome and dark-haired, solidified from memory and stolen life force. He stood before Salazar's desk, holding a wand that Harry recognized. Ginny's wand. Harry Potter. Riddle's voice was smooth, cultured, carrying echoes of the monster he would become. I wondered when you would come. You knew I would? Of course. The diary was designed to draw out Slytherin's heir, to test whether any remained worthy of the founder's legacy. Riddle's smile was cold. I must admit, you've exceeded my expectations. Opening the chamber without the diary's guidance? Commanding the basilisk with your own voice? Impressive for a child. I'm not a child, and you're not alive. Not yet, but soon. Riddle gestured at something behind him. A glowing form, barely visible, pulsing with stolen energy. The girl's life force has nearly finished restoring me. A few more minutes and I will walk the world again. Lord Voldemort, reborn. That's not going to happen. Harry raised his wand and Riddle moved faster. A curse slammed into Harry's chest, sending him crashing against the wall. His wand flew from his grip. Before he could recover, Riddle was standing over him, Ginny's wand pressed against his throat. Did you really think you could defeat me? I am the heir of Slytherin, the most powerful dark wizard in history. You are nothing, a child playing at games he doesn't understand. Harry looked up at the face of his enemy, young and handsome and utterly convinced of his own superiority. And he smiled. Seal. Now. The shadow serpent struck from Harry's sleeve, larger than Riddle expected, faster than he could react. Venomless fangs sank into the hand holding the wand. Riddle screamed and dropped the weapon. Harry was on his feet instantly, his hand closing around the diary that had fallen during their confrontation. He reached for his magic, not wand magic, not the standardized spells of Hogwarts education, but something older, darker, more powerful. Parselmagic. Destruction given voice. Burn, he hissed. The diary ignited. Riddle screamed. A sound of pure agony as the flames consumed not just paper and leather but the essence within. The solidified memory began to dissolve, its stolen life force dissipating into the air. You can't. This isn't possible. I am Lord Voldemort. You're a fragment, Harry said coldly. A piece of something that was never really alive. And now you're nothing. The fire consumed the last of the diary. Tom Riddle dissolved into smoke and memory, his screams fading into silence. Harry stood alone in Salazar's study, breathing hard, his magic nearly depleted. It was over. The basilisk met him at the bottom of the stairs. The false voice is silent, it rumbled. You have freed me, speaker. What would you have me do? Harry considered. The basilisk was a weapon of terrible power, capable of destroying armies, of terrifying nations, of reshaping the wizarding world. It would be easy to keep it ready, to hold it in reserve for future conflicts. But that wasn't who he wanted to be. Sleep, he said. Return to your rest. I will wake you if I have genuine need, but only then. Only for true threats. You would not use me for conquest? For domination. I'm not Voldemort. I don't want to rule the world. I just want to protect the people I care about. The basilisk was quiet for a long moment. Then something like approval flickered through its ancient mind. You are worthy, speaker. More worthy than any who have come before. It began to coil back into its pool. Call me when true need arises. I will answer. Harry watched the great serpent settle into slumber, then turned and began the long climb back to the surface. He had a lot to explain. Dumbledore listened to Harry's carefully edited account with an expression that suggested he wasn't entirely fooled. The diary was a piece of Voldemort's soul, the headmaster said when Harry finished. A Horcrux, as they are sometimes called. Dark magic of the foulest kind. You knew. I suspected. When you described its properties, the possession, the life drain, the independent consciousness, the signs were unmistakable. Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, tired. There may be others, Harry. Other fragments, other pieces of Tom Riddle's shattered soul. If Voldemort truly returns, we will need to find and destroy them all. How many? I don't know. Perhaps several. Perhaps many. Dumbledore leaned forward. This is the war we are fighting, Harry. Not just against a dark wizard, but against the very concept of immortality through evil. Every piece of Voldemort's soul that remains is another anchor, another way for him to survive death. Harry absorbed this. The implications were staggering. A hunt for hidden soul fragments, scattered across the world, each one protected by unknown defenses. I'll help you find them, he said. I know you will. Dumbledore's smile was sad. You are remarkable, Harry. More remarkable than you know. The way you handled this crisis, the chamber, the diary, the basilisk, was beyond anything I expected from a second-year student. I had good training. Indeed, training you have not fully explained, and which I have not pressed you to reveal. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Everyone is entitled to their secrets, Harry, even from their headmaster. Just remember, when the time comes, when the final battle approaches, You will need to trust someone with the whole truth. I'll remember. See that you do. The school year ended with celebrations and relief. Hermione was restored, the petrification victims all recovered, and Ginny Weasley, traumatized but alive, was sent home to heal under her family's care. The Malfoys faced investigation for Lucius's role in distributing the diary, though Harry doubted anything would come of it. But something had changed. Harry stood at the window of the Hogwarts Express, watching the castle recede into the distance, and felt the weight of everything he'd learned. Horcruxes, soul fragments, a war that would require destroying pieces of Voldemort's essence scattered across the world. And somewhere in the darkness of his own scar, a connection to the Dark Lord that grew stronger with each passing year. He touched his forehead, feeling the familiar lightning bolt shape. "Are you all right?" Seol asked. "I'm thinking about the future, about everything that's coming." And Harry watched Hogwarts disappear over the horizon. "I'm going to need to be a lot stronger." The train carried him south, toward another summer of training, another season of preparation. The war was coming, and Harry Potter would be ready. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10. The Mirror's Truth third year began with whispers of escaped murderers and Dementors at the gates. Harry had followed the news throughout the summer: Sirius Black's impossible escape from Azkaban, the Ministry's frantic manhunt, the mounting terror as sightings spread across Britain. The wizarding world was convinced Black was hunting Harry Potter, seeking to finish what his master had started 12 years ago. Harry wasn't so certain. "The official story claims Black betrayed your parents," Salazar observed during one of their summer consultations. "That he was their secret keeper, that he revealed their location to the Dark Lord, that he murdered 13 people when cornered by Aurors. You don't believe it?" "I believe official stories are often convenient rather than true. Black was imprisoned without trial, unusual even by the Ministry's standards. And certain details don't align with what I know of the man's family history." "You knew the Blacks?" "I knew of them. An ancient line, one of the Sacred 28, traditionally aligned with dark magic and pure-blood supremacy." Salazar's expression was thoughtful. "But Sirius Black was sorted into Gryffindor, disowned by his family. By all accounts, he despised everything they stood for." Harry filed this information away, adding it to the growing collection of mysteries that surrounded his life. His parents' betrayal, their murder, the prophecy Dumbledore still refused to share. Every answer led to more questions. The Hogwarts Express was different this year. Dementors boarded the train halfway through the journey. Dark-robed figures that radiated cold and despair, their presence turning the air to ice and draining the warmth from everything they touched. Harry felt them coming before they appeared, his magical senses screaming warning as the creatures glided through the corridors. When they reached his compartment, the effect was devastating. Cold deeper than winter, despair heavier than stone, and beneath it all memories rising unbidden. His mother's scream, a flash of green light, the laughter of something inhuman and cruel. Harry's occlumency shields held, barely. He forced the memories back, forced his mind to function, forced himself to remain conscious while others around him collapsed. But the experience left him shaken in ways he hadn't expected. "You heard her," Seol said quietly as the Dementors retreated. "Your mother, her final moments." "Yes. The Dementors force you to relive your worst memories. For you, that means the night my parents died." Harry's voice was flat. "The night Voldemort murdered them." He spent the rest of the journey in silence, processing what he'd experienced. The Dementor's effect had revealed something he'd never consciously remembered. His mother's voice, her final act of love and sacrifice. It was both gift and curse. A connection to parents he'd never known, delivered through the medium of their deaths. Professor Lupin found him afterward. The shabby wizard had been sleeping in Harry's compartment when the Dementors arrived, had woken to drive them away with a burst of silver light. Now he pressed chocolate into Harry's hands with concerned efficiency. "Eat, it helps." What was that spell? The silver thing. A Patronus charm. The only defense against Dementors that actually works. Lupin studied Harry with eyes that held old pain. You reacted more strongly than the others. That's not unusual. Dementors affect those who have experienced great trauma more severely. Can you teach me? The Patronus. Lupin hesitated. It's advanced magic. Well beyond third-year curriculum. I learn quickly. Something flickered in Lupin's expression. Recognition, perhaps, or memory. Yes, I imagine you do. He was quiet for a moment. Come to my office after the first week of classes. We'll discuss it. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet. The Patronus is one of the most difficult spells to master. Many adult wizards never manage it. Harry smiled slightly. I like a challenge. The school year settled into familiar rhythms, complicated by new tensions. Dementors patrolled Hogwarts borders, ostensibly searching for Sirius Black, though their presence felt more like imprisonment than protection. Students hurried between classes, afraid to linger in corridors where the creatures might drift too close. The usual cheerfulness of castle life was dampened by constant, pervasive dread. Harry adapted. His third-year classes were more demanding than before: care of magical creatures with the unfortunately enthusiastic Hagrid, divination with the dramatically fraudulent Trelawney, and a return to genuinely useful defense against the dark arts under Lupin's competent instruction. But his real education continued elsewhere. Every night, after the castle slept, Harry descended to the chamber for training sessions of increasing intensity. His Parselmagic had grown substantially since the diary incident, but the encounter with the Dementors had revealed new weaknesses to address. Your mental defenses are strong against human intrusion, Salazar observed. But the Dementors attack through emotion rather than thought. They bypass occlumency entirely, targeting the raw feeling beneath your shields. How do I defend against that? The Patronus is one method, and you should certainly learn it. But there are older techniques, Parselmagic approaches that create emotional barriers as well as mental ones. The training was grueling. Harry spent weeks learning to shield not just his thoughts but his feelings, building walls around the deepest parts of his psyche. The work was painful. It required confronting memories he'd buried, processing trauma he'd never fully addressed. But gradually the defenses took shape. By October, he could resist the Dementor's aura through pure mental discipline. By November, he could maintain function even in their direct presence. By December, he began work on the Patronus itself. Lupin was impressed. You're progressing faster than I expected, the professor admitted during one of their private lessons. Most students take months to produce even a wisp of silver. You're already generating substantial mist. It's not enough. I need a full corporeal Patronus. Why the urgency? Harry considered how much to reveal. Lupin seemed trustworthy, more so than most adults he'd encountered. But trust was a resource to be spent carefully. The Dementors affect me more strongly than others, he said finally. You saw it on the train. If Black gets into the castle, if the Dementors come searching, I need to be able to protect myself. The castle's protections aren't enough. Quirrell got through them. The diary got through them. Whatever security Dumbledore provides, it's not absolute. Harry met Lupin's eyes directly. I've learned not to rely on others for my safety. Something shifted in Lupin's expression. Pain, understanding, a grief that Harry couldn't quite identify. You're not wrong, Lupin said quietly. The world is dangerous, and those who can't protect themselves become victims. He paused. Your father was the same way. He never trusted authority to keep him safe. You knew my father? The words were out before Harry could stop them. Lupin's face transformed, surprise giving way to something softer, sadder. I knew him very well. We were friends at Hogwarts, best friends, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. His voice caught on the names. The four of us were inseparable. Harry's mind raced. Lupin had been friends with his father, with Sirius Black, the supposed betrayer, with Peter Pettigrew, who Black had allegedly murdered. What happened? That's a long story, and a painful one. Lupin turned away, his shoulders tight with old grief. Another time, perhaps, when we've built more trust. I understand. But Harry didn't, not entirely. There were pieces missing from the story, gaps that the official narrative didn't fill. And the more he learned, the more he suspected the truth was far more complicated than anyone admitted. Christmas brought unexpected revelations. Harry had elected to stay at Hogwarts over the holidays, unwilling to return to the Dursleys and unable to accept the Weasleys' invitation without arousing suspicion about his nighttime activities. The castle was nearly empty, providing perfect cover for extended training sessions. He was returning from the chamber on Christmas Eve when he encountered the map. Fred and George Weasley intercepted him in a deserted corridor, their expressions unusually serious. "We've got something for you, Harry," Fred said. "A Christmas present, you might say," George added. "Early delivery. Very important." They pressed a piece of parchment into his hands, old, worn, apparently blank. "What is this?" "This," Fred said reverently, "is the secret of our success, the source of our power, the reason we never get caught." George tapped the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Lines began spreading across the paper, ink appearing from nowhere, forming corridors and rooms and tiny labeled dots that moved with apparent purpose. A map of Hogwarts showing every room, every passage, every person in the castle, including the hidden passages Harry had discovered through months of exploration, including the Chamber of Secrets, including a dot labeled Harry Potter, standing in this very corridor. "The Marauder's map," Fred explained. "We nicked it from Filch's office years ago. It shows everyone in the castle all the time. Brilliant for avoiding teachers. We figured you could use it," George added. "What with Black on the loose and Dementors everywhere." Harry stared at the map, his mind churning with implications. This was an incredible resource, complete surveillance of the entire castle, including areas he hadn't yet discovered. But it was also a threat. If the map showed everyone, it showed him too. His nightly visits to the chamber, his training sessions with Salazar's portrait, everything he'd worked so hard to keep secret. Who made this? Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Fred read from the map's header. Whoever they were. We never figured it out. Harry had a sudden, terrible suspicion about exactly who the Marauders were. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs. For friends who had been inseparable at Hogwarts. Lupin, Pettigrew, Black, and his father, James Potter. "Thank you," Harry said, keeping his voice steady. "This is incredibly useful." "We know," Fred grinned. "Happy Christmas, Harry. Don't get caught." They disappeared into the castle's depths, leaving Harry alone with the map and its implications. He needed to study this carefully, understand its limitations, find ways to prevent it from betraying his secrets while using it to protect himself. But first, he needed to investigate something. Harry found a quiet corner and examined the map more closely, searching for specific names. There, Dumbledore in his office, McGonagall in her quarters, Snape prowling the dungeons, and in the Gryffindor common room, a name that shouldn't exist. Peter Pettigrew. Harry's blood went cold. Peter Pettigrew was supposed to be dead, murdered by Sirius Black 12 years ago, his body reduced to a single finger. The official story was absolute on this point, but the map showed him alive, in Gryffindor Tower, moving, breathing, existing. Either the map was wrong, which seemed unlikely, given its demonstrated accuracy, or the official story was a lie. Harry folded the map carefully and headed for Lupin's office. It was time for some answers. Lupin listened to Harry's account with an expression of growing horror. "That's impossible," he whispered when Harry showed him Pettigrew's name on the map. "Peter is dead. Sirius killed him. We all saw the evidence. The map doesn't lie. You told me yourself. You helped create it." Lupin went pale. "You know, Moony, that's you, isn't it? And Padfoot was Black. Prongs was my father. Wormtail." Harry's voice hardened. "Wormtail was Pettigrew. How did you?" "I'm not stupid, Professor, and I pay attention." Harry held up the map. "The question is, why is a dead man showing up in Gryffindor Tower?" Lupin stared at the map, his hands trembling. I don't understand. If Peter's alive, if he's been alive all these years, then everything we believed was wrong. Black didn't kill him, which means Black might not have betrayed my parents either. But we all thought the ministry was certain. The ministry imprisoned him without trial. You said so yourself. Harry's voice was cold. They wanted someone to blame. Black was convenient. Lupin looked like he might be sick. I need to see this for myself. The tower, if Peter's really there. He's not in the tower. Look. Harry pointed to the map. Ron Weasley's dormitory. Pettigrew's dot is right next to his bed. Next to... Lupin's expression shifted. The rat. Ron has a rat. Scabbers. He's had it for years. Inherited from his brother. Harry's mind was racing. An ordinary rat lives 3 years at most. Scabbers has been with the Weasleys for over a decade. Because he's not an ordinary rat. Lupin's voice was barely audible. He's an animagus. Like James. Like Sirius. We all learned together. To keep me company during the full moon. The pieces fell into place with terrible clarity. Peter Pettigrew wasn't dead. He'd faked his death. Framed Sirius Black. And spent 12 years hiding as a rat in a wizarding family. Safe. Unsuspected. Waiting for something. For his master to return. Pettigrew was the real traitor, Harry said. He was my parents' secret keeper. He's the one who told Voldemort where they were hiding. We have to tell Dumbledore. We have to... Wait. Harry grabbed Lupin's arm. If we tell Dumbledore, Pettigrew might escape again. He's been hiding for 12 years. He knows how to disappear. Then what do you suggest? Harry thought quickly. We capture him ourselves. Tonight. Before he realizes we know. That's dangerous. If Peter is working for Voldemort, then we need to know what he knows. And we need to do it quietly, without alerting anyone who might warn him. Harry's eyes met Lupin's. Can you do this? Can you help me catch the man who actually murdered my parents? Lupin was silent for a long moment. Then something hardened in his expression. Determination replacing the shock and grief. Yes, he said. I can. They found Pettigrew in the Gryffindor dormitory, transformed into his rat form, sleeping on Ron Weasley's pillow. Lupin cast the spell that forced the transformation. A shimmer of silver light that made Scabbers convulse and grow, limbs elongating, features shifting, until a small, watery-eyed man lay where the rat had been. Peter Pettigrew looked around with an expression of pure terror. Remus, old friend, I can explain. Explain what? Lupin's voice was ice. Explain how you've been alive all these years? Explain how Sirius went to prison for crimes you committed. I had no choice. The Dark Lord would have killed me. He was too strong. So you sold James and Lily instead. Harry stepped forward, his wand trained on Pettigrew's heart. You gave Voldemort the location of their hiding place. You're the reason they're dead. Pettigrew's eyes went wide at the sight of Harry. You look just like him, James. I know. And I know what you did. Harry's magic gathered, dark and dangerous. Give me one reason not to kill you right now. Harry, Lupin started. He murdered my parents. Harry didn't lower his wand. He framed an innocent man. He's been spying for Voldemort for over a decade. Tell me why he deserves to live. Pettigrew was crying now. Pathetic, sniveling tears. Please. I was scared. You don't understand what it was like. I understand perfectly. You were a coward. And your cowardice destroyed my family. Harry. Lupin's hand closed on his shoulder. Don't do this. Not like this. Why not? He deserves death. Maybe he does. But you don't deserve to be the one who delivers it. Lupin's voice was gentle but firm. Your father wouldn't have killed an unarmed man. Neither should you. Harry stood frozen, his magic still gathered, his rage demanding release. He could do it, could destroy Pettigrew with a word, could take revenge for everything the traitor had stolen. But Lupin was right. James Potter wouldn't have murdered in cold blood. Neither would Harry. Fine. Harry lowered his wand. We take him to Dumbledore. Let the ministry deal with him properly this time. Thank you, Pettigrew started. Don't thank me. Don't speak to me. The only reason you're alive is because killing you would make me too much like the monster you served. They bound Pettigrew with magical ropes and marched him through the castle's corridors. Harry kept his wand trained on the traitor's back, ready for any attempt to escape. But Pettigrew didn't try to run. He was too broken for that. Sirius Black's exoneration was headline news within days. The ministry had no choice. Pettigrew's confession, delivered under Veritaserum, was unambiguous. Sirius had been innocent all along, imprisoned for crimes committed by the man everyone believed was dead. The scandal rocked the wizarding world. The Minister for Magic resigned in disgrace. Reforms were promised. Investigations were launched, and Sirius Black walked free. Harry met him on a cold January morning, in Dumbledore's office with Lupin standing awkwardly nearby. His godfather was thin and haggard, aged far beyond his years by 12 years of wrongful imprisonment. But his eyes, gray, intelligent, desperate with hope, fixed on Harry with an intensity that took his breath away. "Harry," Sirius's voice cracked. "You look so much like James. Except for your eyes, you have Lily's eyes. So everyone tells me. I'm sorry." Tears were streaming down Sirius's face now. "I should have been there for you. Should have raised you, protected you, given you the family you deserved. Instead, I rotted in Azkaban while you grew up with those muggles. It's not your fault, isn't it? If I hadn't gone after Peter, if I'd stayed with you instead of chasing revenge, then Pettigrew would have escaped anyway, and my parents' murderer would still be free." Harry met his godfather's eyes directly. "You didn't fail me, Sirius. The system failed both of us." Sirius stared at him for a long moment. "You're not what I expected." James was impulsive, emotional. "You're colder, more controlled." Sirius wiped his eyes. "But I see him in you, the way you carry yourself, the way you face the world. I had good teachers." Something flickered across Sirius's expression. Curiosity, maybe, or suspicion. But he didn't push. "I want to make things right," he said instead. "I know I can't replace what you lost, the childhood, the family, but I want to try. I'm your godfather. Legally, that means I have custody." Harry's heart stuttered. "You mean? I mean, you don't have to go back to the Dursleys. Ever. You can live with me." The offer hung in the air between them. Escape, belonging, everything Harry had dreamed of during his years at Privet Drive. But it wasn't that simple. "The blood wards," Harry said slowly. "The protection from my mother's sacrifice. It only works while I call the Dursleys' house home." "Damn the blood wards. Dumbledore can create new protections." "No." Harry held up his hand. "The blood wards are tied to my mother's love. That's not something that can be replicated or replaced." Sirius looked like he'd been struck. "So you're going back? To those people who treated you like, for summers, until I'm 17 and the protection expires." Harry's voice was firm. "But that doesn't mean we can't have a relationship. Weekends, holidays when I can manage them, letters. It's not enough. It's more than I've ever had." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "I'd like to know my godfather, Sirius, even if I can't live with him." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Okay, we'll make it work." He stepped forward, hesitated, then pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. "I'm so sorry, Harry, for everything." Harry let himself be held, let himself feel, for just a moment, what it might have been like to have a family. Then he stepped back, his mask sliding back into place. "There's a lot I need to tell you," he said. "About my parents, about Voldemort, about everything that's happening." "I'm listening." "Good, because this is going to take a while." The rest of the school year passed in a blur of study and preparation. Harry threw himself into his training with renewed intensity, spurred by the knowledge that Voldemort's resurrection was inevitable. He mastered the Patronus charm, a great silver serpent that drove Dementors away like mist before wind. He refined his Parselmagic to the point where Salazar pronounced him the most capable student he'd ever trained. He built alliances, gathered information, prepared for the war he knew was coming. And through it all, he maintained his connections. Hermione and Ron remained his closest friends, trusted allies who knew some of his secrets, if not all. Daphne Greengrass continued their strategic alliance, her neutral position making her valuable for intelligence he couldn't gather elsewhere. Sirius wrote letters full of stories about James and Lily, gradually filling the gaps in Harry's understanding of his parents. Even Snape thawed slightly, not quite friendly, but no longer actively hostile. The potions master seemed to have reached some private conclusion about Harry, and whatever it was, it had softened his contempt. But Harry's greatest resource remained the chamber. He spent hours in Salazar's study, reading texts that hadn't been seen in centuries, mastering techniques that the wizarding world had forgotten. The training was exhausting, demanding, often painful, but it was also effective. By the end of third year, Harry was no longer just a talented student. He was something far more dangerous. "You have exceeded my expectations," Salazar observed during their final session before summer holidays. "In 3 years, you have accomplished what most wizards never achieve in a lifetime. Your occlumency is nearly impenetrable. Your Parselmagic rivals my own at your age. Your combat skills are formidable. Is it enough? Enough for what? To defeat Voldemort?" Salazar was quiet for a long moment. "No, not yet. The Dark Lord has decades of experience and power you cannot yet match. But you are closing the gap. Another few years of training and... I might not have years. He's getting stronger. I can feel it through the connection in my scar. Then we accelerate your education. This summer we begin advanced techniques. Magic I have held in reserve until you were ready." "What kind of magic?" Salazar's smile was thin and dangerous. "The kind that makes Dark Lords tremble. The kind that shaped the wizarding world 1,000 years ago. The kind that was suppressed because those in power feared what it might become." Harry nodded. Whatever it took. Whatever he had to learn, whatever he had to become. Voldemort was rising, and Harry Potter would be ready to meet him. Chapter 10 End Chapter 11. Shadows Converging. The summer before 4th year was the longest of Harry's life. He spent 2 weeks at Privet Drive, the minimum required to maintain the Blood Wards, then escaped to Sirius's new residence at Grimmauld Place. The ancient black family home was dark and unwelcoming, filled with dark artifacts and darker memories. But it was also secure. More importantly, it contained a library that rivaled Hogwarts itself. Harry devoured the Black Collection with voracious intensity. Books on blood magic, treatises on soul bonds, ancient texts describing rituals the Ministry had banned centuries ago. The knowledge was dark, genuinely dark, not just academically forbidden, but Harry approached it with the same analytical precision he applied to everything. "You're playing with fire," Seol observed as Harry paged through a particularly disturbing volume. "This magic has corrupted stronger minds than yours." "I'm not using it. I'm understanding it." Harry set the book aside. Voldemort didn't become powerful by avoiding dangerous knowledge. He became powerful by mastering it. And look what that mastery cost him. His humanity, his sanity, his soul literally. "I'm not Voldemort. I'm not seeking immortality or domination. I'm seeking survival. The distinction may matter less than you think." Harry didn't have an answer to that. The familiar was right. The line between understanding dark magic and being corrupted by it was thinner than most people realized. But Harry couldn't afford ignorance. Not with war coming. Sirius noticed the change in Harry, though he misinterpreted its source. "You're different this summer," his godfather observed one evening as they shared dinner in the gloomy kitchen. "More focused, more intense." "I'm preparing." "For what?" "For Voldemort." Harry met Sirius's eyes directly. "He's coming back, Sirius. Soon. And when he does, I need to be ready. You're 14. Let the adults handle." The adults failed. They let Pettigrew escape. They imprisoned you without trial. They left me with the Dursleys for 11 years. Harry's voice was flat. "I don't trust adults to protect me. I trust myself." Sirius looked like he'd been slapped. Harry, I'm not angry at you. You did everything you could. But the system is broken, and I can't rely on it to save me when the time comes. So what will you rely on? My training, my allies, my own power. Harry allowed a thin smile. And my godfather, if he's willing to help. I'm always willing to help. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. I don't know how to help someone like you. You're not the child I expected. You're something else. I'm a survivor. That's all I've ever been. The Quidditch World Cup came in August. Harry attended with Sirius, the Weasleys, and Hermione. A rare moment of normalcy in a summer defined by preparation and paranoia. The match itself was spectacular. Ireland defeating Bulgaria despite Victor Crumb's impressive seeking. But the celebration afterward turned to nightmare. Harry felt them coming before anyone else. A disturbance in the magical atmosphere. A surge of malevolent intent that set his senses screaming. He was on his feet, wand drawn, before the first screams echoed through the campsite. Death Eaters, masked figures in black robes, marching through the tents, levitating muggles for sport, setting fires that spread with unnatural speed. The chaos was absolute. Families fleeing in all directions, ministry officials trying desperately to respond, the night torn by screams and curses. Stay together, Sirius shouted, grabbing Ginny before she could run. We need to get to the Portkey site. But Harry wasn't listening. He was watching the Death Eaters, their formation, their movements, their apparent objectives. This wasn't random terror. This was a message, a demonstration of power, a warning. The dark mark. Seal hissed as a green skull erupted into the sky, serpent coiling from its mouth. Voldemort's symbol. This is his work. No, he's not strong enough for this yet. But someone is acting in his name. Harry moved through the chaos like a ghost, shadow-stepping between patches of darkness, observing without being observed. He saw Lucius Malfoy among the attackers. His mask did little to disguise his distinctive hair and bearing. He saw other familiar figures, adults he recognized from ministry functions and society events. The Death Eaters weren't gone. They'd just been hiding, and now they were emerging again. The attack ended as suddenly as it began. The masked figures disapparated in unison, leaving burning tents and traumatized families in their wake. Ministry officials swarmed the site, trying desperately to restore order. Harry found his group at the Portkey site, Sirius's face pale with fear. Where were you? I thought. I was observing, learning. Harry kept his voice low. The Death Eaters are reorganizing. This wasn't just terror, it was a recruitment demonstration. They're showing potential allies that the old power is returning. You could have been killed. I was never in danger. They weren't hunting children, they were making a statement. Sirius stared at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Sometimes you frighten me, Harry. The way you think. The way you analyze. Good. Fear keeps people sharp. Harry glanced toward the fading dark mark. We need to get back. I have preparations to make. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry toward his 4th year with a weight of anticipation. Something was different this time. He could feel it in the magical currents, sense it in the way the ministry officials had acted at the World Cup. Events were accelerating toward a confrontation he'd been preparing for since he was 8 years old. The Triwizard Tournament announcement confirmed his suspicions. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech introduced delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, explained the competition structure, and revealed the age restriction that supposedly prevented anyone under 17 from entering. Harry watched the Goblet of Fire being unveiled with calculating eyes. A binding magical contract, Salazar observed during their first chamber session of the year. Whoever is selected cannot refuse to compete. The magic would extract a terrible price. Someone will enter my name. You seem certain. The Death Eaters are active. Voldemort is planning his return. What better opportunity than a tournament designed to produce danger? Harry's voice was cold. They'll find a way to enter me, force me to compete, and use the competition to kill me or deliver me to their master. And if they succeed, they won't. Because I'll be ready. Harry spent the weeks before the selection preparing for contingencies. He studied the Triwizard Tournament's history, learning about past challenges and the magical principles behind them. He refined his combat techniques, focusing on scenarios involving unknown opponents and unexpected environments. And he watched his fellow students, particularly those from visiting schools, with the careful attention of someone expecting betrayal. Victor Crumb was impressive but straightforward, a talented athlete with limited strategic thinking. The Beauxbatons champion, Fleur Delacour, was more complex, brilliant, proud, and surprisingly observant. Cedric Diggory represented the best of Hogwarts, noble, capable, genuinely decent. None of them concerned Harry particularly. It was the fourth name that changed everything. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent as the goblet spat his name into the air. A fourth champion for a three-school tournament, an underage competitor in a restricted competition. Harry didn't react visibly. He'd expected this, had prepared for exactly this scenario. But the reactions around him told their own story. Dumbledore's face was grave. McGonagall looked horrified. The visiting headmasters were outraged. And from the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy watched with an expression of barely concealed satisfaction. The trap had been sprung. Now Harry had to survive it. The investigation into how Harry's name entered the goblet produced no clear answers. Moody, the new defense against the dark arts professor, a paranoid exorer with a magical eye that could see through walls, suspected foul play but couldn't identify the culprit. Dumbledore's examination of the goblet revealed tampering but not its source. The ministry officials who arrived to adjudicate declared Harry bound by the magical contract, obligated to compete regardless of how his name was submitted. Harry accepted this with outward calm and internal fury. Someone had manipulated him into this tournament. Someone with access to powerful magic, knowledge of the goblet's weaknesses, and motivation to place Harry in danger. The list of suspects was shorter than it should have been. Karkaroff is a former Death Eater, Seol observed as they analyzed the situation. But he lacks the subtlety for this kind of operation. His reaction to your selection was genuine surprise. Agreed. And Maxime has no obvious motive. The Beauxbatons delegation gains nothing from my participation. Which leaves Hogwarts staff. Harry had already reached the same conclusion. The betrayer was someone inside the castle. Someone with access to the goblet, knowledge of the tournament, and reason to want Harry in danger. Moody was the obvious suspect. New arrival, paranoid behavior, convenient expertise in exactly the kind of magic required for the tampering. But obvious suspects were often red herrings. Harry would watch everyone. The first task arrived with the revelation that champions would face dragons. Harry learned this through a combination of careful observation and strategic rule-breaking, sneaking into the Forbidden Forest where the dragons were being held, studying their behavior, analyzing their magical defenses. Hungarian Horntail, he reported to Salazar the night before the task. The most dangerous breed. Fire that burns hotter than conventional flame. Scales that resist most offensive magic. And your strategy? Misdirection. The dragon protects a golden egg. My objective is retrieval, not combat. I'll summon my firebolt and outmaneuver the creature rather than trying to fight it. Relying on flight? It's the cleanest approach. Minimal risk, maximum speed. No revelation of capabilities I want to keep hidden. Salazar nodded slowly. Reasonable. Though you should have contingencies. I do. Several of them. The task itself was almost anticlimactic. Harry entered the arena to face the Horntail, an enormous creature of scales and fury, chained near a nest containing the golden egg. The crowd roared. The judges watched. The dragon's eyes tracked his every movement. Accio Firebolt. The broomstick arrived within minutes, and Harry mounted it with practiced ease. The Horntail tracked him through the air, snapping at his passes, breathing fire that he dodged with inches to spare. But dragons weren't designed for aerial combat against nimble flyers. Harry feinted left, dove right, and snatched the egg from the nest before the Horntail could react. He was out of the arena in under 10 minutes, the fastest completion of the day. The crowd went wild. Harry accepted their cheers with calculated modesty, playing the role of the unlikely champion who'd somehow survived. But behind his mask, he was already planning. The egg contained a clue to the second task. He needed to decipher it, prepare accordingly, and continue his investigation into who had entered his name. The tournament was only beginning. The egg's secret revealed itself in the prefect's bathroom. Harry had puzzled over the screaming noise for weeks before Cedric Diggory, in a rare moment of inter-champion cooperation, suggested he take a bath with it. The clue, apparently, could only be heard underwater. Mermish. The song described something precious being taken, held in the lake's depths for 1 hour. A hostage rescue mission. Harry began preparing immediately. The bubblehead charm is the standard approach, Salazar observed during their strategy session. But it has limitations: duration, visibility, vulnerability to attack. I was thinking of something else. Oh, gillyweed. It transforms the user temporarily. Gills, webbed hands and feet. Complete adaptation to underwater environment. Risky. The transformation is disorienting, and the duration is unpredictable. But it's also unexpected. No one will anticipate that approach. Salazar considered. Very well. Procure the gillyweed, test it thoroughly, and develop contingency plans for duration failures. Harry nodded. The second task would require careful preparation, but he was confident in his ability to handle it. What concerned him more was the ongoing mystery of his selection. The investigation had stalled. Moody continued his paranoid surveillance. Dumbledore continued his cryptic guidance. And somewhere in the castle, the person who had entered Harry's name continued their schemes. Harry needed answers. He found them in the most unexpected place. The Marauder's map showed a name that shouldn't exist. Harry had been using the map regularly since third year, monitoring the castle for threats, tracking the movements of suspicious individuals. But he'd never seen this before, hadn't thought to look for it. Bartemius Crouch. Not the senior, the ministry official who was supposedly overseeing the tournament. The junior, the Death Eater who had supposedly died in Azkaban years ago. And the dot bearing his name was in Professor Moody's office. Harry's blood went cold. Moody wasn't Moody. The paranoid Exor was actually a dead man walking, a Death Eater in disguise, positioned at Hogwarts with access to students and staff, positioned to ensure Harry competed in the Triwizard Tournament. This complicates things, Seol observed as Harry processed the implications. It clarifies things. Crouch entered my name. He's been manipulating events all year. And he's working for Voldemort. What will you do? Nothing immediate. If I expose him now, without understanding his full plan, I lose the opportunity to discover what Voldemort is really after. You're going to let a Death Eater continue operating? I'm going to let him think he's operating undetected. There's a difference. Harry began his own surveillance of the false Moody, tracking his movements, analyzing his behavior, building a picture of his objectives. The imposter was drinking Polyjuice Potion regularly, maintaining his disguise with paranoid precision. He was also showing unusual interest in Harry's preparation for the tournament, offering advice and assistance that seemed helpful on the surface. But Harry recognized the pattern now. Crouch was guiding him toward something, preparing him for a specific outcome. The third task, whatever it was, would be the culmination of the plan. Harry intended to be ready. The second task came and went with minimal difficulty. Harry's gillyweed transformation worked perfectly, allowing him to navigate the lake's depths with ease. He rescued Ron, his designated hostage, and returned to the surface with time to spare. But his attention was already on the final challenge. The third task was announced as a maze, a magical labyrinth filled with obstacles and creatures, with the Triwizard Cup at its center. First champion to reach the cup would win. Harry studied the maze's construction with clinical precision. The cup is the key, he told Salazar. Whatever Crouch is planning, it involves the cup. That's the only element he has consistent access to. A port key. Most likely. He wants me to win, has been helping me all year. So the cup is set to transport whoever touches it to wherever Voldemort is waiting. And your counter-strategy? Reach the cup first. Trigger whatever trap is waiting. And be ready to fight my way out. You're walking into an ambush deliberately? I'm walking into an ambush knowing it's an ambush. That's different. Harry's voice was cold. Voldemort wants me for something. A ritual, probably something requiring my blood or my presence. I need to know what he's planning, and the only way to learn is to let his trap close. This is extraordinarily dangerous. Everything about my life is dangerous. At least this time, I get to choose the terms. The night of the third task arrived with summer warmth and mounting tension. Harry stood at the maze's entrance, watching the hedges shift and grow, feeling the magic that permeated the structure. Crouch, still disguised as Moody, gave him a final encouraging nod. Little does he know, Harry thought. The cannon fired. Harry entered the maze. The obstacles were challenging but manageable. A boggart, a sphinx, a series of magical traps designed to test skill and nerve. Harry navigated them with efficient precision, his training carrying him through challenges that would have stopped lesser competitors. He found Cedric Diggory near the center, struggling against an enchanted mist. Harry helped him clear it, and they approached the cup together. "Should we take it at the same time?" Cedric asked. "A Hogwarts victory either way?" Harry hesitated. Taking Cedric meant exposing an innocent person to whatever trap waited. But leaving him behind would require explanation, might compromise Harry's ability to reach the cup at all. "Together," Harry said finally. "On three." They grabbed the cup simultaneously. The world lurched sideways, colors blurring, reality twisting. And Harry found himself in a graveyard. The portkey deposited them among ancient tombstones, the air thick with dark magic and darker intentions. Harry's senses screamed warnings. Multiple hostile presences, powerful wards, something terrible waiting in the shadows. "Kill the spare." The voice came from nowhere and everywhere. A flash of green light. Cedric Diggory crumpled without a sound. Harry didn't hesitate. He shadow-stepped away from his landing spot just as a curse tore through the space he'd occupied. More spells followed, probing attacks, testing his defenses, driving him toward the center of the graveyard. Toward the ritual waiting there. A massive cauldron sat among the tombstones, filled with something that bubbled and glowed. Beside it stood Peter Pettigrew, escaped from Azkaban, apparently, his trial having gone wrong, and in his arms, a hideous creature that might once have been human. Voldemort, the Dark Lord in his diminished form, waiting for the ritual that would restore him. "Harry Potter." The creature's voice was high and cold. "You have come as I knew you would. Let's skip the monologue." Harry's wand was already raised. His magic gathered. "I know what you want. My blood for your resurrection. It's not going to happen. You misunderstand. You have no choice in the matter." Chains erupted from the ground, magical bindings that wrapped around Harry's limbs and dragged him toward the cauldron. He fought, shadow-stepped, cast counterspells, unleashed Parselmagic that should have shattered the restraints. Nothing worked. The chains were keyed to his blood, to the protection his mother's sacrifice had created. They couldn't be broken by anything Harry possessed. "Your mother's love protects you," Voldemort hissed. "But it also binds you. The same magic that shields you from my touch makes you vulnerable to my rituals." Pettigrew forced Harry's arm over the cauldron. A silver knife flashed. Blood dripped into the bubbling liquid. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. "You will resurrect your foe." The ritual completed itself with terrible inevitability. The cauldron erupted. A figure rose from the flames, tall, pale, inhuman. Red eyes opened in a face that had abandoned any pretense of humanity. Lord Voldemort lived again. "My wand, Wormtail." The Dark Lord took the wand from Pettigrew's trembling hands, caressing it like a lost lover. Then his attention turned to Harry, still bound by the magical chains. "You have caused me considerable inconvenience, Harry Potter. Your survival that night in Godric's Hollow. Your destruction of my diary. Your continued defiance despite overwhelming evidence that resistance is futile. Get used to disappointment." Voldemort laughed. A cold, terrible sound. "Defiant to the end." I wonder if you will maintain that attitude when I show you exactly how powerless you truly are. He raised his wand. Harry braced himself for pain. But before Voldemort could cast, something unexpected happened. The chains binding Harry shattered. Not through his own power, through something else. Something that pulsed through the blood connection Voldemort had just created. Something that recognized Harry's determination to survive and responded accordingly. His mother's protection. Adapted. Evolved. Transformed by the very ritual meant to overcome it. Harry was free. And he was angry. The duel that followed was brief but violent. Harry unleashed everything he had. Parselmagic that Voldemort hadn't anticipated. Shadow stepping that defied the Dark Lord's targeting. Combat techniques refined through years of training with Salazar's guidance. Voldemort was stronger, more experienced, more powerful in raw magical terms. But Harry was prepared. Had been preparing for this moment since he was 8 years old. Their wands connected, brother cores recognizing each other. Creating a phenomenon Harry had read about but never witnessed. Priori incantatem. The reverse spell effect. Ghostly figures emerged from Voldemort's wand, echoes of his victims, given form by the connection between the twin cores. Cedric, an old man, a woman, and finally, last of all, James and Lily Potter. Harry, his mother's voice was distant, ethereal. You have to break the connection. Get to the port key. We're so proud of you, his father added. So proud of who you've become. We'll hold him, just for a moment. Run. Harry didn't want to run. Wanted to stay in this moment, connected to parents he'd never known. But survival came first. It always came first. He broke the connection and sprinted for the Triwizard Cup, still lying where it had fallen. Curses flew past him, Voldemort's rage manifest in deadly light, but none connected. His hand closed around the cup. The world lurched again, and Harry found himself back at Hogwarts, clutching the port key, Cedric's body appearing beside him. He'd survived, but the war had truly begun. Chapter 11 End Chapter 12. The price of power, the aftermath of the graveyard was chaos. Harry emerged from the port key to screaming crowds and blinding lights. Cedric's body sprawled beside him like an accusation. Ministry officials swarmed. Dumbledore pushed through. The false Moody tried to drag Harry away before being stunned by a curse Harry didn't see coming. The next hours blurred together in fragments of interrogation and revelation. Bartemius Crouch Jr. exposed and captured. Veritaserum confessions that confirmed everything Harry had suspected. The Ministry's desperate attempts to control the narrative, to deny Voldemort's return, to maintain the illusion of safety. And through it all, Harry sat in the hospital wing, staring at nothing, processing the magnitude of what had happened. Cedric was dead. Murdered because he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, because Harry had chosen to share the victory instead of taking it alone. His choice, his consequence. You couldn't have known, Seol said quietly. The trap was set for you, not him. I should have gone alone. Should have. Should have what? Refused to help him in the maze? Let him die to the obstacles instead of Voldemort's curse. The familiar's voice was gentle but firm. Cedric died because Peter Pettigrew killed him. Not because of your choices. Harry wanted to believe that. The logical part of his mind understood it was true. But the guilt remained. Dumbledore came that night. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him. Worn down by the evening's revelations, by the Ministry's denial, by the weight of a war he'd been fighting for decades. I owe you explanations, Dumbledore said, settling into the chair beside Harry's bed. Many explanations which I have delayed far too long. The prophecy. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The prophecy. Among other things. He told Harry everything, or at least everything he was willing to share. The prophecy made before Harry's birth, predicting a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort's decision to target the Potters. His belief that Harry was the prophesied threat. The protection created by Lily's sacrifice. The blood wards that had kept Harry safe for 14 years. And the Horcruxes. Tom Riddle sought immortality through the darkest magic known to wizard kind, Dumbledore explained. He split his soul into fragments, anchoring each piece to a physical object. As long as any Horcrux survives, he cannot truly be killed. How many? I believe 7, though I cannot be certain. The diary you destroyed was one. There are others. Hidden, protected, scattered across locations meaningful to Tom's history. And the one in my scar? Dumbledore went very still. You know about that. I've suspected for years. The connection to Voldemort. The shared abilities. The way my scar reacts to his presence. Harry met the headmaster's eyes directly. I'm a Horcrux. An accidental one, created when he tried to kill me. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. I had hoped to spare you that knowledge. To find another way. There is no other way. The Horcrux has to be destroyed. Harry's voice was flat, clinical. Which means I have to die. Not necessarily. There may be alternatives. Don't. Harry held up his hand. Don't give me false hope. I've spent years preparing for war, and I've always known I might not survive it. This doesn't change anything. It changes everything, Harry. You are not meant to be a sacrifice. I'm not sacrificing myself. I'm accepting reality. Harry looked at Dumbledore with eyes that had seen too much for 14 years. Voldemort has to be destroyed. The Horcruxes have to be destroyed. If that includes me, then it includes me. There may be another way. The protection your mother gave you, it exists in your blood now, in Voldemort's blood as well since his resurrection. That connection might provide alternatives we haven't considered. Might. Possibly. Perhaps. Harry shook his head. I don't have time for maybes. I need certainties. Then here is a certainty. I will not let you face this alone. Whatever path we take together. It was the closest thing to a promise Dumbledore had ever given him. Harry wasn't sure it would be enough. The summer after 4th year was a masterclass in political chaos. The Ministry denied Voldemort's return with desperate intensity. Cornelius Fudge launching a propaganda campaign that painted Harry as a delusional attention seeker and Dumbledore as a power-hungry manipulator. The Daily Prophet published hit pieces daily, each one more vicious than the last. Harry watched it all from Grimmauld Place, where Sirius had offered sanctuary and the Order of the Phoenix was reforming. The Order was Dumbledore's resistance network. Veterans of the First War, young recruits eager to fight, a coalition of wizards united against the Dark Lord's return. They met in the Black family's gloomy kitchen, planning strategies and gathering intelligence while the Ministry pretended everything was fine. Harry wasn't officially invited to meetings. He attended anyway. The Ministry's denial won't last, Sirius observed during one late-night discussion. Voldemort will make his move eventually. Something too big to ignore. By then it might be too late, Lupin countered. Every day they waste is another day he has to rebuild his forces. The Death Eaters are already active, Harry said quietly. Both men turned to look at him. They've been recruiting since the World Cup. Reaching out to werewolf packs, giant tribes, anyone with grievances against the Ministry. How do you know that? I pay attention. Harry didn't elaborate. His intelligence network, built through Daphne's connections and his own careful cultivation, was not something he intended to share. Sirius studied him with an expression that mixed pride and concern. You've changed, Harry. Since the graveyard. I watched someone die because of me. That tends to change people. Cedric's death wasn't your fault. I know. That doesn't make it easier. Harry stood, moving toward the door. I'm going to train. He retreated to the room of requirement, a space he'd discovered during his 3rd year and had been using ever since. The room responded to his needs, providing training dummies, obstacle courses, and environments for practicing increasingly dangerous magic. Tonight, he practiced killing curses. This is dark magic, Seol observed as Harry's 4th Avada Kedavra reduced a practice dummy to ash. The darkest there is. Voldemort won't hesitate to use it. Neither will his followers. That doesn't mean you should. It means I need to understand it. The theory, the feel, the countermeasures. Harry lowered his wand. I'm not planning to murder anyone, but I need to know what I'm facing. And if you're forced to kill, Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then I'll do what's necessary and live with the consequences. The familiar didn't respond. There was nothing to say. Fifth year began under the shadow of ministry interference. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts as the new defense against the dark arts professor. A pink-clad bureaucrat with a simpering smile and a mandate to suppress any suggestion that Voldemort had returned. Her classes were useless, her detentions were torture, and her authority expanded week by week. Harry watched it all with cold calculation. Umbridge was an obstacle, but she was also an opportunity. Her presence galvanized students who might otherwise have remained passive, creating a resistance movement that Harry could shape and direct. The DA, Dumbledore's army, began as Hermione's idea but quickly became Harry's project. 20 students, then 30, then 50, meeting in the room of requirement to learn the combat magic that Umbridge refused to teach. Harry led the sessions, demonstrating techniques he'd spent years mastering, pushing his classmates toward competence they'd never achieved through the standard curriculum. "You're different when you teach," Hermione observed after one particularly intense session. "More confident, like you know exactly what you're doing." "I do know what I'm doing. That's what I mean. Most people our age are still figuring things out. You act like you've already figured everything out." "Not everything, just the things that matter." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Harry, what happened to you? Not this year, not the graveyard. Before. You've always been more than you should be. More capable, more controlled, more dangerous." Harry considered how much to reveal. Hermione had proven herself repeatedly loyal, intelligent, trustworthy. But some secrets were too dangerous to share. "I had a teacher," he said finally. "Someone who found me when I was young and saw potential that no one else recognized. They trained me, prepared me, made me into what I needed to be." "Who?" "Someone who understood what I would face. Someone who knew that the war was coming long before anyone else admitted it." Harry met her eyes. "I can't tell you more than that. Not yet. But when this is over, when Voldemort is gone, I'll explain everything. Promise. Promise." The vision came in December. Harry was sleeping in Gryffindor Tower. He'd been sorted there, despite his Slytherin tendencies, a decision he'd made deliberately to avoid the complications of his first year. When pain exploded through his scar, he saw through Voldemort's eyes. A corridor in the Department of Mysteries. Arthur Weasley on guard duty. A massive snake Nagini coiling to strike. Harry screamed. The attack was real. Arthur was rushed to St. Mungo's, barely alive, saved only by the warning Harry's vision provided. But the incident raised questions that the Order couldn't ignore. "The connection is growing stronger," Dumbledore observed during an emergency meeting. "Voldemort can send Harry visions, false or true, at will. This makes you vulnerable, Harry, and potentially dangerous." "I know. You must learn to close your mind." "Occlumency. I already know occlumency." Harry cut him off. "I've known it for years. But this connection isn't mental. It's something else. Something in the blood. In the soul." Dumbledore's expression shifted. "You understand more than I realized. I understand that Voldemort can see through my eyes as easily as I can see through his. That makes me a liability." Harry's voice was flat. "What? Learn to control it. To use it rather than being used by it. And if I can't?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "Then we will have to find another solution." Harry knew what that meant. Knew that the other solution involved his death, the destruction of the Horcrux in his scar, the end of the connection that made him both asset and liability. He wasn't ready to die yet, but he was preparing for the possibility. The Department of Mysteries trap sprung in June. Voldemort fed Harry a vision of Sirius being tortured, knowing that Harry would come to rescue him. It was obvious manipulation, a lure designed to draw Harry into enemy territory. Harry went anyway, not because he believed the vision, not because he thought Sirius was actually in danger, because it was time. He'd spent the year preparing, training the DA, building alliances, gathering intelligence about Voldemort's operations. The Department of Mysteries held the prophecy sphere, yes, but it also held other things. Weapons. knowledge, resources that could tip the balance of the coming war. Harry wasn't walking into a trap. He was springing one of his own. "This is insane," Ron said as they flew toward the Ministry on stolen thestrals. "Even for you, this is insane." "Probably. Then why are we doing it?" "Because Voldemort expects me to charge in like a Gryffindor and die like a hero. He doesn't expect me to have a plan." Harry's smile was cold. "I always have a plan." The plan involved Dumbledore. Harry had sent a message before leaving Hogwarts, a Patronus carrying a single phrase that would bring the entire Order of the Phoenix to the Ministry. By the time Harry and his friends reached the Department of Mysteries, reinforcements were already on the way. But plans rarely survived contact with the enemy. The Death Eaters were waiting, 12 of them, including Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. They surrounded Harry's group in the Hall of Prophecies, wands raised, malevolent satisfaction evident in every masked face. "Give me the prophecy, Potter." Lucius's voice was silk over steel. "Give it to me, and your friends might survive." "I don't think so." Harry's wand was already moving, casting spells he'd never used in combat before. "Now!" The DA members scattered, diving behind shelves, casting defensive spells, following the tactics Harry had drilled into them for months. The Death Eaters pursued, and the battle became a running fight through the department's impossible architecture. Harry led the core group deeper into the Ministry, through the time room, the space room, toward the Death Chamber where the ancient veil hung between worlds. The Death Eaters followed, certain they had their prey cornered. They were wrong. The Order arrived in a storm of light and fury. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, moody veteran fighters who engaged the Death Eaters with brutal efficiency. The battle transformed from retreat to assault, the tide turning with every passing moment. Harry found himself fighting beside Sirius, their wands moving in coordination, driving Bellatrix Lestrange back toward the veil. "You fight well, cousin?" Bellatrix laughed, deflecting Sirius's curse with lazy grace. "Almost well enough to be a real black." "I am a real black. I'm just not a crazy one." "Crazy?" Bellatrix's eyes went wild. "I'm not crazy. I'm devoted. The Dark Lord will reward us all. The Dark Lord will abandon you the moment you stop being useful." Harry's curse caught her shoulder, spinning her around. Just like he abandoned Crouch. Just like he abandoned everyone who ever trusted him. "Lies." Bellatrix's response was a killing curse, aimed not at Harry but at Sirius, catching his godfather off guard. Harry moved without thinking. Shadow step, the world blurring around him as he crossed the space between heartbeats. His hand closing on Sirius's robe, pulling him sideways, the green light passing close enough to feel. They crashed to the floor together, Sirius's eyes wide with shock. "How did you—" Later, Harry was on his feet, his wand trained on Bellatrix, his magic gathering for something devastating. But before he could strike, the room went cold. Voldemort had arrived. The Dark Lord stood in the chamber's entrance, his red eyes fixed on Harry with predatory intensity. Behind him, the Death Eaters rallied, their confidence restored by their master's presence. "You continue to surprise me, Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice echoed through the chamber. "I expected you to die in the department. Instead, you've turned my trap against me. I'm full of surprises." "Indeed, but surprises won't save you now." Voldemort raised his wand, and Dumbledore appeared between them. The duel that followed was beyond anything Harry had witnessed. Two titans of magic clashing with spells that shattered stone and bent reality. Dumbledore fought with precision and power, his movements elegant despite his age. Voldemort fought with fury and innovation, his magic dark and terrible. Harry watched from the edge of the battle, looking for openings, waiting for his moment. It came when Voldemort made his most desperate move. The Dark Lord abandoned Dumbledore and reached for Harry's mind, possessing him, trying to use the connection to bypass his defenses. Pain exploded through Harry's consciousness as Voldemort's presence invaded. "Give in," the Dark Lord whispered inside his head. "Let me control you, use you to strike at Dumbledore. You cannot resist me forever." Harry's occlumency shields crumbled under the assault. His vision blurred. His sense of self began to fragment. But then something else emerged. Love. Not the abstract concept, the real thing. Memories of his parents' sacrifice. The warmth of Sirius's embrace. The loyalty of his friends. The countless moments of connection that had shaped him despite his isolation. Voldemort couldn't understand love. Couldn't comprehend it. The emotion was poison to his fragmented soul. No. The Dark Lord's presence recoiled, torn from Harry's mind by the very protection Lily Potter had died to create. Voldemort materialized beside Harry, his face twisted with agony. You! The Dark Lord's voice was barely a whisper. What are you? I'm my mother's son. Harry's wand rose. And you killed her. The curse that followed wasn't the killing curse. It was something older. Parselmagic that struck at Voldemort's borrowed body, that exploited the connection between them to cause pain beyond anything normal magic could achieve. Voldemort screamed and disapparated. The battle was over. The Ministry couldn't deny the truth any longer. Voldemort had been seen. By Aurors. By Ministry officials. By the Minister himself, cowering behind a statue while the Dark Lord dueled Dumbledore in the atrium. The war Harry had been preparing for was finally acknowledged. Fudge resigned in disgrace. Rufus Scrimgeour became the new minister. The Daily Prophet reversed its coverage overnight, suddenly treating Harry as a hero rather than a lunatic. Harry didn't care about any of it. He sat in Dumbledore's office after the battle, covered in dust and dried blood, processing everything that had happened. Voldemort's possession failed because of your mother's protection, Dumbledore observed. The love she gave you. It's more powerful than even I realized. It wasn't just her protection. It was everything. Harry looked at his hands. Everyone I've connected with. Everyone who's cared about me despite how hard I made it. That's what he couldn't understand. Love is always what he fails to understand. It is, perhaps, the only weapon we truly possess against him. It's not enough. Love won't destroy the Horcruxes. Love won't win the war. No. But it might keep you alive long enough to do what must be done. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, what you did tonight, the magic you used against Voldemort, it wasn't anything I've seen before. Parselmagic. I've been learning it for years. From whom? Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he made a decision. Salazar Slytherin. His portrait, hidden beneath my relative's garden shed. I found it when I was 8. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Ah, that explains a great deal. You're not surprised. I suspected something of the sort. Your abilities, your control, your knowledge of magic that hasn't been practiced for centuries. It pointed toward a source I couldn't identify. Dumbledore's smile was tired. Salazar Slytherin, the original serpent, still teaching after 1,000 years. He's not what the stories say. Not exactly. Few historical figures are. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window. This changes things, Harry. If you have access to Slytherin's knowledge, his research, his techniques, there may be weapons against Voldemort that I hadn't considered. There are. But they require preparation. Time. Then we will find you time. Dumbledore turned back. The war has begun in earnest now. Voldemort will not wait, will not hesitate, will not show mercy. We must be equally ruthless. I'm prepared for that. I know you are. Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, sad. That's what worries me most. The summer after 5th year was preparation for the end. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, to the chamber, to every resource he could access. The Horcrux hunt had to begin in earnest. Dumbledore believed he'd located another one, a ring that had belonged to Voldemort's family. But Harry had his own concerns. The prophecy says one of us must kill the other, he told Salazar during one of their final consultations. But I don't think it's that simple. Voldemort is anchored by Horcruxes. Killing him means nothing if his soul survives. The Horcruxes must be destroyed first. All of them. Including the one in my scar. Salazar was quiet for a long moment. You've known about that for some time. Since third year when I figured out the connection. Dumbledore confirmed it this year. And you've continued training anyway? Continued preparing for a war you might not survive. I've been preparing to win. Survival is secondary. That is. Salazar's painted expression was complicated. That is both foolish and admirable. You are more like me than I realized. Is that a compliment? It is an observation. Whether it's a compliment depends on what you do with the comparison. Harry smiled despite himself. The ancient wizard had become something like family over the years. More than a teacher, less than a father, but important nonetheless. Whatever happens, Harry said, I want you to know that I'm grateful for everything you taught me, for believing in me when no one else did. Do not speak as if this is farewell. You are not dead yet, young serpent. No, but I might be soon, and I wanted to say it while I had the chance. Salazar was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he inclined his painted head. You have exceeded every expectation I ever had. Whatever happens in the battles to come, know that I am proud of you, Harry Potter. Proud of who you have become. Thank you. Now go. Prepare. The Dark Lord waits for no one, and neither should you. Harry left the chamber for the last time, carrying Salazar's words like a talisman against the darkness ahead. The war was coming, and Harry Potter was as ready as he would ever be. Chapter 12 End Chapter 13. The Betrayer's Face 6th year began with death. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, one of the few ministry officials Harry genuinely respected, was found murdered in her home. The dark mark hung over her house like a promise of things to come. It was only the beginning. Throughout the summer, Voldemort's forces struck with increasing boldness. Muggle bridges collapsed. Wizarding families vanished. The Dementor attacks that had plagued Britain for months intensified, spreading despair and terror across both magical and mundane communities. The war Harry had spent years preparing for was finally, undeniably real. The Order is stretched thin, Sirius reported during one of their strategy sessions at Grimmauld Place. We're responding to attacks faster than we can investigate them. Voldemort's keeping us reactive instead of proactive. That's the point, Harry replied. He's testing our response times, identifying our weaknesses, preparing for something bigger. What kind of bigger? I don't know yet, but whatever it is, it'll be soon. Harry's intelligence network, built over years through Daphne's connections and his own careful cultivation, painted a grim picture. Death Eater recruitment was accelerating. The Giants had officially allied with Voldemort. Werewolf packs across Europe were being approached with promises of equality under the Dark Lord's rule. And something was happening at Hogwarts. Harry felt it the moment he stepped off the train. A wrongness in the castle's magical signature. A strain in the ancient wards that had protected the school for centuries. The damage Voldemort's Horcruxes had been causing was accelerating, and Harry suspected he knew why. Draco Malfoy was planning something. The Slytherin had been acting strangely since the summer. Pale, nervous, avoiding his usual circle of sycophants. Harry watched him with clinical attention, noting the late-night absences, the visits to the room of requirement, the increasingly desperate demeanor. He's been marked, Seol confirmed after observing Draco during a particularly revealing moment in the common room. The dark mark. His left forearm. He keeps touching it, protecting it. Voldemort recruited a 16-year-old? Or conscripted one? Lucius is in Azkaban after the Department of Mysteries. The Malfoy family needs to prove their loyalty. Harry understood immediately. Draco wasn't a willing recruit. He was a hostage to his family's failures. Whatever mission Voldemort had given him, it was designed to be impossible. A punishment disguised as an opportunity. The question was what to do about it. You could expose him, Seol suggested. Alert Dumbledore, have him removed from the school. And then Voldemort kills his family, or gives the mission to someone more competent. Harry shook his head. Draco's incompetence might be the only thing keeping the plan from succeeding. Better to watch him, learn what he's doing, and intervene only when necessary. You're gambling with lives. I'm always gambling with lives. That's what war is. The Horcrux hunt continued in parallel with Harry's surveillance. Dumbledore had retrieved Slytherin's ring over the summer, destroying it, but sustaining a terrible injury in the process. His hand was blackened and dead, the curse contained but not eliminated. The headmaster was dying, and they both knew it. How long? Harry asked during one of their private sessions. A year, perhaps less. Dumbledore's voice was matter-of-fact. The curse is progressing slowly, but it cannot be stopped. And the other Horcruxes? I believe I've identified them all. The diary, destroyed. The ring, destroyed. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, the snake Nagini, and... He paused. And you. 7 pieces, including the original. Just as you predicted. Yes, the locket is hidden in a cave I visited with Tom as a child. The cup is likely in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The diadem may be here at Hogwarts, hidden somewhere Tom considered significant. And Nagini never leaves his side. Leaving me for last. Leaving the most difficult for last, yes. Dumbledore's eyes were heavy with grief. Harry, I have spent this year searching for alternatives. Ways to destroy the Horcrux without destroying you. But I have found nothing definitive. I know. You've known for some time, I suspect. And yet you continue to fight. Continue to prepare. What else would I do? Give up? Surrender? Harry's voice was flat. Voldemort has to be stopped. If that requires my death, then it requires my death. I've made my peace with it. Have you? The question hung in the air between them. No, Harry admitted finally. But I've accepted it. That's close enough. Draco's plan revealed itself in pieces. The cursed necklace that nearly killed Katie Bell. The poisoned mead that almost murdered Ron. Failed assassination attempts, each one more desperate than the last. Draco was trying to kill Dumbledore. Harry confirmed this through a combination of the Marauder's map, strategic eavesdropping, and a carefully placed tracking charm on Draco's robes. The vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement was the key. Draco was repairing it, creating a passage that would allow Death Eaters to bypass Hogwarts wards. You have to tell someone, Seol urged as Harry observed Draco's latest repair attempt through the map. Dumbledore, McGonagall, anyone. And ruin Dumbledore's plan? What plan? He knows. He's known for months. He has to have known. Dumbledore sees everything that happens in this castle. Harry's voice was cold. He's letting it happen for a reason. What possible reason could justify? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. The confrontation came sooner than Harry expected. He found Draco in the bathroom on the 6th floor, sobbing over a sink, his reflection a mask of terror and despair. For a moment, Harry just watched. This boy who had tormented him for years, reduced to a trembling wreck by forces beyond his control. Malfoy. Draco spun, wand already raised. Potter. What do you want? To understand. Harry kept his hands visible, non-threatening. You've been trying to kill Dumbledore all year. Why? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie. I've been watching you for months. The necklace. The mead. The vanishing cabinet. Harry stepped closer. Voldemort gave you an impossible mission as punishment for your father's failure. You've been trying to complete it because you think it's the only way to save your family. Draco's face went white. How do you? I know a lot of things, Draco. More than you can imagine. Harry met his eyes directly. What I don't know is whether you actually want to be a murderer, or whether you're just too scared to see any other option. You don't understand. Draco's voice cracked. He'll kill them. My mother, my father. If I don't do this, he'll kill everyone I love. And if you do this, what then? You become a murderer. You spend the rest of your life serving a monster who will discard you the moment you stop being useful. At least my family survives. For how long? Voldemort doesn't reward loyalty, he exploits it. The moment you stop being useful, you'll be discarded just like everyone else. Draco was crying now. Actual tears, streaming down his pointed face. What choice do I have? Tell me, Potter. What would you do? Harry was quiet for a long moment. "I would find a third option," he said finally. "I would refuse to play the game on their terms." "Easy for you to say. You're the bloody chosen one. You have Dumbledore protecting you, the Order backing you up. What do I have?" "You have me." Draco stared at him. "What?" "I'm offering you protection. A way out. Dumbledore has resources. Safe houses, ways to hide your family where Voldemort can't reach them." Harry extended his hand. "All you have to do is trust me." "Trust you? We've hated each other for years. We've been enemies because circumstances made us enemies. That doesn't have to be permanent." Harry kept his hand extended. "I'm not asking you to be my friend, Draco. I'm asking you to survive." Draco looked at Harry's hand, at his face, at the future being offered, and he reached out. They shook. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't even trust, not really. But it was a beginning. "Tell me everything," Harry said. "The vanishing cabinet. The plan. Every detail Voldemort shared with you." Draco talked. The intelligence Draco provided changed everything. The Death Eater's attack was scheduled for the end of term, a full assault on Hogwarts, using the vanishing cabinet to bypass the wards. The target was Dumbledore. Yes, but the goal was larger. Break the symbol of resistance. Prove that nowhere was safe. Shatter the wizarding world's remaining hope. Harry brought the information directly to Dumbledore. "You knew," Harry said flatly. "You've known all along." "I suspected." Dumbledore's voice was tired. "I allowed it to continue because I needed to understand the full scope of Tom's plans. And now we prepare." Dumbledore rose, moving to his collection of silver instruments. "The attack will come regardless of what we do with Draco. The vanishing cabinet is nearly repaired, if not by him, then by someone else. Our only advantage is knowing when and how." "You're planning something." "I'm planning several things. Most importantly, I'm planning to retrieve the Locket Horcrux before the attack. It's hidden in a cave that requires specific conditions to access. Conditions that may not remain available after I'm gone. I'm coming with you." "I expected nothing less." Dumbledore's smile was sad. "You have grown into something remarkable, Harry. Not the hero the wizarding world expected, perhaps, but something stronger. Something more resilient. I had good teachers." "Yes, you did." Dumbledore paused. "There are things I should tell you. Truths I've kept hidden because I thought you weren't ready. The prophecy was the big one." "What else?" "The Deathly Hallows." Harry listened as Dumbledore explained the legend. 3 magical objects created by Death himself, granting their owner mastery over mortality. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. "Your cloak is one of them," Dumbledore said. "Passed down through generations of Potters. The only Hallow that has survived intact." "And the others?" "The stone was in Slytherin's ring, the Horcrux I destroyed. I tried to use it to speak with my family, and it nearly killed me." Dumbledore held up his blackened hand. "This curse is my punishment for that weakness." "And the wand?" "The Elder Wand has passed through many hands over the centuries. Each owner won it through conquest, through murder, through betrayal." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I won it from Grindelwald 60 years ago. I have been its master ever since." Harry understood immediately. Voldemort will come for it. Eventually, yes. He seeks the wand to overcome the protection your mother's sacrifice provides. He believes it will allow him to kill you despite the blood connection. Will it? I don't know. But I intend to ensure he never has the chance to find out. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. "When I die, whether from this curse or from the attack to come, the wand's allegiance must pass to someone who will use it against Voldemort. Not for him." "You want me to kill you?" "No. I want Severus to kill me." The revelation struck Harry like a physical blow. "Snape? You trust Snape with this?" "I trust Severus with my life. And with my death." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "He has been working against Voldemort since before you were born, Harry. Everything you think you know about him is incomplete. Then tell me the complete version." Dumbledore told him. Snape's love for Lily Potter. a love that had driven him to defect from the Death Eaters, to spend 15 years as Dumbledore's spy, to protect Harry despite hating everything about James Potter's legacy. "He came to me the night your parents died," Dumbledore explained, "begged me to protect you, swore to serve me, to work against Voldemort, to do whatever was necessary to keep Lily's son alive. And you believe him? I know him better than anyone except perhaps Lily herself." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Severus will kill me because it's the only way to maintain his cover. The only way to ensure he's positioned to help you when the final battle comes. And the wand? Its allegiance will pass to Severus, yes. But the wand's allegiance is not based on death alone. It's based on conquest. If you disarm Severus before my death, the allegiance will pass to you instead." Harry processed this. The plan was elegant in its complexity. Snape killing Dumbledore to cement his position with Voldemort, while the wand's true allegiance remained with Harry. "When? Tonight. Severus will accompany the Death Eaters when they attack. He will find me on the astronomy tower and do what must be done." Dumbledore's voice broke slightly. "I have asked a terrible thing of him, a thing that will destroy his reputation, that will make him hated by everyone who once trusted him. But it will help us win. Yes, it will help us win." Harry nodded slowly. The plan was horrible, cold, calculated, requiring the murder of the most beloved wizard in Britain. But it was also necessary. War required sacrifices. This was simply one more. "I'll disarm Snape before the attack," Harry said. "Make sure the wand's allegiance passes to me." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Thank me when it's over." The cave was a nightmare. Harry accompanied Dumbledore across the dark water, through protections designed to kill anyone who touched the Horcrux. The headmaster drank the poisoned potion that surrounded the locket, screaming in agony as memories of his greatest failures consumed him. "Please. I'm sorry. Please." Harry forced him to drink every drop, ignoring the old man's pleas, focusing only on the mission. The locket came free. The inferi rose from the lake. Fire erupted from Harry's wand. Not the simple flames of standard magic, but fiend fire, controlled through years of Parselmagic training. The cursed fire consumed the animated corpses, drove back the army of the dead, cleared a path to the exit. They escaped, barely. "The locket," Dumbledore gasped as they emerged onto the cliffs outside. "Is it?" Harry examined the artifact. His stomach dropped. "It's fake. Someone was here before us." A note inside confirmed his fears. "To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. R.A.B. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's brother. You know him? He was a Death Eater who disappeared years ago. Everyone assumed Voldemort killed him. Harry pocketed the fake locket. The real one might be at Grimmauld Place. I'll search when we return. If they returned. Hogwarts was under attack when they arrived. The dark mark hung over the astronomy tower. Spells flashed across the grounds. The sounds of battle echoed through the ancient corridors. "The tower," Dumbledore said weakly. "Take me to the tower." Harry helped the weakened headmaster up the stairs, knowing what waited at the top, knowing what had to happen. He found Snape before they reached the summit. "Potter." The potion's master's face was carved from stone. "You know what must be done?" "I know." Harry raised his wand. "Expelliarmus." Snape's wand flew from his hand. The Elder Wand's allegiance shifted. Harry felt it. A subtle change in the magical current connecting them. "The wand is yours now," Snape said quietly. "Use it well." "I intend to." They continued up the stairs together. Dumbledore slumped against the battlements, barely conscious. Draco appeared with a group of Death Eaters, Fenrir Greyback, the Carrows, others Harry recognized from Daphne's intelligence reports. "Do it, Draco," one of them snarled. "Kill him." But Draco's wand was lowered. His eyes met Harry's across the tower. He stepped aside. "Coward!" Bellatrix's voice cut through the chaos. "Useless. I'll do it." Snape pushed forward, his wand raised toward Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Dumbledore in the chest. The greatest wizard of the age fell from the astronomy tower, his body tumbling through darkness toward the grounds below. And Harry, who had known this was coming, who had helped plan it, who had agreed to the necessity, felt something inside him break anyway. The Death Eaters fled, Snape among them, playing his role to the end, leaving devastation in his wake. Harry chased them to the edge of the grounds, his rage demanding release despite everything he knew about the plan. "Coward!" he screamed, the word torn from somewhere deep inside him. "You coward!" Snape turned. His face was a mask of pain Harry hadn't expected. "Don't call me a coward, Potter." His voice was barely a whisper. "You know nothing of what I've sacrificed." Then he was gone, disapparating beyond the wards, leaving Harry alone with the consequences of their victory. The funeral drew thousands. Wizards from across Europe came to pay respects to Albus Dumbledore, the man who had defeated Grindelwald, who had resisted Voldemort, who had shaped magical Britain for half a century. His white tomb rose on the Hogwarts grounds, a monument to everything he had represented. Harry stood among the mourners, his face blank, his heart heavy. "You're not grieving," Seol observed. "I am grieving, just not the way they expect." "Because you knew? Because I helped plan it. Because his death was necessary. Because sometimes victory requires sacrifice." Harry watched the tomb being sealed. "I'm grieving what we lost, but I'm also preparing for what comes next." The Horcrux hunt would continue. The war would escalate. And eventually, Harry would have to face his own death, the sacrifice required to destroy the last piece of Voldemort's soul. But not today. Today he mourned Albus Dumbledore. Tomorrow he would begin ending this war. Chapter 13 End Chapter 14. Descent. The summer after Dumbledore's death was a war of shadows. Harry didn't return to Privet Drive. The Blood Wards had served their purpose, but with Voldemort's resurrection and Dumbledore's fall, their protection was no longer worth the cost of maintaining them. Instead, he vanished into the network of safe houses the Order had established, moving every few days, staying one step ahead of the Death Eaters hunting him. Hermione and Ron came with him. "You're not doing this alone," Hermione had said flatly when Harry tried to leave without them. "We've been with you since the beginning. We're not stopping now. This isn't going to be like before. No teachers, no backup, just hunting Horcruxes while the entire wizarding world falls apart around us." "We know." Ron's jaw was set. "We're still coming." Harry had accepted their presence with something approaching gratitude. He'd spent years cultivating independence, convincing himself he didn't need anyone. But Hermione and Ron had proven themselves repeatedly, and their skills would be valuable in the hunt ahead. The locket was their first target. Harry had confirmed its location at Grimmauld Place, hidden by Regulus Black before his death, stolen by Mundungus Fletcher months ago, now in the possession of Dolores Umbridge at the Ministry of Magic. "We break into the Ministry," Harry said during their planning session. "Find Umbridge. Take the locket." "Break into the Ministry?" Ron's voice cracked. "The Ministry that's now controlled by Voldemort? That Ministry? Do you have a better suggestion?" Ron didn't. The infiltration was complex, dangerous, and ultimately successful. Polyjuice Potion allowed them to assume the identities of Ministry workers. Harry's knowledge of the building, gathered through years of intelligence work, let them navigate the corrupted bureaucracy. And when they finally cornered Umbridge in the courtroom where she was sentencing Muggleborns to Azkaban, Harry felt something cold and satisfying settle in his chest. "The locket," he said, his wand pressed against her throat. "Give it to me." Umbridge handed it over with trembling hands. The Horcrux pulsed with malevolent energy, Voldemort's soul fragment recognizing the threat it faced. "You'll pay for this," Umbridge spat. "The Dark Lord will. The Dark Lord will never know you helped us." Harry stunned her before she could finish. "Let's go." They escaped through the atrium, fighting their way past Aurors who had been alerted to their presence. A Death Eater grabbed Hermione's arm during the confusion. Ron blasted him away, but the contact was enough. The safe house was compromised. They fled to the only place Harry could think of, the wilderness, the vast empty spaces where tracking magic struggled to function. Months of camping followed, moving from forest to forest, always one step ahead of the Snatchers hunting them. The locket proved resistant to destruction. "We need basilisk venom," Hermione concluded after weeks of failed attempts. "Or fiend fire. Something powerful enough to destroy the container completely. Fiend fire is too dangerous. I can control it, but barely." Harry studied the locket with frustrated intensity. The sword of Gryffindor would work. It's goblin-made, impregnated with basilisk venom since I killed the serpent in second year. And where is the sword? In Dumbledore's office, at Hogwarts, which is now controlled by Death Eaters. They needed another approach. The months of hunting took their toll. Ron struggled with the isolation, with the constant danger, with the locket's corrupting influence whenever he wore it. The Horcrux seemed to target him specifically, amplifying his insecurities, whispering doubts that grew louder with each passing day. "We're not getting anywhere," Ron said one night, his voice bitter. "Months of wandering, and we've destroyed exactly one Horcrux. There are still 4 more out there, plus whatever Nagini is. We're making progress. Are we? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like we're just surviving. Hiding. Waiting for something to happen. What would you have me do? Attack Voldemort directly? Storm Hogwarts? I don't know. But anything's better than this." The argument escalated. Ron said things he didn't mean, things the Horcrux had planted in his mind. Harry responded with cold precision, cutting deeper than he intended. Ron left, disapparated into the night, abandoning them in the middle of nowhere, leaving Harry and Hermione alone with the mission and each other. "He'll come back," Hermione said quietly. "Maybe. He will. He's Ron. He's loyal. Loyalty doesn't mean much when the pressure breaks you." Harry's voice was flat. "People leave. That's what they do." Hermione looked at him with an expression he couldn't read. "Is that what you really believe? After everything we've been through?" Harry didn't answer. The truth was complicated. He'd spent so long preparing to be alone that part of him had expected this, had almost welcomed it in a twisted way. It was easier to fight without people you cared about getting in the way. The sword came to them through unexpected means. A silver doe, a Patronus Harry didn't recognize, led him through the frozen forest to a pool of ice-covered water. At the bottom, gleaming in the moonlight, lay the sword of Gryffindor. Harry stripped off his clothes and dove in. The cold was immediate and absolute. His muscles seized. His lungs screamed. And the locket around his neck, the Horcrux he'd been carrying, came alive. The chain tightened, constricting, strangling. The locket's malevolence concentrated, trying to kill him before he could claim the weapon that would destroy it. Harry's vision blurred. His hands clawed at the chain. His Parselmagic reached for release, but the cold and the water and the Horcrux's power combined to overwhelm his concentration. He was going to die. Then hands grabbed him, pulling him up, breaking through the ice, dragging him onto the frozen bank. Harry gasped for air, coughing water, and found himself staring at Ron. Yeah. Ron was soaking wet, shivering violently, but grinning. "Thought you might need some help. You came back. I never really left. I mean, I did, but..." Ron shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I found you. I pulled you out. And I grabbed this." He held up the sword of Gryffindor. "The Patronus," Harry said. "Did you see who cast it?" "No. Just followed it. Thought it might be important." Ron looked at the locket, still gleaming malevolently around Harry's neck. "We should destroy that thing, before it tries to kill you again." Harry nodded. He pulled the locket over his head, set it on a flat stone, and stepped back. "You do it," he said. "You saved my life. You pulled the sword from the pool. This should be yours." "Harry, do it, Ron." Ron raised the sword. Harry hissed the command that opened the locket. What emerged was nightmarish. shadows coalescing into images. Harry and Hermione, twisted and cruel, mocking Ron's insecurities, confirming every doubt the Horcrux had whispered for months. "You're nothing," the Shadow Harry sneered. "We don't need you. We never needed you. Least loved by a mother who wanted a daughter," Shadow Hermione added. "Overshadowed by your brothers. Forgotten by your friends." Ron's face contorted. The sword trembled in his grip. "Don't listen to it," Harry shouted. "It's lying. It wants you to fail." For a long moment, Harry thought Ron would break, would drop the sword, would flee again, would let the Horcrux's poison consume him. Then Ron screamed, a sound of pure rage and determination, and brought the sword down. The locket shattered. Voldemort's soul fragment shrieked as it was destroyed, the shadows dissolving into nothing, the malevolent presence that had plagued them for months finally eliminated. Ron collapsed to his knees, gasping. "I'm sorry," he said, "for leaving, for everything. It's done." Harry pulled him to his feet. "We have 3 more Horcruxes to destroy. Are you with us?" "Always." They embraced, awkwardly, briefly, but genuinely. Then they returned to camp to tell Hermione the news. The hunt continued with renewed purpose. Hermione had identified a possible lead. Xenophilius Lovegood knew something about a symbol that had been appearing throughout their investigation. The same symbol Dumbledore had left in his will, etched into a copy of ancient wizarding tales. The Deathly Hallows. Lovegood explained the legend while his daughter Luna, captured by Death Eaters, held as leverage for his cooperation, remained imprisoned somewhere beyond their reach. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. Lovegood's eyes were wild with desperate hope. Together, they make the Master of Death. Invincible, immortal. "We already know about the Hallows," Harry said quietly. "What we need is, you know." Lovegood's expression shifted. "Then you understand. The wand is what he who must not be named seeks. The ultimate weapon. He thinks it will let him kill me despite the blood protection. Will it?" Harry didn't answer. The truth was, he didn't know. The wand's allegiance was with him, had been since he disarmed Snape on the tower, but Voldemort didn't know that. The Dark Lord was searching for the wand's location, believing that possessing it would solve all his problems. Let him search. Let him believe. The wand would avail him nothing when they finally met. The trap at Malfoy Manor was inevitable. Harry had known they would be captured eventually. They'd been moving through hostile territory for months, and the odds always caught up. But he'd prepared for the possibility. When the Snatchers dragged them before Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry was ready. "Is this him?" Bellatrix demanded, studying Harry's face. "Is this Potter?" "Hard to tell. His face is all swollen." Hermione's quick thinking had distorted Harry's features with a stinging hex, buying them precious time. But Bellatrix wasn't fooled for long. "The sword," she hissed, spotting the Gryffindor blade among their possessions. "Where did you get this?" "It's supposed to be in my vault." The interrogation that followed was brutal. Bellatrix tortured Hermione for information while Harry and Ron were locked in the cellar with other prisoners. Luna Lovegood, Dean Thomas, the Wandmaker Ollivander, and Draco Malfoy. "Potter." Draco's voice was barely a whisper. "I didn't tell them about our deal, about anything. I know. My mother, she helped hide you. When you arrived, she didn't want this." Harry processed this. Narcissa Malfoy, working against her own sister. Another fracture in Voldemort's coalition. "Help us escape," Harry said. "There's a house elf who might respond to my call. I need a distraction." Draco nodded slowly. "What do you need me to do?" "Be ready. When the moment comes, run." The moment came when Dobby appeared. The house elf, freed years ago, still loyal to Harry despite everything, materialized in the cellar with a crack of displaced air. Harry had been calling him for hours, hoping the bond of gratitude would override whatever protections the manor possessed. "Harry Potter calls Dobby," the elf said. "Dobby comes. Can you disapparate from here? Take people with you?" "Dobby can." "Where should Dobby go?" "Shell Cottage." Bill Weasley's house. Harry gripped Dobby's hand. Take the prisoners first. Then come back for us. Dobby vanished with Luna, Dean, and Ollivander. Harry turned to the cellar door. Time to go. The escape was chaos. Harry fought through the manor with magic he'd spent years perfecting, his Parselmagic tearing through defenses designed to stop conventional wizards. Ron retrieved their wands from Draco, who played his part perfectly, appearing to resist while actually facilitating their flight. But at the gates, Bellatrix caught them. "No one leaves!" she screamed, her knife pressed against Hermione's throat. "Drop your wands or she dies." Harry froze, calculated, considered options. Then Dobby reappeared directly above Bellatrix's head. The chandelier fell. Glass shattered. Bellatrix dove aside. Hermione broke free. They ran. But Bellatrix's knife flew true. A final desperate throw that caught Dobby in the chest just as he grabbed Harry's hand for disapparition. They emerged at Shell Cottage. And Dobby died in Harry's arms. "Such a beautiful place," the elf whispered, looking at the sea. "To be with friends." Dobby is happy. His eyes closed. Harry held the small body for a long moment, feeling something crack inside him that he hadn't known was whole. Dobby had saved him, had died for him, had shown loyalty and courage that put many wizards to shame. "We're going to bury him," Harry said quietly. "Properly. Without magic." He dug the grave himself. The marker was simple. "Here lies Dobby, a free elf." It was more than most warriors received. It was less than Dobby deserved. The interrogation of Ollivander and Griphook provided crucial intelligence. The wandmaker confirmed what Harry had suspected. Voldemort was seeking the Elder Wand, had traced it to Dumbledore's tomb, was preparing to claim it. "He doesn't understand wand lore," Ollivander said weakly. "He thinks possession equals ownership. But the wand chooses the wizard, and its allegiance can only be won through conquest." "The wand's allegiance is already mine," Harry said. "I disarmed Snape before Dumbledore died. Then the Dark Lord will find no power in Dumbledore's wand. He will be wielding an ordinary stick." Griphook provided information of a different sort, the location of Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts. The same vault she had panicked about when she saw the sword. "There is a Horcrux in your vault," Harry said flatly. "A cup, gold with badger handles." Griphook's eyes narrowed. "You know much, wizard. I know what I need to know. Can you get us inside?" "Gringotts is impregnable." "Nothing is impregnable. Only difficult." Harry leaned forward. "What do you want in exchange for your help?" "The sword. Gryffindor's sword. It was made by goblins. By rights, it belongs to us. The sword is necessary for destroying the Horcruxes. But after the war, after Voldemort is dead, I'll see that it's returned to your people." Griphook studied him for a long moment. "You speak like one who expects to survive. Most wizards in your position would not be so confident." "I'm not confident. I'm determined. There's a difference." "Indeed there is." Griphook extended his hand. "We have a bargain, Harry Potter. I will guide you into Gringotts, and you will return what was stolen." They shook on it. The Gringotts break-in was the most audacious operation Harry had ever attempted. Polyjuice Potion transformed Hermione into Bellatrix. An Imperius Curse, Harry's first deliberate use of an unforgivable, controlled the Goblin Teller. Griphook guided them through the security measures, past dragons and waterfalls and enchantments designed to prevent exactly what they were doing. The vault was a treasure trove of dark artifacts, cursed objects that multiplied when touched, burning any who tried to steal them. But Harry's training protected him where conventional defenses would have failed. The cup gleamed on a high shelf, radiating the same malevolent energy as the other Horcruxes. "Got it," Harry said, snatching the artifact with a cloth-wrapped hand. "Now we leave," Griphook shouted. The alarms were already sounding. Guards were converging. The dragon below was stirring from its enchanted slumber. "The dragon," Harry said suddenly. "We ride it out." "Are you insane?" "Probably." Harry was already moving, casting spells to break the dragon's chains. "But it's our only chance." They escaped on Dragonback, crashing through the Gringotts ceiling, emerging into the chaos of Diagon Alley, flying north toward freedom while the wizarding world erupted in pandemonium behind them. And in Harry's pocket, Hufflepuff's cup pulsed with the soul fragment that would soon be destroyed. 3 down, 3 to go. The vision came as they flew. Voldemort's rage flooding through the connection Harry had never fully closed. The Dark Lord knew that his Horcruxes were being hunted, knew that the security he'd relied on for decades was crumbling. Hogwarts. The word blazed through Harry's consciousness with terrible clarity. The diadem is at Hogwarts, and Voldemort was heading there now. "We have to go to Hogwarts," Harry said. "Now." "What? Why?" "Because that's where the next Horcrux is, and Voldemort's on his way to protect it." The dragon carried them as far as it could before exhaustion forced them to land. They apparat the rest of the distance, emerging in Hogsmeade just as the village's caterwauling alarm began to sound. Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus's estranged brother, provided shelter and passage into the castle through a secret tunnel. And waiting at the other end was an army. The DA had grown in Harry's absence. Neville Longbottom, scarred, hardened, transformed by a year of resistance, led a coalition of students who had been fighting the Carrows since the school year began. They had been waiting for Harry's return, preparing for this moment. "It's time," Neville said simply. "What do you need?" "The Room of Requirement, Ravenclaw's diadem, and enough distraction to let me search. We can provide all of that." Neville's smile was fierce. "Let's end this." The Battle of Hogwarts began at midnight. Chapter 14 End Chapter 15. The Serpent's Heir. The castle burned. Harry moved through corridors that had been his home for 7 years, now transformed into a battlefield. Spells crashed against ancient stone. Bodies lay in twisted poses where they'd fallen. The screams of the wounded mixed with the roar of combat to create a symphony of destruction. This was war. Real war. The thing he'd spent half his life preparing for. And it was worse than he'd imagined. "The diadem," Hermione shouted over the chaos. "Where do we look?" "The Room of Requirement." Tom Riddle hid it there when he came to apply for the defense position. The room where things are hidden, the same place Draco used for the Vanishing Cabinet. They fought their way through the castle, past dueling wizards and crumbling masonry, past the bodies of students Harry had known and trained and considered friends. Each death was a weight on his shoulders, a reminder of what this war was costing. The Room of Requirement opened to his need, revealing the vast space filled with centuries of discarded objects. Somewhere in this chaos of forgotten things, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem waited. "Split up," Harry commanded. "Look for anything with an eagle or ravens. Something that feels wrong." They searched frantically, time pressing against them. Outside, the battle raged. Voldemort's forces were pressing their advantage, and the castle's defenders were being pushed back step by step. "Harry!" Ron's voice came from deep in the room. Harry sprinted toward it, vaulting over piles of broken furniture, and found Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, wands raised, blocking their path. "Malfoy," Harry said flatly, "now is not the time. The Dark Lord wants you alive." Draco's voice wavered, but his wand remained steady. "If I bring you to him, you'll be rewarded? Forgiven? Protected?" Harry stepped closer. "We had a deal, Draco. I kept my part. Your mother is safe." "My mother is at Shell Cottage with the Order. I moved her before the battle started." Harry met Draco's eyes. "I told you I'd protect your family. I did. Now step aside." Something shifted in Draco's expression. The conflict he'd been carrying for years, loyalty to his family versus his own conscience, finally resolved. "Crabbe, Goyle, lower your wands." "Are you mad?" Crabbe snarled. "The Dark Lord will kill us. The Dark Lord will lose. Look around you. Potter's been destroying his Horcruxes for months. When Voldemort dies, everyone who stood with him dies too." Draco's voice hardened. "I'm choosing survival. I suggest you do the same." Crabbe didn't listen. Fiend fire. The cursed fire erupted from his wand, uncontrolled, ravenous, consuming everything in its path. The room of requirement became an inferno, flames taking the shapes of dragons and serpents as they devoured the accumulated debris of centuries. Harry grabbed Draco and ran. Ron had already found broomsticks, old Quidditch equipment discarded years ago. They mounted and flew, the fire chasing them, heat scorching their backs. The diadem! Hermione screamed. We can't leave without. Harry saw it. A glint of silver atop a towering pile, moments from being consumed. He dove. The fire roared around him, close enough to singe his hair, close enough to burn the edges of his robes. His hand closed around the diadem just as the flames reached for it. Shadow step. The world blurred. Harry emerged 20 feet away, the diadem clutched against his chest, his body passing through space faster than fire could follow. They crashed through the door just as the room of requirement collapsed behind them. Crabbe didn't make it out. Harry didn't have time to process the death. The diadem was already crumbling in his hands. The fiendfire had done what basilisk venom would have taken hours to achieve, destroying the Horcrux in seconds. For down. 2 to go. Nagini and the fragment in his own scar. The battle had reached its climax when Harry emerged from the castle. Giants trampled through the grounds. Acromantulas swarmed from the forbidden forest. Dementors circled overhead, held at bay only by the patron uses of the defenders. And at the center of it all, Voldemort stood surrounded by his Death Eaters, directing the assault with terrible precision. Harry saw Sirius fall. Not to a killing curse, to something worse. Bellatrix's spell caught him in the chest, sending him stumbling backward, his body arcing through the air toward the veil that had somehow manifested on the battlefield. Time slowed. Harry had trained for years, had prepared for every eventuality, had accepted that people he loved would die in this war. But this, watching his godfather fall toward the boundary between life and death, this was different. He shadow-stepped without thinking. The world blurred. He emerged beside Sirius, his hand closing on his godfather's wrist, his momentum carrying them both sideways, away from the veil's hungry embrace. They crashed to the ground together, Bellatrix's shriek of frustration echoing across the battlefield. "Harry," Sirius gasped. "Don't talk. Don't move." Harry was already checking for injuries. The spell. What did she hit you with? Cruciatus variant. I'll live. Sirius grabbed Harry's arm. You shouldn't have risked yourself. The war needs you more than it needs me. The war needs everyone. Harry pulled his godfather to his feet. Can you fight? I can barely stand. Then get to the castle. Help the wounded. Harry turned toward Bellatrix, who was already raising her wand for another attack. I'll handle her. The duel was brief but brutal. Bellatrix was skilled. One of Voldemort's most dangerous servants, trained in dark magic that most wizards couldn't comprehend. But Harry had been training longer, had been preparing for this specific moment, this specific enemy. His Parselmagic cut through her defenses like shadow through light. His shadow-stepping made her targeting impossible. And when the opening came, when her guard dropped for just a fraction of a second, Harry's curse struck her full in the chest. Bellatrix Lestrange crumpled and didn't rise. Harry didn't check if she was breathing. There wasn't time. Voldemort had noticed. The Dark Lord turned from whatever destruction he'd been orchestrating, his red eyes fixing on Harry with terrible intensity. Potter! The word was a command and a curse combined. Death Eaters scattered, clearing a path. The battle around them seemed to pause, combatants on both sides recognizing that the final confrontation had begun. Tom. Harry's voice was calm despite the fear coursing through him. We need to talk. We have nothing to discuss. You will die tonight, Potter. You and everyone who stands with you. Will I? You've been trying to kill me for 17 years. How's that working out? Voldemort's face, if it could be called a face, twisted with rage. You are protected by accidents and luck, by the sacrifice of others. Without them, you are nothing. Maybe, but those accidents and luck have kept me alive long enough to destroy your Horcruxes. Harry watched the shock ripple across Voldemort's features. That's right, Tom. I know what they are. I know where they were. And I know that you only have one left. The snake is being handled. Harry hoped that was true. He'd sent Neville with the sword of Gryffindor, with instructions to kill Nagini at any cost. Which leaves us with an interesting situation. You're mortal now, Tom. Mortal for the first time in decades. You lie. I don't. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, all destroyed. Your immortality is gone. Harry raised his wand. The only question is whether you'll face your death with dignity, or whether you'll die screaming like the coward you've always been. Voldemort attacked. The curse was unlike anything Harry had faced. Pure malevolence given form, dark magic distilled to its most lethal essence. Harry's shields shattered under the assault. His occlumency shields cracked. For a moment, he felt Voldemort's presence flooding through him, seeking to possess, to dominate, to destroy. But Harry had prepared for this too. The love his mother had given him, the protection that lived in his blood, that had been transferred to Voldemort through the resurrection ritual, activated with overwhelming force. The dark presence recoiled, burning in the light of sacrifice and connection. Harry struck back. Not with the Elder Wand, that was for later. With his original wand, the holly and phoenix feather that had been his companion since he was 11. The twin to Voldemort's U. Priori Incantatem erupted again. But this time Harry was ready. He pushed through the connection, channeling everything he had, every lesson Salazar had taught him, every skill he'd developed, every drop of power his body could produce. The golden cage of their connected magic began to collapse inward, the spell echoes emerging not from Voldemort's wand but from Harry's. Images materialized. Cedric, his parents, every person Harry had lost to this war, given form by the magic they died fighting against. Now, Harry, his mother's voice, distant but clear. It has to be now. Harry broke the connection and shadow-stepped. He emerged behind Voldemort, the Elder Wand, which he'd been carrying since Dumbledore's death, now in his hand. The true wand, which had recognized him as its master since the night on the tower. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse struck Voldemort in the back. But the Dark Lord didn't fall. He spun, his own wand rising, his mouth forming the words of the same curse. Two killing curses met in midair, and the Elder Wand, loyal to its true master, refused to kill him. Voldemort's curse rebounded. The U-wand shattered. The Dark Lord screamed, a sound of pure disbelief and terror, as his own magic consumed him. But it wasn't enough. The Horcrux in Harry's scar flared with desperate energy. Voldemort's soul fragment recognized that its vessel was in danger, that the connection to its master was being severed, that everything it represented was about to be destroyed. Tried to take control. Harry felt the possession attempt, different from the Department of Mysteries, more desperate, more total. The fragment wanted to survive at any cost, even if it meant consuming Harry's consciousness entirely. No. Harry's occlumency shields reformed. His sense of self, forged through years of abuse and training and survival, refused to surrender. But the fragment was strong, so strong, fed by Voldemort's power, by decades of dark magic, by the desperate will to live that had driven Tom Riddle since childhood. Harry was losing. Harry, a new voice, familiar, ancient, Salazar Slytherin. The portrait's consciousness reached through the bond Harry had never fully understood. The connection formed years ago, when an 8-year-old boy had pressed his hand against a magical frame and accepted a teacher. You must let go, child. The fragment cannot be destroyed while you resist. If I stop resisting, it will consume me. No. If you stop resisting, you will pass through. The protection your mother gave you, it is more than a shield. It is a pathway. Death is not the end for those who are loved. You're asking me to die. I'm asking you to trust in your mother's sacrifice, in the bonds you have formed, in the person you have become. Salazar's voice was gentle, gentler than Harry had ever heard it. You have exceeded every expectation I ever had for you. Whatever happens next, know that I am proud of you. I'm scared. Of course you are. Only fools face death without fear. But fear does not have to control you. It never has. Harry felt the fragment pressing against his consciousness, felt his defenses crumbling, felt the end approaching. He thought about everyone he'd loved, everyone who'd loved him, his parents, Sirius, Dumbledore, Hermione and Ron, even Salazar in his own complicated way. He thought about what he was fighting for. Not victory, not survival, but a world where others could live without fear. He let go. The possession attempt succeeded for exactly 1 second. Then the protection activated. Lily Potter's sacrifice, woven into Harry's very blood, recognized the dark fragment for what it was and destroyed it utterly. The Horcrux burned away in an explosion of golden light, taking with it every trace of Voldemort's presence. And Harry fell. He woke in whiteness. Not the whiteness of death or the whiteness of heaven, but something else. A space between worlds, where boundaries meant nothing and time had no meaning. King's Cross Station, or something like it, and sitting across from him on a bench that might have been real was Albus Dumbledore. Harry, the old wizard smiled. I have been hoping we might meet again. Am I dead? That is entirely up to you, Dumbledore explained. The Horcrux was destroyed. Harry's willingness to die had activated the protection his mother had created, burning away the fragment while leaving Harry's own soul intact. The connection to Voldemort was severed. You can go back, Dumbledore said. The choice is yours. You have done everything that was asked of you and more. No one would blame you for resting. Voldemort, still alive, though barely. The destruction of his final Horcrux has left him vulnerable, mortal in a way he hasn't been for decades. Then I go back. Are you certain? There will be more fighting, more death, more pain. I'm certain. Harry stood, feeling strength returning to his incorporeal form. I didn't survive 17 years just to quit at the end. Dumbledore's smile widened. No, I don't suppose you did. Tell me something before I go. The prophecy, either must die at the hand of the other. Does that mean I have to kill him? That no one else can. Prophecies are guidance, not destiny. They describe possibilities, not certainties. Tom gave the prophecy power by believing in it, by acting as though it determined his fate. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You are free to choose your own path. You always have been. Then I choose to end this. Harry closed his eyes and woke to the battlefield. Voldemort stood alone. His Death Eaters had fled or fallen. His snake was dead. Harry could see Nagini's headless corpse nearby, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming in Neville's hands. His Horcruxes were destroyed, and Harry Potter was walking toward him. Impossible! Voldemort's voice was ragged with disbelief. I killed you. You killed the piece of yourself that lived in me, the piece that made your soul fragment immortal. Now there's nothing protecting you, Tom. Nothing standing between you and death. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be killed. You're Tom Riddle, a half-blood orphan who was afraid of death. So afraid that you tore your soul apart trying to escape it. Harry stopped 10 feet from his enemy. But death comes for everyone eventually. Even you. The Elder Wand was never yours. You stole it from Dumbledore's tomb, but the wand's allegiance wasn't with him. It was with Snape, who I disarmed before Dumbledore died. Harry raised the Holly Wand, his true wand, the one that had chosen him. The Elder Wand won't save you, Tom. Nothing will. Voldemort attacked. A killing curse, cast with the Elder Wand, aimed directly at Harry's heart. Harry didn't dodge, didn't shield, didn't shadow step. He spoke a single word. Expelliarmus. The disarming spell met the killing curse. And the Elder Wand, recognizing its true master, refused to act against him. Voldemort's curse rebounded for the final time. The Dark Lord's eyes went wide with shock, with terror, with the realization that everything he had built was ending. Then the green light consumed him, his body crumpling like a puppet with cut strings, his soul departing for whatever judgment awaited. Tom Marvolo Riddle died as he had lived. Alone. The silence that followed was absolute. Then someone cheered. The sound broke the spell. Voices rose from every direction. Shouts of triumph, of relief, of disbelief. People surged forward, surrounding Harry, lifting him onto their shoulders, chanting his name like a prayer. But Harry barely heard them. He was looking at the sky, where dawn was breaking over Hogwarts, painting the castle in shades of gold and rose. The battle was over. The war was won, and he was still alive. Hermione reached him first. "You did it." She was crying, laughing, hugging him so tightly he couldn't breathe. "You actually did it. We did it. All of us." Ron was there too, and Neville and Luna and Ginny and dozens of others who had fought beside him. Sirius, limping but alive. The Weasleys gathered around Fred's body. The only loss Harry couldn't bear to process yet. So many dead. So many wounded. The cost of victory written in blood across the castle grounds. But it was over. Finally, truly over. Harry found Salazar's portrait that evening. The ancient wizard's frame had survived the battle, protected by wards Harry had placed years ago. Hidden in a section of the dungeons the fighting had never reached. "You survived," Salazar observed. "I confess I was not certain you would. Neither was I. And yet you returned. You could have stayed in whatever realm awaited you, but you chose to continue fighting. I had unfinished business." "Indeed." Salazar was quiet for a moment. "I have watched you grow from a beaten child into a warrior capable of defeating the darkest wizard of your age. It has been remarkable. You taught me well. I provided guidance. The achievement is yours alone." Salazar's painted eyes met Harry's. "What will you do now? With the war over, with your purpose fulfilled?" Harry considered the question. He'd spent so long preparing to fight that he'd never really thought about what came after. "Live," he said finally. "Help rebuild. Make sure this never happens again." A worthy goal, though perhaps less specific than your previous objectives. Specificity can come later. For now, I just want to exist without the constant threat of death. Salazar smiled. A genuine smile, rare and precious. "You have earned that, young serpent. You have earned everything good that comes your way. Will you stay? At Hogwarts, there's so much knowledge in your portrait. So much that could help the wizarding world if it was shared. I have considered this. My prejudices, the beliefs that defined me in life, they seem less important now, after watching you fight alongside Muggle-borns and half-bloods and everyone the old me would have despised." Salazar shook his head. "Perhaps it is time for Salazar Slytherin to contribute something positive to the world. Something beyond monsters and murder. The Chamber's library, the techniques you developed, all of it could be made available, studied, preserved, taught to students who want to learn. A school within a school. Specialized instruction for those with the gift." Salazar's expression was thoughtful. "It would require careful management. The knowledge I possess can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Then we'll be careful about whose hands we put it in." "We?" Harry smiled. "You didn't think I was going to let you handle this alone, did you? After everything we've been through?" Salazar laughed. An actual laugh, the first Harry had ever heard from him. "No, I suppose not. Very well, Harry Potter. Let us build something new. Something better than what came before. Something worthy of both our legacies." They sat in companionable silence. The ancient portrait and the young wizard who had inherited his gifts. Outside, the castle was beginning to heal. The dead were being mourned. The wounded were being treated. And a new era was dawning. Epilogue. Years passed. Harry rebuilt his life piece by piece. Studying, teaching, contributing to the wizarding world that had given him so much and taken so much in return. He married Ginny Weasley, had children who carried both his determination and her fire. He became head of the Orr office, then retired to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. And in the dungeons, in a hidden room accessible only to those with the serpent's gift, Salazar Slytherin's legacy continued. The Parselmagic curriculum attracted students from across the world. Young witches and wizards who possessed the rare ability, who wanted to understand their gift rather than fear it. Harry taught them what Salazar had taught him. That power itself was neutral, that capability required responsibility, that the serpent's tongue was a tool to be used wisely. Some of his students went on to become healers, using Parselmagic techniques to cure diseases that had resisted conventional treatment. Others became researchers, exploring the boundaries of magic in ways that hadn't been attempted for centuries. A few became aurors, using their unique abilities to protect the innocent. None of them became Dark Lords. Harry made sure of that. On the anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry stood before Dumbledore's tomb. He was older now, gray in his hair, lines on his face, the weight of years evident in his posture. But his eyes were still the same, green as his mother's, sharp as ever, seeing everything. "I hope I made you proud," he said quietly. "I tried to do what you would have done. Protect the innocent, guide the lost, build something better than what came before." The tomb, of course, didn't answer, but Harry hadn't expected it to. "I named my son after you, you know, Albus Severus Potter. He's got your eyes, not the color, but the way they look at things. Like he's seeing pieces of a puzzle no one else can perceive." He paused, looking out over the lake where he'd first seen Hogwarts as an 11-year-old boy. "Thank you for everything you did for me, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself, for giving me the chance to become something more than what I started as." A breeze rustled through the trees. For a moment, Harry could almost hear Dumbledore's voice, gentle and knowing. "The choice has always been yours, Harry, and you have chosen well." Harry smiled, turned, and walked back toward the castle. His children were waiting. His students were waiting. His life, the life he'd fought so hard to earn, was waiting. And Harry Potter, the boy who had found a portrait in the dirt and become the serpent's heir, was finally ready to live it.